Okay, it's telling me I'm live. Hey everybody, how's it going? Please let me know if you can hear me. This is my first time ever using StreamYard, so you know if uh, if it sounds a little laggy or whatever, I'll try to see what I can do about it. But hey, welcome. My name is Alex the Critic, and today I'm going to be doing a live response to a very shitty YouTube video made by a YouTuber named No One Asked. Um, but before we get into that, um, let me give you some context as to how's it going. Oh, people are saying it's sounding clear. All right, so we're good. Actually, let me read some of the comments that people left before I get into this. Uh, let's see. I'm wondering what point, J-Man Dual Blade. I'm wondering what the point Noah's trying to make. All I can see is that she's killing her own YouTube career before it's even really begun. Um, I suppose, but if you really look at the subscriber count, she has like over 1,000 subscribers. She got a lot farther in the game than I did. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, yeah, accusing someone of being a racist and not really proving your point, not really the smartest thing to do. So maybe she is screwing herself in the long run. But anyway, let's see. I mean, she can't even crack 1K views on a video about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. I don't think she's gonna be fondly remembered in the near future. Uh, I didn't even know she made that video. So I guess that's a good point. If I had known that she'd made the video, then maybe she would have had a good career. But whatever. Um, so anyway, let me give you guys a bit of context um, on everything that's gone down before I respond to her video. So about half a year ago, I would say, I can't remember exactly when the video was uploaded. A commentator named No One Asked made a 36-minute video accusing another commentator named Just a Robot of being a racist. And Just a Robot, for those of you who don't know, is a political commentator slash drama YouTuber who covers, well, political content. It's kind of in the name. And this includes racial politics. And so, um, obviously, when you've been on YouTube as long as Just a Robot has, and I think he's been on it for like 7 or 8 years. I don't know how long he's been on it, but he's been on YouTube for a few years, right? Um, so when you've been on this platform for that long, you're bound to make a couple mistakes. You're bound to say a couple stupid things. You're bound to get yourself into a little bit of trouble here and there. And so, obviously, because of that, there are going to be people out there who try to take those small mistakes you made and blow them up into gigantic proportions and accuse you of being something that you're obviously not. And this was the case with No One Asked. Now, in No One Asked video, she accused Jar of being a racist for a multitude of different reasons, stupid reasons, I might add. One of the ones I remember most clearly is that she accused him of solely targeting the reaction channels that he went after back in the day, like T-Moss Boss, Hood Reacts, those guys. Jar made videos on those guys. Um, hey Imperial, hey Drawing with Jay, welcome. Hope you enjoyed the stream. But anyway, Dry made those videos on those old reaction channels, right? Like he used to make them all the time. And Noah accused him of making um of specifically making those videos to target those people because they were black, which has to be one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard. Because it's not Jar's fault that those reaction channels he responded to happened to be black. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a clip out there of him specifically telling his audience not to attack the race of one of his detractors. I think it was T-Moss Boss, because T-Moss Boss had shown like a couple of racist comments he had gotten from Jar's fans, and Jar specifically told them to stop that shit. So obviously, you know, it's dumb to accuse him of being racist for making videos responding to React channels. just because those React channels happen to be black most of the time. Um, that was just one of the many, many stupid reasons why Noah accused Jar of being racist. And you'd think it would end there. You'd think she'd just make that video and just leave well enough alone. But sure enough, a month or two later, she uploads a response to Jar's video on prison mate Luke. Now, we're not going to get into this response because I've only seen a few clips of it myself. Because originally, my plan was going to be I was going to watch that, I was going to wait for her to upload the second part to that video. Because when she uploaded it, it was part one. So I was thinking, okay, I'll wait for her to upload part two and then I'll make a response to it. But obviously, that didn't happen. She instead, like 2 or 3 months down the line, uploaded this 2 hour video just going over just a robot's own 50-minute response to her. And when I first saw this video, my jaw hit the floor. I did not expect to be dealing with a video about Jar being a racist that was 2 hours long. And coming from No One Asked, the person I've already responded to and tore to shreds on my last commentary, and had already like endured all of her stupid nonsense in that video, like I was not prepared to handle like 2 hours of stupidity from her. But here we are. We we're getting ready. I'm going into this just for the most part blind. I did watch this video once before with a couple of YouTube buddies of mine. We were going to do a proper response to it, like a scripted response, pre-recorded, but obviously those plans fell through, and that didn't end up happening whatsoever. Um, but anyways, um, this is gonna be like totally going in blind. I don't know what to expect. I've forgotten most of what happened. So you know, I hope that context was enough to explain to you guys what's going on. And let's. I'm gonna try to be as fast as possible here. I don't want this stream going on until 6 in the morning. I want to get this done as quickly as I can. So let's just get things going. Let's go. Just give the video a second or two. Again, hopefully it doesn't lag too much. All right.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right. I don't know what this is.
Girl, it has been a minute. 20 years to be exact. But now I'm back. To everyone's dismay. First things first, this turned out to be wrong. I'm so sorry. Let me explain. Use the chapters to skip if you're not interested. So when I made this post, I only had a little bit of footage left to respond to. All that was left to do was...
We'll skip to the part where she's actually responding to him. Where the hell did the chapters go? She posted the time in her video, so you'd think that she'd be able to fucking like add. You'd think they'd just pop up here and I could just click the section I wanted to go to, but whatever.
Anti-black racism. Hopefully you can understand the problem here. Because what have I been saying? Do not tell me how to feel about racism. That is one of my base pet peeves. And at this point, my patience...
All right, I already. Oh my god. Okay, so nobody's saying that you can't find a certain thing racist, but the thing is that you accuse Jar of being a racist, right? Like you can follow that train of logic, right? If you accuse someone of being something, you have to provide evidence to back that up. And if you don't provide evidence, or if your evidence is very shitty, then obviously people are going to call you out on it. Like you're free to think Jar is a racist, but that doesn't mean that everyone else has to agree with you, or that that's just the truth because you think it is. You say so. That's not how this works. Oof. So we're already getting off to a pretty bad start here. Let me just open up the stream on my phone to see how everything's doing. A measured response. That's a good point. I don't think this is going to be very measured at all. It's going to be like a lot of emotional appeals. But let's get into it.
Just what this man is just gone. I'm done with the hand holding. I'm done trying to be nice. They don't care, so I'm
Oh,
going to be
how
as
was you trying to be
straightforward and
nice?
petty as I
Okay.
please. Y'all going to hear a lot of the same points I made in my last video because, again, this man learns nothing. So let's just get into it. And per usual, I'll be using this sound if I need y'all to look at something on screen because I'm just incapable of making short videos.
Here we go! So I'm doing something I've never done before, actually record a video while I'm at work. So if you hear any background sounds, well, sorry about that, guys. So I got some more racism allegations, hooray! Why did this person do a video on me? Well, it's because I left a comment. I'm not joking here.
No, Jar, it wasn't just a comment.
It was.
In the comment thread, you were supporting the narrative that you being called out for racism was unwarranted and debunked, as well as you saying everyone says racial slurs in response to someone saying they don't feel bad for you. You were showing that you learned nothing and regret nothing, yet again. That's why I made my video. How you just...
How has he learned nothing and regret nothing? Like, Jar has nothing to really apologize for, in my opinion. In my honest opinion, I don't think Jar has anything to apologize for. Because it is not like he just walked up to a black person on the street and called them the N-word. That's not what happened here. He quoted other people saying the slur. And I like the whole point of, oh, well, it was like in like a comment thread, and I'm like, oh, okay, so you didn't make the video on Jar because of a comment, you made it on Jar because of a comment thread. That makes it less petty, that makes it less stupid. And like most of the shit that was in that comment thread, you also completely took out of context or misconstrued, like just completely, like as I showed in my own video. Like, you clearly did not understand the arguments being made by other people, so I don't buy this at all. You completely made it because of the comment thread. Like, if you had not come across that thread, you would not have made the video. So let's stop pretending here. Let's stop kidding ourselves.
left for that Creepshaw hurt me, my friend's comment, we wouldn't be here. Hi, future me here. I also want to add that I love that Jar...
What do you mean if he had just left it at the Creepshow art hurt me and my friend, you would have left it there? What are you talking about? You criticized him for that comment in your video. You said, no, Jar, there's no way that you could have been a victim of Creepshow art. Like, where's the victimization? Where did she hurt you? How did she hurt you, my guy? That was literally what you said in the video. I don't believe you. You still would have made the video regardless of whether or not there was a thread attached to it. Because you criticized Jar for calling himself a victim of Creepshow art. So what the fuck is this? Oof, I'm already getting heated. All right, let's try to stay calm. Let's try to get through this.
Is pushing narrative that he just posted the comment. When one, as I said earlier, people took issue with his two other comments under his original comment. That's what started all this. And two, man's got his whole other account and started replying to people. And I know this is odd because a month prior to the situation happening in June, he now said he got his original channel back in May. So it's like, it's so blatantly manipulative to not only just downplay what you said to upset people of color, but to ignore how you instigate the situation that you started. Like, this community gives man a pass on everything, bro. And it's like, we need an overhaul. We need a serious overhaul. Future.
So, believe it or not, I can agree with N.O.A on one point. I do think the commentary community needs an overhaul, but not the way that she describes it. Like, the issues she takes with the community are pretty stupid and hypocritical considering the content that she's made. And this is like a prime example. Like, the fact that Jar used his backup account to comment on the thread and respond to people's arguments against him, it should have like no bearing whatsoever on like whether or not he's a racist. You've actually got to read the comments and see what he's saying. In fact, let's go back and just see what exactly he said to these people. All right. All right. Remember when I said it was my editor who no longer works for me because of that? Stop lying, for the love of God. So again, because N.O.A doesn't show us the rest of the comments in this thread, she's already cutting out context. I don't know what the people arguing against Jar is saying. I don't know what they're arguing for. I don't know what points Jar is debunking. And sure, you could argue, well, Alex, maybe the comment thread got deleted. Maybe Emily Artful took down the thread and that's why N.O.A can't get the context. But the thing is, if she had the time to screenshot all of these comments from Jar, you'd think she would have screenshotted the ones making the arguments that she was making, right? The comments from the other people arguing with Jar, like, she's calling out Jar for being emotionally manipulative, or at least manipulative, for only saying that she made the response to him over a single comment. Yet here she is actively cutting out context by not showing us the rest of the thread. Like, you're only showing me what Jar is saying, and like I can't like I can't make um I can't make like a response to this because I don't know what the other people are saying. You feel me? Like, if I don't know what the other side is arguing, I can't like there's no like footing for me to make here as far as an argument goes, because I'm just reading off of what Jar says. Let's see. Let's see some of these other comments that she left that he left. Oh no, the videos. Maybe this was a bad idea. Let's see. While I wait for the video to start again, I'll read some comments from the chat. Drawing with Jade, time to get fired by stupidity, or fried by stupidity. Yeah, yeah, that's what's happening here. Imperio, has N.O.A made a video after this? Well, according to some people in the chat, she made one on the Will Smith Chris Rock situation. So that's probably not a very good video either. Raptor Tristan, she's a hypocrite. Yeah, she is. No one asked is not a clown in the entire circus. Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see if the video got back yet. I may or may not have to refresh the tab.
In May, just downplay what you said.
So black people can say the N word, but I can't say the R word because of what I have. That's bullshit. Like, again, I can't see like the point that he's making because these comments are like cut up. Let me try it, okay? Let's see. The shit Shannon put Emily through, it is not comparable to your own situation, so don't embarrass yourself like this. You look petty and honestly disgusting seeing the subject matter. You're trivializing distracting from W. You like, I don't know what this is in response to. I don't know what these people are saying. Like, I don't think Jar was at all comparing himself to what Emily went through. I think he literally just said, hey, Creep Shawart fucked me and my friends over too, so, I sympathize with you, or I empathize with you. That's what Jar was saying. He wasn't saying, oh, wow, I can't believe that you also went through the same thing that I did. Like, no, that's obviously not what he meant. What world are these people living in? All right, let's see. Let's see this next comment. It doesn't matter if you know that a word is disrespectful. If you know that it has been used to hurt groups of people in unimaginable ways, and you know that they have told you specifically several times not to use it, and you do it anyway, you're racist. Also, being of color is not a defense. How is it not a defense? How is being a person of color not a defense for you using racial slurs in a good context? Like, if you're quoting somebody, if you're quoting somebody that said a racial slur, or if you're just singing a song that has the N word in it, like, is you being a black person, does that not give you the right to say that? Is that not a defense for you? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? All right. Okay, so as for the whole the word has been used to hurt people in unimaginable ways. Like, first of all, like, I'm sorry if this comes across as rude to anybody, but if you're so mentally weak that a single word is enough to destroy you emotionally, I think that's your problem, buddy. I think that's an issue with you. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't believe people should go around saying racial slurs. Like, obviously, like, they're disrespectful, they're degrading your race. I'm not here advocating that people say racial slurs, but at the other end of the spectrum, at the end of the day, it's just a word, lady. It's just a word. Okay? It has a bad history. It's used to degrade your people. I get it. But if you're weak, if you're so weak that all it takes is a single word for you to just break down and just have a mental like episode, if all it takes is one word for you to say that, and not even someone calling you that, just someone saying it, like, not even in a negative context, just somebody saying it. If that's enough to destroy you, that's a problem with you, buddy. Like, you are weak. You are weak. Like, the amount of shit that I've been called, the amount of insults that I've gotten on the internet from my time as a cartoon critic, like if I were a lesser person, I would have given up this game long ago. But the thing I think a lot of these people like No One Asked, people on the left, a lot of these people need to understand this is the internet. Okay? People are gonna throw shit at you. People are gonna call you slurs. People are gonna be mean to you. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Like if this were legitimate harassment, like if people were trying to dox you or like hack into your account or whatever, I would genuinely feel sympathy for you. That's fucked up. I would not support that. But we're talking about insults and we're talking about people saying slurs in like non-offensive contexts. People quoting racial slurs. Like why do these people care? It's anyway, let's keep going because I'm not and and the whole like oh that people have told you several times not to use it. Like I don't think this was that big of I don't remember this being that big of a deal. I mean, I think aside from the few creators who made responses to Jar, I mean there was Prismate Luke, there was Kai Weiss, there was Omnia, there was of course No One Asked in Zuman, but I don't think that many people were like asking him to like stop using racial slurs. And even if they did, even if everyone in the world was telling him not to say it, one, First Amendment, freedom of speech, he's allowed to say whatever he wants, within his own like whatever he wants to say, he has the right to say it. Um, and two, like that's an argument. That what's the rhetorical? There's a term for it. The appeal to a popularity. Like, oh, people are telling you not to say it. Like all these people are telling you not to say it. How is that an argument for it being racist and or him not saying it? Like that's not an argument. You're appealing to popularity. So that's whatever. Let's keep going.
Upset people of color, but to ignore how you instigate the situation that you started. Like this community gives this man a pass on everything, bro. And it's like,
All right, again, I'm not going to read the rest of the comments because we'd be here all day and we need to get through this video as quickly as possible. But you've already seen from the snippets that I've like gone over, N.O.A cut context out, and I don't even know what Jar is arguing against because many of the comments don't seem to be related to what he's saying. So if she took the time to screenshot Jar's comments, she should have taken the time to screenshot the whole thread. So anyway, let's keep going.
we need overhaul. We need serious overhaul. Feature me out.
A lot of people say they don't want me to talk about drama so much anymore, but a lot of people also wanted me to cover this video. So I decided to cover this video on my old channel instead of the new one. Plus, this also works because, well, most of their points against me have to do with this channel. And it's also kind of funny because last time I did a video on a racist, and now I'm the one being accused of being a racist.
Hey, so fun fact, racism isn't drama. It's complex and upsetting subject matter that actually hurts people. Now let me be transparent. My first video went...
Okay, so, first of all, anything and everything that involves people getting upset over something, that's drama. Okay? Doesn't matter if it's racism, like it's still internet drama at the end of the day. Okay? You have a content creator who said a couple words that people didn't like, and so people made videos criticizing him for saying those words. It is drama, even if it is quote unquote racism, which is not, but if it was, it's still internet drama. Like nothing like I don't get the point here. I don't get why she takes an issue with him calling this drama. Oh yeah, argumentum ad populum. Thanks for that one, pick manipulator. That's a funny name. No offense.
Live, I liked every comment, positive, negative, whatever. That was irresponsible of me and again, bad. Will not do it again. But one of the comments I liked was a white lady talking about how she loves when drama branches off into new drama. And it's like, bro, the fact that y'all just see this as drama, that is, in itself is a privilege. Also like how...
All right. So first of all, how did she know that the lady? Well, okay. First of all, how do we know she's not lying? Because she doesn't show the comment at all. So there's a good chance that she's making this shit up. I wouldn't put it past her. But second of all, how does she know that the lady's white? Like that seems like an odd assumption to make. Like that could have been a black person saying that, they're surprised that this drama went this long or whatever. Like that could have been a black person taking this drama too far, or calling this drama. So how does she know that the commenter was white? That's my second point. And my third point is like, why is it a problem for you to like and respond to every comment? I get it if the point she's trying to make is that some comments are obviously like insulting towards her or just being assholes to her for no reason or whatever. So you shouldn't like and heart every single comment. Like I get it if that's the point she's trying to make, but from what it sounds like, she's saying that solely hearting every single comment was a mistake, and I don't know why. Like it was under it was under my impression that like if you hearted every single comment or whatever, that would be good for the algorithm. It would make more people find your video or come across it. But that's just me. I don't know. She probably thinks all of her detractors is white. I got a funny story to share about a comment thread I was a part of in my response to her, where one of her fans thought that most of Jar's audience was white. Like they accused most of Jar's audience of being white. And I was like, how do you not understand that making that assumption in itself is racist? Like we don't know for sure what the racial makeup of Jar's audience is, so why would we make assumptions on that just because Jar has opinions we disagree with? You know? Um anyways, let's keep going.
He says, now I'm the one being accused of being racist. Like, bro, that's your main takeaway from the video? Nothing introspective like, wow, my content offended a lot of people. How can I make things right? Like, none of that. But he's grown and changed, right? Okay. And again,
Well, okay. The thing is, this point would work if you actually brought up any legitimate criticisms of Jar throughout your original video or your original two videos, but you really didn't. I'm sorry. You can say you did all you want, but I watched the first video like 3 times over. There was, I think, of the 36 minutes, there was half a point that you made that was correct, and that was solely towards the whole avatar thing. Like to give you guys some context, Prismate Luke had accused Jar of being racist for having a black version of his avatar, and obviously his argument was stupid, but Jar did make a mistake because Prismate Luke brought up both the black version of Jar's avatar that his artist drew for him and the avatar that his friend Jar's friend Professor Dreadlocks uses, and Luke was referring to both of those avatars, and Jar, in his response to Luke, said, "Oh, both of those avatars are of my friend," and N.O.A in her video pointed out that no, the black version of your avatar that was yours, the Professor Dreadlocks one that's completely separate, and like her point was still stupid. Her point still made no sense, but I will give her half credit because that was a mistake on Jar's end to assume that Luke was referring to the Professor Dreadlock's avatar when he was actually referring to both that and the black version of his avatar. So literally in 36 minutes of video, no one asked made half a good point against Jar. Half a good point. That's it. That's the best she did. So this argument of hers, like, oh, you didn't do any introspection after watching my video. All you took away from it was that I accused you of being a racist. Like, this argument could only work if the video wasn't dog shit. If you didn't make bad arguments. If you didn't poorly evidence your position. If you didn't provide bad evidence. So I don't blame Jar at all for laughing this off. I don't blame at all. I don't blame him at all for going, nah, this is whatever. This is internet drama. Like he has the right to say that, because your video was shit. In all honesty.
and me saying these offensive actions are the reason I personally think this man is racist isn't an accusation that can be disproven. That's me giving my perspective as a black person who was roughly offended by this man's content.
But before we begin, I just want all of you to please not attack this person. They're clearly new to YouTube, considering this is their first video. Oh my god, they made another video and it's about me. But I really hope this is the last time I will have to address these allegations. Unfortunately, it probably isn't.
Hey guys, please don't attack this person because she's new. But here's her name and thumbnail so y'all can find her. Like, bro, you've been in the game far too long. You know exactly what you're doing. Also, bro.
All right. So, this is probably going to be a controversial point of mine to make, but if you decide to start off your YouTube career by making a video falsely accusing somebody of being a racist, you should not at all be surprised when that person A makes a response to you and B links your video in the description so that people can go watch it for themselves. You brought this on yourself. If you didn't want people to go, stir up a fuss against you. You shouldn't have falsely accused somebody of being a racist. That's kind of how it goes. If you don't want to be treated like an asshole, don't be an asshole to people. That's just kind of the general rule of YouTube here. You know, if you don't falsely accuse someone of being something that they're not, people are not gonna like attack you. And that's not me like defending anyone who has like harassed her legitimately or has tried to dox her or like just insulted her for the sake of insulting her. Like obviously, like I don't stand by that shit. Obviously, we shouldn't do that. But first of all, I don't think Jar would want people to do that anyways. So that's first and foremost. Like I don't think he would be for that. And second of all, like at the end of the day, um most of the discourse I saw surrounding this video was pretty polite. Like obviously people were taking pot shots at her, they were insulting her, but they were also providing legitimate reasons for why her arguments were just stupid and silly. So that's why I think this is really dumb of her to go like, oh well, I can't believe, oh like I'm like she's a new channel, but you're gonna send your huge fan base after me. Like, then don't falsely accuse him of being a racist. Like, like I'm sorry. Is that like is that like not like the is that something that we're just gonna allow? If someone were to like falsely accuse me of being a racist, I would link to their video. And obviously, like Pick Manipulator said in chat, like it is common courtesy to not like harass someone, to not cyberbully someone, to not like send people after someone. Like I wouldn't support that. Like that's why I would make it clear. Like that's why I make it clear in all of my commentaries, or at least the past couple of ones. Like don't harass anyone. Obviously, like don't just insult them for the sake of insulting them. But at the end of the day, like I said, like it's the internet, okay? If you don't want to draw fire, don't shoot someone. I'm not sure if that allegory is perfect, but like you falsely accuse Jar of being a racist, okay? Like at that point, like my sympathy levels are very, very low, okay? Like, but whatever. Like it's whatever. We can move on.
Like I said in my first video, people still think you're racist because of you, because of videos like this where you don't listen to the minorities you offended. The fact that you call all these accusations just speaks for itself. I really didn't want.
Well, I mean, like at the end of the day, they are accusations. It really doesn't matter how you or other people feel. Like feelings do not trump facts. Okay, like at the end of the day, if you feel Jar's a racist, okay, like um, I can't I can't fault you for that, I guess. Like you're allowed to feel however you want. You're allowed to think whatever you want. I'm not gonna like hold that against you. But at the end of the day, like if you make a video calling somebody a racist, you're making an accusation. You're making a positive claim that that A person is B. Like just a robot is a racist. That's what you claimed in your video. And so if you're gonna make a video like that and you don't provide evidence for your claims, then like I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how you feel. Like it's an accusation that you made and it's a false one. And Jar's allowed to call these accusations because that's what they are. Your feelings do not really matter when it comes to whether or not your claim is true or whether or not your claim is in fact a claim, right? Like if I say Jar is a racist, if that's a claim that I make, how I feel about Jar is not really that important. It's whether or not I can put evidence to the table that proves what I'm saying. If I don't do that, then how I feel about Jar is irrelevant. Like I can say whatever I want about anybody, but it's not gonna make it true, you know? Like it's still gonna be a false claim. So again, just Noah being stupid and dumb. Let's see. Up extra email. Thanks for the sub. Unless you're telling me that you're a new subscriber, in which case, thanks. I'm glad that you've found my channel recently. I'm hoping that you're enjoying all of the stuff that I put out. Um, let's read a couple more comments. Um, Star Child, don't people also link vids so people can get the other person's side? Yeah, that's another good point. Like obviously, it would be really easy of someone to accuse Jar of cutting N.O.A out of context. So, him putting the link to her video in the description of his response, it would safeguard him against those claims. It would make it so where he can go, oh well, you can't accuse me of cutting her out of context because I linked to her original video, And what if there are some people in Jar's audience who are like, you know what? I don't think Jar's being fair to Noah. Let me go watch her original video. Let me hear what she has to say so that I can get her side of the argument. So that's a good point. That's another thing I didn't think of. Let's see. Sizer Films, and by the minorities that are offended, she means like her and two others. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Oh, Akumu's in chat. Hey, buddy. I sent the invite to you like right at the beginning of the stream. So again, like whenever you're free, just hop in, because I really don't want to suffer through this alone. I really don't. I will if I have to, but I would much prefer if I had someone to bounce shit off of. But anyways, let's keep going.
I want this to be the first video on my channel.
I mean, it didn't have to be. You could have waited. But if you did wait, the Creep Show art drama wouldn't have been as relevant, and you couldn't have used the Creep Show art drama to call me a racist.
But what?
Jar, I made my first video when I did because your comments and repeat behavior upset me as a black woman in this space. And as someone who continuously gave you the benefit of the doubt to vent about something that kept on bothering me and it just happened to gain traction. And maybe I'm tripping, but...
What do you mean it just happened to gain traction? Like, for someone who chastised Jar for not knowing how the YouTube game works, it seems like N.O.A doesn't know how the YouTube game works. Like, if you put a bigger channel's name in the title of your video, that video is going to gain some traction, especially if it's like your first video. Like, I can speak from experience. My first video, well, technically it wasn't my first video. It was my second video. But that aside, my first video was the very first episode of my series, Your Theme Song Sucks. And that's the most viewed video on my channel because I was talking about a popular TV show. So obviously, if you put a popular YouTuber's name in the title, it's going to gain traction. And like also, in your original video to Jar, you also apologized to Emily Artful for taking attention away from her allegations against Creepshow Art. And that doesn't work because if you genuinely felt that way, if you genuinely felt you were taking attention away from the drama that mattered, you would not have made your video on Jar. Like that's simple, straight as it can be. That's the fact. If you genuinely if you genuinely cared not to do that, to not take attention away from Emily's situation, you wouldn't have made your video on Jar. So you can take this argument and you can shove it because I don't buy it for a single goddamn second. You absolutely made this video to profit off of what was happening with the Creepshow Art situation because you saw an avenue to attack someone that you already hated and you took it. Just own up to it. Just be honest about it because otherwise, like it does. None of your motivations make any sense. Anyways.
This sounds like projection because a lot of y'all really just make Creepshow art.
Hold on. Oh no. You are the last person on the planet to start throwing around this sounds like projection card. No. No. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. I'm gonna pretend she didn't say that because the things I could say to you, woman. Okay, we're gonna keep going.
Videos just to get a check, and it showed. I want my first video to be about the rampant racism in the Genshin Impact community.
Does anybody even care about that game? I've certainly never played it, but you do you, I guess.
Yes, Genshin Impact has millions of players worldwide. The game made like $1 billion in mobile revenue alone within its first year. And I know this seems insignificant, but...
Okay, so like, who's gonna tell her that he was making a joke? No, who's gonna tell you that he was just kidding? Who's gonna tell her that he was just kidding around? Like obviously Genshin Impact is popular. Obviously it's a thing that has a fandom. It exists. I don't think he was discounting the fact that it isn't popular. Just that he has never heard of it and that he doesn't give a shit about it. Like I think he was just making a joke about how he doesn't care about it. So I don't know why she would make this a point. Oh man. Let's see. Let's read some of the chat first. Let's see. Her argument, Akumu. Her argument is he doesn't listen to minorities. You mean the 2 or 3 minorities who are dying on this hill on leaving context? and she never gave him the benefit of the doubt. She repeatedly took him out of context and repeated herself for what, 2-3 hours worth of content, all her videos. That sure is the benefit of the doubt. Oh man, that's a good point. Um, let's see, Sizer Films. She probably ignored the K and 192K subs. I don't know what that's in reference to. Uh, so maybe see, I'm already like my mind's already going places. I'm already forgetting what I said like a couple minutes ago. So maybe that was in reference to something I said earlier. But anyway, she's taking the joke so literal. A joke? What's a joke? Yeah, basically that's the point here.
As we go further, we're going to establish a pattern of Jar just speaking on topics that are easily researchable. Like, if he can't even Google to know if a game is popular, do y'all really think he's going to research the importance of intersectionality among marginalized groups? But we'll get there.
But he was making a joke, lady. He was joking. Come on. I can't be like am I the am I the loser here? Am I the idiot? Do I not get what's going on? Also, what the hell? Like Sizer, I noticed like 2 of your messages got like deleted and I don't know what's going on there. Like because I don't think that I have this chat on any safety mode, so you should be able to say whatever you want. I don't know why it's deleting your messages. Unless that's you doing it, which I don't know what's going on there. Easily researchable. That's gonna sting later, but yeah, guys. The later we get into this video, the amount of stupid you're gonna encounter, ooh, that's gonna be. We're gonna have a fun ride tonight. That's all I'm gonna say.
The vast majority of the comments are applauding Emily for bravery, expressing sympathy for the trauma she endured, condemning Anthony and Creepshow for the literal demons they are, etc., etc. But as I kept scrolling, I came across a comment from one Just the Robot. Comment reads, Creepshow art hurt me and friends of mine for almost nothing. The sad thing is, even when she was hurting my friends, they defended her because she helped them out in the past and they didn't want to believe it. Now, the issue I took with this comment was the first section, Creepshow art hurt me. Now, this can be interpreted as Creepshow art hurt me because she hurt my friends, and this could very well be true.
It was also pretty cool of Emily Artful to heart my comment. A lot of people seem to have a problem with it, saying I was making it all about myself, even though I said, and my friends, but whatever.
I'm pretty indifferent to the argument itself, but it's like...
Are you now? Am I really expected to believe that you don't think that Jar was making it all about himself? Are you seriously telling me you don't believe that was the case? Given the amount of other stupid arguments you made, like, I'm willing to bet you also think that he was trying to make things about himself, but whatever.
Jar, you bring up your friends doesn't mean you're not making things about yourself.
What?
Your friends still involve you.
What?
You're still talking about how she affected you by hurting your friends.
What?
In response to someone else talking about how Creepshow art traumatized them. Again, I'm indifferent towards the argument itself. Maybe he did make it about himself. Maybe...
Did that just happen in real time? Did she just contradict herself right then and there? She said she was indifferent towards the argument, and then she goes on to make the argument for herself. I don't know. Maybe I'm the idiot here, but that seems like a contradiction. And the other point is like, oh, you're still making it about yourself because you're talking about what she did to you and your friends. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. How can he be making it about himself if he's also bringing his friends into the mix? If he's also talking about what Creepshow Art did to his friends? And also, like, I'm pretty sure that the entire point of Jar's comment was not, oh, I can't believe that Emily also went through the exact same thing I did. The point was, oh, I sympathize with you for what you had to go through because Creepshow Art also fucked me and my friends over. That's what Jar was saying. How is he making this about himself by just mentioning that Creepshow Art also fucked him and his friends over? How? Tell me. Explain to me the thought process here because I don't get it. Also, let's read the chat a little. Let's see. Either unfunny jokes or incomplete ones. It's the YouTube comment bots. All right. I get it now. All right. Let's see. Her nickname should be Miss Word Twister. Yeah, I'd support that. Underestimated mentality. I was linked to this stream. Why? Also sup. I'm guessing it's because you are also a fan of Jar and you hate No One Asks video on Jar and you want to see someone wanted you to see this response to it. Again, I don't know. That's I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Let's see. Star Child, I can't with this woman. Me neither. Pick Manipulator, she keeps saying she's going to make videos about Genshin Impact. Yeah, but she never does she? I'm still waiting on that one. Who's got that on their bingo cards? No One Asks making a video on Genshin Impact. I'm still waiting for that goddamn video. I was, forget the Genshin Impact video. What about that video she was gonna make about the prison mate Luke response? The part 2, the thing that she was supposed to make next. I'm still waiting for that goddamn video. Where's that? She just kind of dropped this 2-hour abomination, completely forgetting that there was like a part 1 video that she made right before. Let's see. Hey Lugio Simply. Drawing with Jay. Honestly, her name was a dead giveaway. No one didn't. No One is starting to act like the black version of MG. I don't know who that is. So you're gonna have to enlighten me on that. Unless again I'm an idiot and I should know who that is, but I just don't. Let's see. Underestimated mentality. I expect her GI videos to be the same petty complaints of woke Twitter or worse, i.e. whitewashing, sexism, homophobia, and yeah, I'm a fan of Jar and don't like N.O.A. Probably why someone linked it. Alright, yeah, fair enough. I get that. And yeah, I agree. Like people like N.O.A., they're very left-leaning, as we can obviously see. So they're very much part of the woke Twitter sphere. So these are the people who call everything like racist or homophobic or transphobic. They'll find any reason to slander or lambast a property or a video or a person because they said something that was slightly he said this person quoted someone else saying the N-word. This person dared to make fan art making a black character white. They're racist, they're transphobic, they're this, they're that, they're a monster. So I 100% believe that N.O.A. would make those same kind of comments if she were to make that Genshin Impact video. Let's see. Let's keep going. I can read some of the chat later. We'll be here all day if I just keep reading the chat.
Maybe he didn't. I don't care. I just wanted to add that because it seemed like a poor counter argument and it just bothered me.
But yes, hurting my friends did hurt me. Did you not see the 5 videos I made defending Hopeless Peaches? Or the time she called my friend Manga Common sexist because he didn't swear in front of her?
Mega comment. Let it be that I so appreciate the fact that you try to keep it classy in front of us women by not swearing. I really do appreciate that because my fragile little constitution cannot handle any form of cussing. If I hear someone swear even a little bit, I just fall to pieces. So thank you for that, my most chivalrous gentleman. That's so strange that you need to feel the need to not do that, but all right.
You're arguing against a point I never made. Like, I never claimed nor doubted that you weren't hurt because you hurt your friends. Now I can't...
Then why are we here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Like, why... Your argument, even though you claimed you were indifferent to it, your argument was that Jar was attempting to make this about himself, right? By bringing what Creepshow did to him and his friends up, right? And trying to equate what happened with him and Creepshow to what happened with Emily and Creepshow, thus making it all about himself. That was your argument. So then why are you now saying, you're arguing against a point that I never made? I never claimed that she didn't hurt you and your friends. Like, that's not the point that Jar was making. In his comment, he was just saying Creepshow hurt him and his friends. So why? Of course he would bring up the fact, all of the shit he did to defend Hopeless Peaches and call out what Creepshow did to Manga Comment. Of course he would pull that up. What are you talking about, woman? What are you saying? Whatever. Let's see.
Own up and say I should specify that more outside of saying that could very well be true. So yeah, that's my bad. However, if you read the comment thread, it's very clear that he's referring to when Creepshow Art called him a racist.
Well, she actually called me a super racist, and if you don't know what a super racist is, I believe it's someone who's an admitted racist. Like someone who you call racist and they just respond with, and?
Why is he talking about the semantics of super racist like it's a household phrase that everyone uses? When discussing the hierarchy of the types of racism like systemic racism and microaggressions, I've never heard the term super racist used nor defined. As it stands right now, it sounds like he just talked about.
Well, then you clearly didn't watch the Creepshow White video then, because she used the term super racist. But even then, like, I'm pretty sure this is another joke he's making, but I don't know. I would have to go watch the original video again because I can barely remember what he said in the original video. Like, no disrespect to Jar, but it's been a while, you know. Like, I can't be expected to remember everything that went down. So let's keep going.
About what he considers a.
Oh, I got an echo. Oh man, like let's see what I can. Am I echoing, guys? Is that what's going on? Let's see. I guess there really is no way to test it other than to just keep talking. Again, let me know if I'm echoing or if the quality is bad or if you can hear me or not. All right. People are saying you don't hear an echo, or at least one person is. Go beyond plus racism. Racism plus. No, Racism 2, the sequel. Okay. Let's see. Star Child. Heck, if Noah saw me say that, she would tell me not to use my blackness to defend things that are racist. Yeah, probably. You'll notice that these people don't really give a shit about your race if you're making an argument that they disagree with. So the second that you say something out of line that doesn't go with the narrative, immediately, like, your black card or your Hispanic card or whatever race you are, whatever minority you are, that card gets revoked by these people because you're saying something they disagree with. That's typically how it goes. It happened with me.
The super racist to be to make himself look better, and I don't know. Like, see, guys, Jar's not a super racist. He's just a regular racist.
But I'm just nitpicking here.
Again, I'm pretty sure that was a joke. And even then, like, this argument would only work if he was a racist, which you have yet to prove. So we're kind of back to square one here.
What she said was no big deal, but it's more than just that. You see, she called me that after my apology. We also talked a little bit in the comment section. She was upset that I said Izzy looked like a map, and I decided to edit that part out.
Right.
What I said was stupid. I really only said it because she looked
Jar
like
taking
Pennywise and he's
responsibility for
always
something
chasing
bad he
after
did?
kids.
Ooh.
You all taste so much better when you're afraid.
I wonder how
But
Noah's gonna
considering that
spin this.
Izzy called Mario because she aged up characters, I think what she did was worse.
Girl, it's adding nothing new to the narrative. In the comment thread, y'all are solely referring to when Creepshow called you racist. Izzy and them weren't mentioned, nor were they relevant to that.
Well, so here's my point, right? Like, obviously, if someone, like, because the Izzy situation could play into the whole argument that was being made in the thread. Because if Creepshow Art has made shitty arguments against Jar in the past, you know, that's going to make the legitimacy of any future arguments she make just evaporate. Because it's like, it, just for example, like, let's say that I lie about like who can I mention? Let's say that I lie about the Game Grumps, right? Like, let's say that I called the Game Grumps like transphobic or whatever, and I don't provide any examples to my argument. I don't like put any screenshots, any clips, none of that. Like, I just claim that they're transphobic and just leave it at that. Any other videos that I make in the future, nobody's really gonna take me all that seriously. Whatever other claims I make, people are just gonna go like, "Oh, isn't that the same idiot who called the Game Grumps transphobic with no evidence?" Like, so obviously, if like if Jar's gonna bring up like what happened in the past with the Izzy situation, like, that's gonna mean that, you know, Creepshow Art is not gonna have that much like integrity. She's not gonna have that much legitimacy as a commentator. People are gonna be less likely to take her seriously, you know. So that's kind of why he brought it up, you know. Like, sure, it may not have anything to do with the threat specifically, but her lying about Jar in the past or blowing shit out of proportion or making huge mistakes in the past, it's gonna cast a doubt on whatever claim she makes in the future, such as Jar being a racist. Like, that's kind of how it works. That's kind of how logic works.
That conversation. You said all this just to say you were hurt that Creepshow Art called you racist. Also, I was trying to avoid this since my original video is already sped up and I've been told that it's difficult to understand.
It's not that
But
difficult.
bro, this is taking forever. I have to speed this up. I'm sorry. I'll have everything linked in the description so y'all can watch it if it's like too difficult to understand. But yeah, I'm sorry.
But she did take down.
And again, in reference to her last point, like, of course Dry would be upset that Creepshow called him a racist. Because one, as I just explained, this is a woman who has made several mistakes in the past and has made several false claims before. So obviously, if she claims that you're a racist, you're going to be upset about that. You're going to raise a stink. You're going to be like, hey, I'm not a racist. That's just how human beings work. We don't like being lied about. We don't like getting called things that we're not. That's kind of how this works. And again, well, I guess that was really the only point I had to make. Well, we'll just move on.
Found that video, and I'm a lot more cool with her now. Despite being as compliant with her as I could, she just randomly called me that in a video, and she also called my friend Manga Common sexist, which hurt me. At the time, she thought we were trying to defend Hopeless Peaches, and we made the doc, I think. Was I really hurt and just crippled with depression? Not really, that's why I only said it in, like, one comment. Peaches was the one who got the worst of it, that's why I made 5 videos defending her.
Makes sense.
Again, arguing against a point I never made.
Someone replied to this comment saying, I found it funny that even though all the accusations about you being racist were proven to be false, Creepshow still controlled the false narrative that you were in her second Peaches video. Even though all those accusations had already been proven false. What an absolute clown. I'm sorry for what you've been through, man. And again, I'm sorry for believing that you were racist in the first place. I wish only the best for you. I replied to his blatant lie saying, to be fair, I didn't disprove them until after.
Is the video too loud for some of you? Should I do I need to lower the volume or raise it? Just let me know.
Like, just stop, and a lot of others did.
Blatant lie? That seems a little bit rude. I mean, you could at least assume the guy is mistaken. To call him a liar just because he doesn't share your opinion just seems a little harsh to me.
I call it a blatant lie because nothing was debunked or proven false. Every time you ask for your racism, you double down, deny any wrongdoing, and try.
Well, okay, again, you got to prove that what they said was blatantly false. You know, you didn't do that in your original video, and so of course it's rude for you to call that person a blatant liar. Like, first of all, you're assuming their intentions. You know, you're assuming that they're lying about the situation when they could just as easily be misinformed. You know, they could just not know what you know, quote unquote. So to call him a blatant liar is pretty disrespectful. And let's read this text on the screen again. If someone says something is offensive to them, that's not something that can be proven false. Well, again, yes, but if you're gonna make a video making a positive claim that somebody's a racist, you're gonna have to provide evidence towards that claim. Otherwise, it is a false claim, and we have every right to call you out on it. Like, sure, you can feel that Jar's a racist. You can feel offended by what he says, but that doesn't really make him a racist, and that doesn't make what he said offensive. Like, at the end of the day, we're still talking about a positive claim here, and if you can't provide evidence for it, then it's just a claim. It's not like like your feelings are irrelevant. Let's see. If you could lower it a bit, I'd appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Let's go 3/4 of the way. I'll put it down 3/4 of the way, or a fourth of the way at least. Yeah, let's read some of these comments here because, oh my god, I didn't expect to get this far this fast. I was expecting the first 15 minutes to take like over an hour, but it's only been like what, just about an hour, and we've already gotten 15 minutes in. So, let's see. Let's read some of these comments. Or they just deny you're black because they can't fathom other minorities disagreeing. Yeah, that too. I've also had that happen. I've had people question if I was white just because I defended Jar when he said the N-word, just because I didn't think that was racist. So yeah, that happened to me. And for anybody who wants to know, I'm Hispanic, so I would think that would give me some kind of authority to speak on this topic of racism, given that I'm also a minority. Sizer Films. Imagine if she used that Pennywise clip to strengthen her points. Yeah, that would be pretty dumb. Like, I don't know if she could. She could have, but I don't know, man. AG Lopez, or AGB Lopez. It's weird that Creepshow Art was gone for months, then made 2-hour-long video. N.O.A did the same thing. No, I'm not saying that N.O.A is bad as Creepshow Art. That is a pretty weird coincidence. That is pretty weird. I'll admit that. That's weird. Let's see. Sizer Films. How does one become deading with laughter? Or if that was a joke and if that was the case, I'm an idiot. Did I say that, or did no one else say that, or did Jar say that? I don't know. Again, I'm kind of already losing it here. I might have just said that by accident. It wouldn't surprise me. I am an idiot. So, let's see. She must have felt so proud after making the video. She went to the toilet going, I made such a good video. Yeah. Let's see. Is it just me, or do I find the sped up voices aggravating as hell? Oh, okay. Drawing with Jay said it. Okay, I see it. Oh man, I am an idiot. I just completely skipped over that comment. All right, let's keep going.
I discredit the people and or arguments made against you. And you're doing it right now to me. So yes, I call a lie, and I stand by that.
Someone else replied, considering you openly admit to using
Okay.
racial slurs, I don't
Like-
feel that bad for you given the
That wasn't an argument then. Like you guys realize she didn't make an argument there. She just said that I called it a blatant lie because he didn't debunk anything. When in her original video, she didn't even like prove that what the commenter was saying was a lie. And now in this video, she's saying, "Oh well, that guy was lying, and I stand by what I said." Like she didn't make an argument. You guys realize that, right? She didn't respond to what Joyce said. She didn't debunk him. She didn't make an argument. She just said, "Yeah, well, I still stand by what I said." So that's great. That's great. Oh no, it paused. That sucks. Well, now would be a good.
racism. It shouldn't happen to anyone, but you're not a great person yourself. And just a robot, the man everyone swears has grown and changed, responded. It's not racist if you don't call anyone it, and everyone does it. But you rather have me lie about doing it?
To be fair, I certainly could have worded that better. I can see how some people might have came to the conclusion that I was saying everybody says racial slurs, so it's okay. No, of course it's not okay to say racial slurs. I don't think someone is racist just because they say a racial slur. I'm autistic and everybody calls everything they don't like retarded. But I don't think that automatically makes someone ableist. Now, if they call me retarded, then yes, they are ableist. But only if they call me that, no other autistic person. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, and you're free to feel that way. Just like how you're allowed to not be offended that someone used autistic as an insult and not think it's ableist, I'm allowed to be offended that you say racial slurs and think it's racist, period.
So, like, again, what is her argument here? Is she just complaining that Joy responded to her at all? Because she's just making the argument that I made, which is that you can feel however you want about the way that people use slurs or whatnot, or say have opinions. Like you can feel however you want, but at the end of the day, if you're making a video claiming that someone's a racist, you have to prove that claim. So is she just upset that Joy responded to her video at all? Because if that's the case, like I'm sorry to say, like you accused him of being a racist and you didn't prove your point. So he had every right to respond to you. I don't care how you feel. This is not about your feelings. This is about the points you were making. This is about your arguments. This is about the evidence you provided. We're responding to that. So I don't really give a shit how you feel. Like if you falsely claimed somebody was a racist and they prove you wrong, you don't then get to say, "Oh, well, you're free to feel that way, but I feel that you're racist." Like that, I don't care. You made a bad argument, Noah. Just accept it.
Like I keep saying, people outside marginalized groups don't get to decide what is or isn't offensive to people a part of that group, especially not slurs created to dehumanize them. Like,
But yes, every single person has used the racial slur at least once in their life. Am I saying they say it all the time? No, but I'm pretty sure basically everybody has said a racial slur at least once in their life.
why is this man willing to die on the hill that everyone uses racial slurs? Like, no, they don't. What is wrong with y'all in this community?
Okay, so like, has Noah never heard of a rap song? Has she never heard of hip hop? Like, just listen to any hip hop song by any artist you can name. Jay-Z, Kanye, Lil Wayne, who else? A Tribe Called Quest, Busta Rhymes, any of them. Just pick any old hip hop song, and you will. I guarantee you, within one of those verses, you will hear those rappers saying the N word. Okay, like clearly people are saying it. And go watch any film about the hood or about the ghetto. Go watch Boys in the Hood, or what's that other film? There's another film with Ice Cube in it. It's not Good Friday or whatever that was called. It's another one. Was it Boys in the Hood? That might have been it. I might be mixing it up. But go watch any film that takes place in the ghetto. You will see actors using the N word, because that is a part of African American vocabulary or vernacular. They use the N word everybody uses it. Okay, maybe not everyone of every race, but everybody uses it to some degree. You know, like it's in hip hop songs, it's in movies, it's in YouTube videos, it's in it's in all sorts of media. So I don't understand where she's coming from here. Like, yes, people do use the N word. Maybe they might not use like the same one with the hard R, but it's still the N word, you know. And plus, like, granted, if she's talking about all racial slurs, I guess I can give her that point. But you've also got to remember that there's literature that you have to consider. There's got to be all manners of books out there that have had characters saying racial slurs either because they're racist or because that was just what people were saying in their time period. Like the book by Mark Twain, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Like the characters in that book say the N word like a couple of times throughout it because that was just the way people talked that back then. That was just an accepted part of the English language, you know. So obviously, people use racial slurs. Like it is something that people use. Okay, it might not be widespread. It might not be something everybody uses all the time, but absolutely, people use racial slurs. So I don't get the point that she's making here.
I'm also not saying you can't call me out on it just because every other person has done it. Everybody has lied at least once in their life. That doesn't mean you can't call out liars.
Makes sense.
So people are allowed to call you out on using racial slurs, but in response to being called out on it, you say some variation of "it's not racist if you don't call people it," and everyone has said racial slur. Like,
yes,
bro, the math isn't mathing. But you know what?
Okay, so believe it or not, when I was like scripting, I was gonna make a proper scripted response to this video, but that, obviously that isn't the case. That didn't happen. But this was one of the points that I was gonna make fun of her for, because the math isn't mathing. That is such a lame joke. And granted, I'm not the funniest guy either, or at least I don't think so. I think my jokes are pretty lame. So for me to say that your jokes are lame, like we've hit a new bar, we've hit a new low here. So and like second of all, like does no one not realize that that's how this works? Like if you quote somebody else saying the N word, that does not make you racist. Jar has every right to make that argument. So it makes sense for him to say, like, yeah, you can call me out for being a racist or saying something racist, but at the end of the day, like, if in context what I was doing wasn't racist, then you can't call me out on that. And that's true. That's a fair point. That's logic. That's how logic works. If you were quoting somebody saying the N-word, which is what Jar did, you don't get to call that racist. You don't get to call him racist for doing that. That's not how this works. That's dumb. Because, again, you would have to call so many other people if you were going off of that logic. You would have to call the high school teachers who read Huckleberry Finn to their classmates and say, or their students, and say the N-word in the book because it's written in the book. You would have to call the teachers racist. And obviously that's dumb. You can't just say that. You can't just say that they're racist because they're just quoting what's in the book. You know? It reminds me of this. I don't know how many of you people have heard about this. But there was a story a couple months back of this New York Times reporter who got fired from his job because he was visiting some third world country and somebody had asked him about some racial slur. I think it was the N-word, and they had asked him about what it meant or what the definition was or how it was used in America or what the context behind it was. And in answering the person's question, he said the N-word because that was part of the explanation. He was explaining to these people what the slur was. And because he did that, this person got fired from their fucking job. They lost their job. They got fired just for explaining to somebody what the N-word was. And that's fucking ridiculous to me. So fuck this argument of, oh, well, if you say the N-word whatsoever, you're a racist and you must atone for it. You monster. Like, fuck that argument. I'm so done with it. Like, again, if you're so mentally weak that all it takes is a word to destroy you, that's an issue with you, buddy. You got to strengthen yourself up. You got to build up your mind. Like, that's all I got to say.
Let's give this a jar. Let's say that everyone has used a racial slur at least once. I don't agree with that at all, but you know what? For sake of argument, sure. When called out for the usage of a slur, decent people don't say the things you're saying, Jar. Like, like they just apologize to the offended group, bow, do better, and the offended people work from there. Like, you're saying you should have worded things better and trying to clarify your response when the only response necessary was an apology.
Again, this argument only works if you made a good argument. If your original video wasn't dog shit, if you didn't back it up with poor evidence, if you didn't lie about Jar and misconstrue what he said, then this argument would work. But, because you did all of those things, like, no, Jar's not obligated to apologize to you or to anyone because he hasn't done anything wrong. And you haven't proven that he's done anything wrong. So I don't get it. I don't know. Come on. All right. Well, I guess while I wait for this video to get going again, I'll read some of the comments. Let's see. This whole video is basically seeing someone falling down the stairs because they stepped on a Lego. Yeah. Akumu, I don't think she has. She probably hasn't heard of hip hop at all. Let's see, Star Child, but Alex, they're black. It doesn't count. I'm joking, by the way. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, guys. I take that back. The hip hop artists who use the N word, they're black, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't make them racist. It doesn't. Like, there's no responsibility that they have to take for making the word so common in American language. They don't have to assume any responsibility. They don't have to take any initiative. They're black, so it doesn't count. They can say the N word because they're black. But if anyone else says it, that they're racist. That's how it works now. Underestimated mentality. The primary users of the N-word are music, education, black people, some NY born. My mother used it in a brotherly fashion despite being Latino, and some close friend groups. Initially, I wasn't into saying it myself, but my mother was the one who told my friends won't give a damn if I do. Yeah, pretty sure. Like, not pretty sure. I mean, like, yeah, that checks out. And like, here's the thing too. Like, I'm not saying that everyone has to say it. Like, obviously, I'm not like advocating that people just say the N word, but it is something that people say. It is something that's common in American vernacular. People do say the N word a lot, especially black people. So, I don't think it makes you a monster for saying it. As long as you were either quoting a song, quoting somebody else saying it, or saying it in like a friendly context, because that's how black people use it. They oftentimes use it to mean like my brother, my homie, as cringe as it is to hear me say it. That's how they mean it a lot of the times. And sure, the context can change depending on like the song that you're listening to or the scene in the movie you're watching. But for the most part, that's how black people use the N word. Like it's just something that they've grown up hearing other people use. And like the point about your mother being a Latino that you mentioned, underestimated mentality. Like, here's an interesting point that I made in a comment thread in my original response to N.O.A. To get back to the hip hop argument, there's a Hispanic hip hop group called Cypress Hill, and they have used the N word a lot of times in their music. Their most popular song is Insane in the Membrane. That song, the chorus to that song literally starts with an N word like me is going insane. It literally has the N word in it. And they're Hispanic. They're not black. And yet, for some reason, Insane in a Membrane is one of the most popular hip hop songs of all time. And I've never heard of anyone having a problem with that song. But they're Hispanic. So why is it okay for them to say the N word, but it's not okay for a white person to say it? Why is it okay? They're Hispanic. They haven't gone through the same amount of oppression that black people have. So why is it okay for them to say it? Why has no one else ever raised up a fuss about them saying the N-word? I will tell you why. It's because these people want this word to have as much power as possible. But in order to do that, they have to be hypocrites about it, because otherwise their position is untenable. Otherwise, it just falls apart. You can't just say that someone's not allowed to say a word because of their race, because that in itself is racist. That in itself would be racist by definition. So they want this word to have as much power as possible so that they can keep using it to push whatever agenda they want. Like, oh, we got to keep people from saying the N word. So like, ergo, they'll use it to push anything. Like, obviously, I can't come up with what I'm thinking about on the spot because I'm going live here. But you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, they're willing to use they're willing to call anything racist, in order to give themselves more power in society, so they can play up their victim status. You know, the same way that feminists do for women, or at least the batshit crazy feminists do for women. Anyways, let's see.
Something like, yeah, I did use racial slurs in the past. It was a mistake and it will never happen again. I'm sorry. Like, that's it. That nothing else matters. All you need to say. None of what you're saying changed the fact that this response should have never been a thing. Like, that was my point. An apologetic person who has grown would have never said this, period.
Despite all the awful responses, despite all the non-apologies, despite him doubling down on everything in the Prison Mate Luke video, I still wouldn't get my better.
So again, like, her argument only works if like her original video on Jar was actually good, but it wasn't. So her argument fails here. There's not really a whole bunch for me to say.
Judgment and give this man the benefit of the doubt.
Don't act like you were giving me the benefit of the doubt. If you did give me the benefit of the doubt, a comment wouldn't have made you change your mind.
Oh no, the cartoon avatar crossed arms is angry. I better watch what I say. Anyway, as I stated earlier, it wasn't just a comment. It was the fact that you were supporting the narrative that you being called out for racism was unwarranted and quote-unquote debunked.
Because it
was. On top of you saying what you said about racial slurs. Like, all of that showed me you learned nothing, and judging from this video, I was right. Prior to all that, I thought you were trying to educate yourself, and I thought you were in the process of growing. Now I see you're just woefully ignorant and a lost cause.
The lost cause? Wait, whoa, hold on. The lost cause? Come on, no, you don't mean that. Come on. Like, you know how fucked you have to be. You know how many fuck ups you have to make to be considered a lost cause. You're gonna call Jar a lost cause just because he disagrees on you about him being a racist? Like, come on now. And also, like, doesn't he have a black roommate? Isn't Professor Dreadlocks his roommate? Isn't he black? Like, how much education does Jar really need to do? Like, come on. Like, again, your original video was dog shit. You didn't improve anything, and if anything, you just kind of made me feel you kind of made me like Jar more because of how often you were taking him out of context. So, like, I don't get this argument that he hasn't grown and that he's just being willfully ignorant and that he hasn't changed at all. Like, you and the rest of the idiots who made the argument were claiming that he was a racist for saying racial slurs in the past, and Jar brought up that he never called anybody the racial slur. He was just quoting somebody saying it. So, like, again, your argument makes no sense, and you are a moron. End point. Let's see. Size of films, or what if you never knew the original context?
Those apologies from me were genuine, and I had
question.
Spoctor look over
What
them.
if you never grew up learning that the N-word was a racial slur? Like, I know that sounds silly. I know that sounds like it might never happen, but it could. There could be someone out there who legitimately doesn't know that the N-word's a racial slur. Like, that must have happened at least once, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure that kids, you know, who are just growing up and have just been born into the world, I'm pretty sure they don't know that the N-word is like a racial slur. And if they hear people say it around them, they're going to be prone to saying it, even though they might not understand the context behind it. So what about those people? Are those people racists? Like, they must be, because they said the word, even though they didn't know the context behind it. So, you know, that's another fair point. Oh, great. We're gonna have to wait for the video to
Them to make sure they were good.
Man, we're already approaching like an hour and 30 minutes here. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. I'm not up for it. Am I gonna have to refresh the tab? I might have to refresh the tab.
And as far as YouTube apologies go, it went over way better than James Charles or Shane Dawson's apology, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I'd argue that says more about the community itself and how it handles anti-blackness than the quality of the apology. Black folks have been calling out James Charles and Blackface Dawson for years. Like, for years, we have been calling these people out, and no one cared. In fact, we would get harassed.
Like, well, okay, first of all, like, where? Like, provide the evidence. And second of all, like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure that the stuff that came out about Shane Dawson, all the fucked up shit he did, I'm pretty sure that didn't come out until D'Angelo Wallace made that 2-hour video on him. Like, I'm pretty sure he's the one who brought all of that stuff to the forefront. So I don't know, like, maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe there were people bringing this up before then, but to my knowledge, all of the racist shit that Shane Dawson did in the past wasn't brought up until D'Angelo Wallace made his expose video on him. So maybe that's just me. I don't know.
The only reason their apologies receive so much backlash is because they were on some, and that's something like almost everyone can.
Well, I mean that, and their apologies were also dog shit. And also, like, I don't think it's a good thing that the video paused here, because in the original Charles controversy, which I think is being referenced here, the one with Toddy Westbrook accusing him of manipulating straight people into having sex with him, I'm pretty sure those allegations turned out to be false. Like, I haven't kept up with anything about James Charles at all because I genuinely don't give a shit. But from what I remember of the original allegations, those turned out to be false. So I really hope that Noah's not saying that this shit turned out to be true, because I guess, I don't know, like, if we're talking about the original allegations, she's lying about James Charles here. So that's it. That's another point you can bring up against her. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Like, their apologies were just, Shane Dawson and James Charles's apologies were just dog shit. They didn't take accountability for anything they did, or if they did, they were very ham-fisted about it. They were very vague about it. Very, like, the standard YouTube apology, that type of shit. That's why it got backlash.
Universally agree is wrong. YouTube communities have shown time and time again that they don't care about anti-black racism until it's time to drag someone they dislike. Every other time y'all defend it, except non-apologies that weren't created for you, or just don't care. Like, and the commentary community is no different.
I didn't double down on everything.
Sure. Let's just pretend like Jai didn't go through a whole half of a year of people attempting to essentially end his career because he quoted somebody saying the N-word, or he made a few controversial videos defending the Confederate flag, or responding to reactors. Let's just pretend that all of that shit didn't happen. Let's just pretend that we live in a world where you can just be racist towards black people and nobody's gonna care. Let's just pretend that that's the world we're living in, because that's obviously reality. That's obviously what's happening. That's obviously the point we're at in society.
When I made my response to Prison Mate Luke. The guy's an idiot, he was easy to debunk. And he also took down his video, so I don't see what the problem is.
Not this man trying to get on me about being harsh when he actually called another content creator an idiot. Y'all really be picking...
Oh my god, guys. Jai called someone an idiot. Oh my god, it's the end of the world. I can't believe he would do this. What a monster. What an asshole. I can't believe he would stoop this low. Wow, I'm unsubscribing from this guy. I can't handle it. Like, Jai calling somebody an idiot? Oh man, like, that offends me on a personal level. Great. Like, half of the stream is just gonna be me waiting to load.
Apologies to black folks were genuine, and then the same breath say you debunk the things you're project for and try to validate my pain about you. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Despite my black intuition,
because again, like I've been saying over and over again, you made a video claiming Jai was a racist. In that video, you failed to back up your claim with evidence. You failed to prove your point. You failed to say anything of substance. Your criticisms of Jar were poor. You took him out of context. You misconstrued him. Okay? Jar has every right to make a response to you, calling your ass out and pointing out that your arguments are dog shit. Okay? I don't care how you feel about Jar. At the end of the day, we're not here to discuss feelings. We're here to discuss the facts you laid out in your video calling Jar a racist. That's what we're here to do. And so if you're not prepared to like back them up, if you're not prepared to like prove your point, then just like, I don't know. Go fuck off. I don't really care what you feel.
Telling me that this man's a racist who is not living, I still want to give him the benefit of the doubt because I like seeing the best people, you know? But the ancestors have never steered me wrong, bro. Like, I purposely took the wrong turn and now I have egg in my face.
Wait, what? I mean, I read one of the definitions of racism, and it's the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities. So do you think being black gives you some sixth sense to tell if someone is racist or not? Do you think you can talk to your ghost ancestors? I'm just kidding, of course. I know you're joking.
Like I said in my last video, if you need to whip out the dictionary definition of the word racism to try to support an argument, you don't know what racism is and you have no business speaking on race topics. You're just admitting to not understanding the complexities and nuances of racism and how it's evolved over time. If your sole understanding of any topic is a dictionary definition, common sense should indicate you need to educate yourself before opening your mouth.
Okay, so in the comments of this video, I saw a lot of people pointing out that this was probably her strongest argument, and to a point, I guess I can agree with that. Like, obviously, like, you need to know a little bit more about a topic than the dictionary definition in order to speak on it or to have any idea of what you're saying. But the reason why I think this argument doesn't work is because, again, she's accusing Jar of being a racist over him um having opinions she doesn't agree with and saying racial slurs. Essentially, those are the points that she's making here. And so Jar responded to her by saying that, well, I've already you misconstrued the videos, you took them out of context. I've already apologized for saying racial slurs in the past, and when I did say racial slurs, I was quoting other people saying them. You know, it was under a different context. I wasn't just calling somebody a racial slur. And so obviously, once you put all that into account, him bringing up the definition of racism to point out, like, hey, I don't even believe that any race is superior to another. That's a fair point. You know, if he doesn't meet the dictionary definition of racism and all of your other arguments against him are bad, then again, you can't make this appeal to, well, racism is more complex than a dictionary definition. Like even if I were to grant you that, like, it's still not a good argument to what Jar is saying because he's already debunked everything else that you've said. All of the arguments that you've made before this essentially make this point moot because you clearly don't know what racism is. You clearly have no idea what the term means. And like, again, it seems to me like I'm getting the implication here that she doesn't think racism should have a definition, because if it's so complex that a dictionary definition cannot succinctly describe what the term means, what else does she want then? Does she want us to widen the definition? Does she want us to maybe broaden it or make it more like easy to understand? Like, what does she want out of the definition? Like, it seems to me the implication I'm getting here is that she just doesn't want racism to have a definition to begin with, which, I would understand given that she's a leftist, but uh, that's a topic for another day. Oh, hey, Mal Chalker. Yeah, long time no see. I haven't seen you in a while either, buddy. But glad to see you here. Let me read some of the chat here because we're 20 minutes in. Let's see. Sizer Films. If that was the case and saying the N-word once, even if it was an accident, then I think that 99% of the world is racist then. Good point. Star Child, I'll be honest, I've never used the N-word. I can't bring myself to, and I don't know why. Well, it's because you just don't like the word. And that's fair. Well, not to like assume anything or whatever, but I would like think that most people don't want to say it because they don't like the word, and that's fine. You don't have to say the word if you don't want to, if you don't like it. I'm not here trying to force everyone to say the N-word. I'm just arguing why I don't think it necessarily makes you a racist. But yeah, I can I can sympathize with that. Pick manipulator. Come to think of it, why hasn't N.O.A gone after iDubbbz, the guy that Jar quoted? Because as Star Child succinctly put it, iDubbbz would destroy her. Like, the thing that's the thing that's so amazing about this is that we've already gone through this argument several years in the past. We've already had this agreement, right? Or not agreement, this argument about whether or not saying the N-word in a particular context makes you racist. We've already had this discussion. So why why are we still arguing this? Why are we still having this debate? Let's see. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna check some things behind the scenes. Okay. Let's read some more of the chat. Underestimated mentality. It might either be skin tone confusion or the stupid shield of celebrity fame that the lower people can't go after. Being a paid celebrity in major groups are not on their radar because they know that'll always fail. But targeting a smaller name, even draw or similar sized people, is in their alley. I guess I could easily bring up what happened to Roseanne Barr, the woman who created that sitcom The Conners, I think, or something similar to that. She got fired from her, not even fired, her show just got canceled, and she got fired because she called Valerie Jarrett, the black senior advisor to former President Obama. She called her the love child of ISIS and the Planet of the Apes. And however you feel about the joke, whether it was fucked up or not, I don't think she should have been fired for it, but I could easily bring up that. Like, I don't think being a celebrity necessarily prevents you from getting shit canned or getting heat for saying something that's perceived as racist. But I get the point you're trying to make, though. It is easier for these people to go after smaller YouTubers or smaller celebrities, people who don't have the resources or the clout to fight back and, um, state their case, make their points. It is easier to go after those people. So I get the point you're trying to make. I would say, though, that I don't think being a celebrity gives you that shield, though, automatically. Like, you might have more people speaking up in your defense, but outside of that, it is pretty easy for celebrities to get fired for saying and doing racist shit. Let's see. Slash warlord. They want to take over the world and make it the way they see it. Essentially, that's where most leftists want anyway. Sizer Films. N.O.A. is gonna go bullet speed at them and choke slam them to the bloody wall. There would be tons and tons of dead kids. She probably thinks we live in the 40s. I wouldn't be surprised if she thinks that. Drawing with J44. I'm just amazed. Me too, buddy. Me too. How anyone could make a video this stupid and think they're making a legitimate argument. Ooh, we live in some pretty fun times. Sizer Films, where people are just roaming around being horribly racist towards black people and nobody cares. Yeah, that's what she thinks that's the world we live in. She thinks we live in the 40s still. Or at least these people do. Star Trek. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she use this tactic too in her last video on him? Man, I forgot. If I did, if I covered that in like the last video that she made on Joy in my original commentary, I completely forgot what point you're referring to. But she probably has. A lot of this video is just repetition, her repeating the same points over and over again and not really providing much of an argument. Let's see. Underestimated mentality. Most black people that call out racism without proof are either grifters, clout chasers, or just desperate to destroy someone. Yeah, I agree with that. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Hey, nice to see you here. Glad you could make it. I have autism and I don't mind neurotypical people using the word retarded. Me either. And I have like I don't think I've ever said this before on my channel actually, but when it comes to me, like I prefer not to say the word retarded either, and it's out of respect for a family member of mine. And I'm not going to go into too much detail. I don't like spilling too much personal shit on the internet. So I'll just say that out of respect for that family member, I personally choose not to use the word retarded because I find it disrespectful. And that's the thing too. Like, we're all human beings. We all have different standards of what we will or will not be comfortable saying. We all have certain lines that we won't cross, and that's okay. I believe people should have the right to say, I don't want to use this word because I find it disrespectful or I don't like it. Like, that's totally fine. Like, it's whatever. It's another thing, however, to accuse other people of being racist or ableist or misogynist because that person used the racial slur in a certain context. Like again, if they were using it to degrade someone because of their race or whatever, then yeah, you can call them racist. But if they were quoting somebody saying the word, if they were just if they were just singing a song that happened to have that word in it, if they were reading out a book that happened to have that word written in it, then that doesn't make you a racist. I'm sorry. You're not a racist for quoting somebody else using the N word, or even if you're using it in a joking or friendly context. Like I've known people who call each other the N word like jokingly or just to denote friendship. Like again, black people typically use the N word to mean like homie or friend, like acquaintance. That's typically how the word is used. So I don't think saying the word alone makes you racist unless you can prove that the person using it was using it to degrade a person of another race. Um let's see. Mal Chalker, I have said the N word and I said it to other black people. Like, I'm black, but to me, really depends on the context on why a non black person would use the N word. Again, fair enough. Like, pretty much the point I'm making. It depends on the context, obviously. And Star Child, I grew up with my family saying it, but never did. I'm fine with others using it. I just don't like saying it. Yeah, like, again, I'm in the same boat there when it comes to the word retarded. Like, I've heard people say it a bunch. People around me have said it a bunch, but I personally just don't like saying it. Let's see. Mal Chalker, this shit is why I'm neutral or apolitical sometimes. Uh, it feels like if you or another person doesn't act the way they want you to, then they make some extreme assumptions about you. 100%. I agree with that 100%. If you do not fall in line with their politics, if you don't fall in line with the way they think, with their narrative, if you do not agree with them 100% on every topic ever, either you're a racist or you have to be white or you're an Uncle Tom. I've heard that used against black people who disagree with Noah. I've heard that used against black people who just disagree with the majority opinion of the black community, like in general. I've heard them be called like all sorts of racial slurs. So these people are hypocrites. They're assholes. They're hypocrites. They don't really give a shit about racial equality, or they don't give a shit about these issues. Because if they did, they would never say half of the shit that I've already heard them say against black people who disagree with them. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Shit, I turned off my phone by accident. I agree. Everything you're saying right now is truth. Preach. Yeah, I'm like the preacher at the Sunday sermon at church, just going on and on about how the end times are here, how we all need to live by the word of God. That's pretty much me right now. Let's see. Let's keep going with the video. Hopefully it doesn't pause.
Also, does y'all just not think about the things he says? Do you think you being black means you can recognize anti-black racism? Like he really thought he did something. That's what gets me. Yes, depending on where you live and the environments you surround yourself in, you can become more conscious about ignorance, coded language, microaggressions, just flat racism against you.
Did she just inadvertently prove Jar's point? Because she just said, depending on where you live and where you grow up and what environment you're raised in, you will be more or less conscious of racial attitudes and what is or isn't racist and the context behind slurs and whatnot. Did she just inadvertently prove what Jar was saying while mocking him for making the point? Did I just hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Did that just happen? That is amazing. And she's here talking about that Jar didn't pay attention to what he was saying. Oh my god. All right.
I also like how Jar is mocking communicating for ancestors like that isn't a legitimate spiritual practice. Just like
Well, I mean, I made fun of it too because I thought it was pretty silly of you to appeal to your ancestors. I mean, come on, you cannot have thought that that wasn't cringe when you said, like, oh, my ancestors have never steered me wrong. Like, come on, I was so cringe. I hated that. Like when I heard that, I had to make fun of it in my video because that's how stupid it was. And it being part of like a spiritual practice, I don't care. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. Get over it.
It's like how Christians communicate with God, pray to Him, honor Him, etc., etc. People do the same thing, but with their ancestors. This just comes off as so ignorant and disrespectful, bro. Like, stop speaking on things you know nothing about.
Again, making a joke. He was joking about that. I don't know what you're getting so worked up over.
I know a lot has happened recently, so let's go down memory lane.
No! Not going through the Toby drama stuff ever again. Every time I talk about it, people get upset with me in the comments saying I'm defending myself, even if I'm doing nothing but admitting where I'm wrong. I'm gonna skip this video, it's gonna be long enough. All you guys need to know is, I did apologize for it, it was really stupid of me, and I was very misinformed on the situation. Carmen Ryder went through this stuff a little bit in her own video, so just go check out her video.
That's so manipulative, bruh. You have 100 times the platform as I do. Your video would be people's first and last complete viewing of my own. If you cut the context as to what I'm referring to, people can't form their own opinions. And you deleted damn near everything related to that situation, including the apologies. So the people who missed out on that mess or just forgot about it aren't gonna know what I'm even talking about.
Yeah, well, first of all, like, Jar's already covered all of this drama beforehand. Like, obviously, he's already brought this shit up before. He's made several videos going over all of the shit that went down between him and Kai and Omnia and Thuman and Prisonmate Luke. All that shit he's already talked about before. So why does it not make sense for him to just skip this part? Especially if, like, as I proved, for those of you who saw my original video on N.O.A, like, I proved that most of the shit she brought up in regards to the Toby drama was complete bullshit. She did not bring up a single solid argument. She misconstrued a lot of the points being made. She like Jar has the right to skip that portion of the video because he's already talked about it plenty. Like, so what? Like, it's his video. Let him do what he wants. Like, I get it if he, like, any of the arguments you were making in that beginning section tied into some of the stuff you were saying later, but it really didn't. Like, you could respond to the rest of the video while completely ignoring the stuff you bring up about the Toby drama, especially since the stuff you bring up about the Toby drama was stupid to begin with. You didn't bring up any legitimate points in that whole section, and my video on you proved that. So yeah, it's whatever. And like that's the thing is, like, he linked to your video in the description, right? Like, he gave people the means to go find your video and watch it for themselves. Like, sure, I get it that some of the people, or at least a lot of the people who watch the video, are not going to want to watch your original video because they might be diehard fans of Jar or whatever. But I'm pretty sure a lot of us would also be interested in watching your original video to see what you actually have to say. You know, there's got to be at least a few people in Jar's fan base who are like that, right? So, you know, so first of all, Noah's assuming that everyone who watches this video wouldn't just go watch her video to see what she's saying. So that's false. That's a bad argument on the face of it. And two, Jar linked to the original video anyways, and yet she got mad at him because you know, he was sicking his fan base on her. So, like, again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either it's okay for him to link to your original video so that people can go watch it and see what you're saying, or it's not okay for him to do that because he's sicking your fan base on you. And, you know, if he dares cut out any section of your video, that's manipulative. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's either one or the other, Noah. You got to make a choice here.
Y'all's number one argument when Jar first got called out was he was cut out of context. We don't have the full context. Y'all were in an uproar when you thought Prisonmate Luke was cutting context, but Jar's allowed to do that to me. Keep that same energy towards your fave. And now,
well, again, the thing is, Jar has legitimately already brought up everything about the Toby drama in several other videos before he did his response to you. Okay, so I would be perfectly okay with him not going into detail about it in his response to you because he's already talked about it. And secondly, like, you didn't do a good job recapping the drama. I specifically remember you boiling it down to half a year of the commentary community being microaggressive towards Kai and Omnia. That was your summarization of the Toby drama. You didn't do a good job fucking recapping it. So you cut out a lot of fucking context when it came to that drama. I provided more context than you in my video. So fuck you. You don't get to make that argument. You don't get to claim that Jar is cutting out context. That's not you don't get to make that argument. You're done. That is a moot point. I don't care. You are a hypocrite.
not only did Jar cut context from my video, he promoted his friend's video defending him instead. Like, yes, I'm sure your friend who criticizes everyone who criticizes you is going to have a fair, nuanced take on the situation.
translation, if you are not Jar himself and don't have nearly the amount of subscribers that he does, Noah will not give a shit about you. She will not respond to you. She will not give you the time of day because you're just a friend of Jar's and you're just going to defend him on everything that he says. You're going to criticize everyone who criticizes him. That's essentially what Noah's telling us here. So Carmen Ryder, Lofi, anybody else who ever made myself, anyone else who's ever made videos on her, I'm sorry to say, Noah's just gonna pretend like the rest of us don't exist. Just gonna pretend like we don't matter, that we our videos, like, we didn't make anything, our videos don't exist. We're just nobodies to her. And like, I hate how manipulative that wording is. That, oh, Carmen Ryder is a friend of Jar's who just criticizes everybody who criticizes him. Like, first of all, like, even if they are friends, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I get it if like you could make the argument that if you're a friend of someone, you could be more biased towards them. You could be less willing to call them out. I get it, but you can't just say that without providing evidence of it. So I don't get why bringing up the fact that they're friends matters at all. Second of all, how do you know they're friends? I know they're friends because I happen to be somewhat in touch with both Jar and Carmen Ryder. We're not super close. Like, I don't text them all the time. We don't run in the same circles, but I have talked to them before, and I know that they're friends because of my personal experience talking to them. But you don't know that. You don't know that they're friends. Carmen Ryder could just be a fan of Jar that made the video because he thinks it's dog shit, and you think that he lied about he thinks that you lied about him. That could have been the reason why he made the video. So how do you know they're friends? And like, third of all, oh, he criticizes everyone who criticizes you. Again, like, evidence. I would like to see proof of that. You can't just make the claim and act as though that's the truth. And I skimmed through some of Carmen's first video on N.O.A, and from what I remember, I think he took a couple issues with what Jar did and what Jar said and how Jar handled himself in the Toby drama. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to go back and watch the video, but I'm pretty sure she didn't defend everything that Jar did or didn't do, right? Like, I'm pretty sure she criticized some of the things that Jar did. Like, it wasn't just a straight defense of Jar. There must have been some parts, but um, even if Carmen was just straight defending Jar, you've still got people like me, people like Lofi, people who did have issues with some of the things that Jar said, people that did take issues with some of Jar's arguments. We still brought up some of the things that we disagreed with Jar on. So your criticism here of, oh, you only criticize people who criticize Jar. You're his friend. You only blindly defend him. Yeah, that point goes out the window because I didn't do that. Like, I certainly called out when I thought Jar was making a bad point or when he said something I disagreed with. So, whoops, there goes that argument. You're completely wrong.
And if every single time we talk about the situation, you end up upsetting people, maybe, just maybe, you're doing something wrong. Like, everyone else isn't the problem.
If they bring a black SpongeBob.
Oh, that's so rich coming from her. Like, does she says at least a couple of times in these first couple of minutes that Jar needs to be more introspective. Why doesn't he take what I'm saying and like look inward, like look at himself and how he's behaving and try to correct course, try to change or whatever. Why doesn't he try to like why doesn't he look inward and be introspective? I could ask the same thing about you, N.O.A. Why don't you just take a step back and look at the way that you're behaving? Look at the arguments you're making. Look at how you're getting so worked up about a fucking robot on the internet saying racial slurs. Okay? Look at how worked up you're getting about this. 2 hours worth of video. 3 hours if you count the other video she made on Jar. 3 hours worth of video complaining about a content creator for being racist when them existing will in no way impact your life whatsoever. And don't get me wrong, this isn't me saying, oh, well, you're not allowed to make videos if it doesn't impact your life. Like, that's not the argument I'm making. The point I'm making is the arguments that she makes in this video, the things that she says, the way she behaves are so petty and so counterproductive and so stupid, blatantly stupid, that I just have to question what she's really doing with her life. Is this really what she wants to do? Is this really the hill that she wants to die on? Is this what she wants to devote months of her life to talking about? When there are real, genuine issues impacting people in the United States, especially black people, when there are issues impacting black people in the United States that, you know, could use a few eyes on it, could use a few people talking about it. But no. We can't talk about any of that. We can't talk about any of that shit. Instead, let's spend like 3 hours complaining about a robot who uses words that I don't like. That seems more productive. That seems more reasonable. That seems more mature. Let's see.
Bob, it's not blackface, it's black. It wasn't me, it was my editor, and I fired that editor. And I thought this would be really easy to get out of because the editor, known as Sponge, had a female SpongeBob walk across the screen while Toby was being shown on screen, but he didn't want me to call it female SpongeBob because he said it was Maka Sponge, his own character.
And this is why you upset people every time you talk about this situation. You negate your apology every single time the black SpongeBob is brought up. Every time you say some variation of, it was my editor, I'm partially responsible, but it wasn't me, it was my editor. Or, it's from the race bending video, that's why we didn't take 2 seconds to get a normal SpongeBob picture. Like I said in my last video, you are fully responsible for the content put on your channel. Your editors represent you, and once you hit the upload button, that's your reputation line. Stop trying to pass blame. At the end of
Okay, so believe it or not, I do kind of agree with what she's saying here. Like, at the end of the day, it was up to Jar. It was his video. He was the one employing the editor. He needs to take responsibility for having that picture in there. That being said, it's a black SpongeBob. Jesus Christ, can these people grow the fuck up? When I saw the black SpongeBob, I was like, okay, that's a bad joke, but that's it. I didn't go like, oh my god, Jar's a racist. He hates black people. I can't believe he would stoop to this low. It's a black SpongeBob. Why do you people care so much? Why is this the line that he crossed? Why is that the sin? Why is that the original sin? Like, oh my god, he showed a black SpongeBob on the screen for a couple of seconds. The world is ending. We need to grab our pitchforks and go kill this person. Okay, that's a little far. That's a little far. It's me being hyperbolic. I'm not suggesting that that's what Noah's saying. I'm just making a joke here. That was a little far, but that was just a joke. Like, at the end of the day, like, it's a black SpongeBob. Who cares? Who cares? Who legitimately cares? You have to be the pettiest person on the planet. You have to be the mentally weakest person on the planet to give a shit about this. Like,
the day, you showed a black SpongeBob when mocking a black person's comment, which, regardless of the intent, was offensive. If a black person considers that blackface, you can't tell them otherwise. And then apologize.
Well, I mean, like Tommy brought up in the, like a couple other people are bringing up in the chat, like Tommy and Starchild, like SpongeBob isn't a race. You realize that, right? Like, he's a sponge, so by definition, he cannot be blackface if you make him black. Like, there's that. Like, I wouldn't personally make that argument because I think the entire point of him being black, it was from the race bending video. Like, it was made to make fun of Kai. Like, let's be honest here. So I wouldn't personally make that argument, but it is an argument. It is a valid point. SpongeBob isn't a race, so if you make him black, that's not blackface. And also, like, nothing about SpongeBob was different. Like, he didn't have, like, his nose wasn't big, his lips weren't pink. He didn't have like large ears or any other offensive stereotypical features. They literally just took an image of SpongeBob and made him black. Like, oh my god, what a fucking travesty. How dare Jar be so offensive? Right? Like, I don't get it. Like, first of all, SpongeBob's not a race, so it wouldn't be blackface by definition. And second of all, it wasn't even blackface. He didn't have any stereotypical features. He was just painted black. Essentially, that's all that happened.
The person who is reflected will recognize this.
Then again, she hasn't really done anything for me. In fact, she has called me a super racist in the past.
The fact that so many people want to their swords for her is so weird. Like, make a comment. What? You are literally out here saying that Peaches didn't participate in the garbage video you and super racist Jar made, even though she edited the script.
You know, I may have said some racial slurs here and there, but I never called anyone or any group of people it. But here you are, Creepshow, saying that an Asian person has terrible skin for an Asian person. That's clearly directed at someone, and you're a lot more racist than I am. So if I'm a super racist, I guess that would make you a super racist 3.
Slight tangent, but like, bro, you know both of y'all can be racist at the same time, right? Like, Creepshow being trash doesn't negate that. Do I think she said what she said just to get brownie points? Absolutely. Do I think her observation was wrong? No.
Oh, okay, so you failed to make an argument. Got it.
I have 3 videos filled with arguments. You're just ignorant and don't think they're valid.
Yeah, I left.
So in other words, you failed to make an argument. I have 3 videos filled with arguments. So in other words, you're not going to respond to the point that Jar was making, which was that you didn't make an argument. Because the whole point of like, oh, well, you know, Creepshow art being trash, it doesn't negate anything. Like, you could still be racist. Like, you realize that your original argument was that Jar was, you know, like, Creepshow art being a racist doesn't negate the fact that, you know, Jar is also a racist. You know, that doesn't negate the fact that, like, well, like, end of the day, like, the argument was about a completely different topic, right? I was covering what happened with the Creepshow art shit. Oh, fuck, I'm starting to forget a lot of details here. I'm starting to forget what I was saying. Man, it was in my mind, you know, like, I knew what I was gonna say, but I legitimately just forgot it. Which is kind of why I kind of wish that a certain somebody would show up soon so I could bounce ideas off of him. But in that original point, the whole like, oh, like, Jar being like, Creepshow art being a racist, that doesn't negate anything. The whole point was whether or not Jar was a victim of Creepshow art, right? That was the argument being made. That's what people were debating with one another about. And the point that I made in my video was, even if Jar was a racist, let's say hypothetically Jar was a racist, he still could be a victim of Creepshow art, because Creepshow art still lied about Hopeless Peaches. She said that Hopeless Peaches edited the script to that Toby drama video that Jar made, when she didn't. She made one edit, you know, so that's a lie. She called Manga Kamen a sexist because he wouldn't swear around her, which was fucking weird. And of course, you could go into all the other shit that Creepshow art did, but essentially, like, Creepshow art fucked over Jar and his friends, right? Like, she lied about them. She made a lot of bad arguments about them. And so, sure, like, her being a racist doesn't negate the fact that Jar could also be a racist, but by that same logic, Jar being a racist, that doesn't really negate him being a victim. Like, I used this analogy once when I was talking about this video earlier with the YouTube buddies, like how I mentioned earlier that I watched this before at least once. But I mentioned this allegory. Like, let's say hypothetically that there was a racist person, and, you know, they have a family, they live in a house in a nice suburb, and let's say hypothetically that their house gets broken into by someone. You know, the house gets broken into and the burglar kills the racist person's family. And let's say that the racist person, you know, was away at work, and he comes home and he finds his entire family dead, all of his possessions stolen. Would you honestly, with a straight face, tell me that they're not a victim of burglary and murder? Would you honestly tell me that? Somebody being a racist, as despicable as that is, that doesn't mean that they can't be a victim of something. Like, I don't understand this lack of, like, empathy that N.O.A seems to have in all 3 of these videos. Like, I could get it. Like, you're not going to feel that bad if something bad happens to a racist person because they're racist, obviously, but they're still a victim. They could still be a victim of something if someone does something untoward against them, like burglarize their house and kill their family. They could still be a victim of that, regardless of if they're a racist or not. So I don't get this lack of empathy coming from her.
One comment that the very beginning was about me. I don't have any prejudice towards any group, and trust me, if I did, I would be honest about it.
Okay, 1, it wasn't just a comment, as I stated earlier. And 2, you're just showing that, once again, you have no business speaking on race issues.
And you...
That wasn't even an argument. Did she say anything new? Did she make an argument that I haven't already debunked? What was that? What was the point of interjecting there if you weren't gonna say anything? Ugh. I'll go on for one more minute, and then I'll read the chat some more.
You don't get to just gloss over what my real point was. Let's rewind.
But here you are, Creepshow, saying that an Asian person has terrible skin for an Asian person. That's clearly directed at someone, and you're a lot more racist than I am. So if I'm a super racist, I guess that would make you a super racist 3.
In that section of the video, I called her out for saying that was incredibly uncalled for, and also very racially demeaning. Nobody would deny that. Does that mean I've never said anything racially insensitive in the past? No, of course not. But she was hyperbolically changing the narrative about something I said to make it sound a lot worse than it really was. Almost as bad as the statements she made in the past. You're out here trying to brush that under the rug, drawing a false equivalency.
Okay, but I'm not talking about racial insensitivity or how you don't think you never did anything racially insensitive. I'm talking about you being a racist. Full stop.
Well, no. You were talking about whether or not Jar could have been a victim of Creepshow art. That was the point in your original video. That's what you were arguing. And so by completely ignoring, like, just saying that, well, Jar's a racist, so there's no way he could have been a victim of Creepshow art. Like, that was the thing that I took issue with. Like, even if Jar were a racist, that doesn't have any bearing on whether or not he's a victim of Creepshow art. So Noah's already lying there. That wasn't what she was arguing about. So, yeah.
You deny time and time again because it doesn't fit your narrow-minded definition. Please explain to me how I'm hyperbolically changing the narrative and drawing false equivalencies when you literally believe Creepshow art is racist and you're not.
Oh no, he has an opinion that you disagree with. You know, what a shocker. What a horrible monster. I can't believe that Jar would do this.
So like how Jar claims he's not saying he's never done anything racially insensitive, but every time someone calls him out on it, he has to prove them wrong. Like,
huh, that's weird. I wonder why Jar made that apology then, apologizing to, like, I wonder why Jar made that apology where he, like, said sorry for saying racial slurs in the past, you know? I wonder why he made that video if every time that someone argues that he said something racially insensitive, he has to defend himself, you know? I wonder why he made that video then, you know? It makes you wonder. Like, if Jar really was this asshole that people were painting him as, why is he so apologetic for a lot of the shit that he's done in the past, you know? It's food for thought. It's stuff to keep in your head. All right, let's read the chat now that I'm a minute into the video. Let's see. Man, I gotta go up a lot. Like, people have been leaving tons of comments. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. One thing that makes this a bummer is that diversity of thought not only gives new perspectives on problems, but it also gives people who disagree the ability to be friends. Yeah, exactly. 100%. I agree with that 100%. You need diversity of thought if you're going to have a country that, you know, stands, that doesn't crumble. You know, if you start censoring people or casting people out of society because they dared say something you disagreed with, society is going to collapse. You need people to trust each other. You need people to have different perspectives and different opinions. You know, that doesn't mean you have to agree with them. That doesn't mean you have to, like, stand by them 100%, but you need to at least have diversity of thought. That's important. Let's see, Star Child. It's hard to believe we live in this kind of world. I know, buddy. I know. Sizer Films, brain depleted by 80%. I think I'm going on 95% already, and we're only 25 minutes in, and I'm already feeling burnt out. Let's see. If she was a leader of the country, what would you think she would do? Probably the apartheid system in South Africa, but reversed. Well, I guess you can't really reverse it. She would definitely. I feel like she would be one of those people who would enforce segregation. I feel like that's what she would probably do. Star Child. Noah, does Jar not think before he speaks? Ma'am, do you think before you speak? A good point. Good joke. I should have said that. Tommy's House of Vlogs. What on earth is she talking about right now? I don't know, dude. She's repeating a whole bunch of nonsense. She's like, again, if you just pay attention to her arguments, you'll realize she's not bringing anything new to the table. She's just saying the same shit over and over and over again. Like, oh, you said racial slurs. Oh, you're just passing the blame on. Oh, you're just sidestepping. You're not being introspective. You're just a racist. That's all she's saying for 2 hours. That's all she says. I swear to God. Underestimated mentality, manipulative. How, bish? Yeah, yeah. My thoughts exactly. Starchild, I thought he privated those videos, not deleted them. He unlisted them. It depends on which videos you're talking about. I know he unlisted his first response to Luke, and there was another video he made that he unlisted, but depending on which ones you're talking about, I think he unlisted them. I don't think he deleted. He privated them. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Why is telling people to check out a video is manipulative? People on YouTube do it all the time. I know I do. Because N.O.A wants to have it both ways. She doesn't want Jar to, sick his fans on her, because that would be cyberbullying and harassment. But she also doesn't want him to cut out any of the context from her video, despite the fact that the stuff Jar cut out was stuff that he already covered numerous times in the past. She wants to have her cake and eat it too. That's why. Underestimated mentality, because N.O.A paints the situation as he linked that for more views, not answers. Pretty much. That too. That's another good point. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Exactly. I did the same thing for Carmen twice, and I never talked to her. I'm guessing that's in relation to me singing that she's a friend of Jar's, but I don't know. Underestimated mentality. I've only defended Jar once, but I do admit he messed up with Toby. Mainly explain why he wasn't being a racist. Also, although I also made an ending gag of silencing N.O.A and the like. Again, like I said, those of us who have made videos defending Jar, we haven't always agreed with him 100%. We don't just stand by everything he said. There's going to be stuff he says that we disagree with. So I think it's dishonest of N.O.A to say, oh, you're just defending him because you're his friend and you're not going to criticize him on anything. You're just going to criticize the people who criticize him because you're his friend. Like, that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here at all. Let's see. Gojira 2005. Every time I watch her video, my eyes bleed. Same, but replace eyes with brain. Every time I watch one of her videos, my brain bleeds. Starchild, SpongeBob's not a race. He's a sponge. I feel like people nowadays forget what actual blackface is. Yeah, that too. People are forgetting what blackface actually is. Let's see. Oh, just a Gardevoir. Oh, didn't know that you would be here, but welcome. Literally the only thing I know about you is the video that Call Me Nil made, and even then I only watched like the first couple of minutes of it, so I don't know, like, but welcome. I'm not gonna jump to any negative assumptions. Not gonna judge anyone here. Just hope you enjoy the stream. Like, it's whatever. Let's see. Starchild, this video kills the brain cell, so it's understandable if you start to forget. Yeah, I know. It's just for the sake of trying to make my arguments sound and consistent, I'm trying to remember what I said as much as I can, so that I don't just stay silent or go on long pauses or whatever, stutter or whatever. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Tommy's House of Vlogs. What Jar was basically saying in his comment to Emily's vid was, "You mess with my friends, you mess with me, bro." Pretty much. Let's see. Doesn't seem people are just talking to each other in the chat, so I'm just gonna, let them have their little convos. Pick manipulator. I've got to head off. Good luck with the rest of the video. You probably said that a while ago. I'm sorry, man. But yeah, hope you have a good day too. You can always go back and watch the stream once it gets posted. Once I'm done with it after like 6 or 7 hours. But have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Let's see. Gojira 2005. You do realize that no one asks makes me lose brain cells every time I hear her arguments. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you could make this like a Geneva Convention. Like this probably violates the Geneva Convention. This should be a war crime to sit through this video. Any of her videos. Let's see. Unwanted account. Just got here. What's going on? Are you quoting the Lenny meme, or is that a legitimate question? If that's a legitimate question, then I'm responding to a 2-hour video that a commentator named No One Asked made about Just a Robot, where she accused Just a Robot of being a racist. Now, this is not the first video that she's made about this topic. She's made 2 previous to this one, and I responded to the first one that she made. Actually, it's on my channel. It's it's one of my commentaries. I think it's the 11th one, but I have responded to one of her videos before. And in this live stream, I've essentially responding to her hopefully her last video on Jar. Let's see. Just a Gardevoir. I'm getting bored. Not you to stream. Damn. Got put down majorly, man. Can't believe I was so boring. I agree N.O.A makes me lose brain cells. Yeah, me too. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Yes, my comment was about what you said about defending people about knowing him. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Star Child, I was referring to the Toby videos. That makes sense too. Law of Games 99. Man, the irony of this woman. She calls out Jar for calling Prismate Luke an idiot. But then this woman made 3 videos calling Jar a racist. look in the mirror, girl. Pretty much. Pretty much. She is oof. Oof. That is Star Child. Make this a drinking game. Every time N.O.A contradicts herself, we take a shot. Well, unfortunately, I'm straight edge, so I can't take a shot even if I wanted to. But for the folks at home, I would recommend against doing that, because if you did make this a drinking game, you would die of liver failure or alcohol poisoning. You die at something. You would not survive this video. All right, let's go. Let's keep going.
Most she did to him personally is repeat what black people were saying. For me, it's because of this man's actions, his doubling down on said actions, and his refusal to listen to any black person that doesn't defend him.
But what about all the black people who were saying I wasn't racist? Do their voices not matter? I'm willing to listen, trust me, my roommate talks to me about race all the time. But just because I listen doesn't mean I'll always agree.
Pretty much.
Agree? Agree with what? Like the statement?
Agree with the claim that you're making that he's a racist? That's what he's referring to, you moron? Okay, let's read this red text here. Also, in situations like that, listen to both sides and educate yourself from there. Varying opinions don't inherently invalidate one another. Well, it does if you're making a claim. Like, again, if you're claiming that somebody's a racist and you don't provide any evidence towards that claim, like, sure, having an opinion that you're wrong doesn't invalidate your opinion that the person's a racist. But at the end of the day, like, if you're making a claim about somebody and you don't provide any evidence for it, that does make your claim false, and how you feel is irrelevant. So there goes that point. Let's see, they can exist simultaneously. No one's saying they can't. If you're that bothered by people's negative perception of you, then apologize. I don't think he's bothered by the negative perception so much as he's bothered by people making shit up about him and lying about him and taking him out of context. I think that's what he's upset about, and I think he has every right to be upset about that. And he shouldn't apologize for anything if he hasn't done anything wrong. And I don't think that he's done anything wrong as far as the racial slurs go. Let's see. No buts, no excuses, no dictionary definitions. In other words, no nuance. If you dare say the N-word because you're singing a song and people call you a racist, you must apologize. You don't get to defend yourself. That's apparently how N.O.A thinks the world should work. Let's see. Just an apology with changed behavior. Again, like, fuck you, essentially. Like, no. It depends on the context, woman. Nothing will change that. If you don't want to do that, then don't get mad when people still think you're racist. But why not? Like, again, shouldn't I have the opinion? Are you telling me that Joy shouldn't be upset with people thinking he's a racist? Are you trying to invalidate his right to an opinion? That seems a little weird considering the arguments you just made. But whatever.
Is vague, so I can only speculate, but based off of Jar's track record of telling black folks and other POC how to feel about racism, yikes. If he says things like this in public, like, I can only imagine the ignorance he spews behind closed doors. Like, oh my gosh.
Again, you're assuming a lot about his character, which is a very scummy thing to do. I try not to do that. I try to be fair to the people that I respond to. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, look at both sides, see things from their perspective. I try to understand where people are coming from, but I don't do shit like this where I go like, oh, if he's like this much of an asshole on video, he must be even worse behind closed doors. Especially when her original video was dog shit and didn't provide any evidence that Jar was a racist. So for her to then go like, oh, he's probably an even worse person behind the scenes, like, go fuck yourself. I would never say this about you. I'm pretty sure Jar would probably never say this about you. I'm pretty sure like most of us would try to give you the benefit of the doubt and not assume the worst about you. But here you are just assuming the worst of Jar because he said something you disagree with. And I don't respect people who pull that card. I really don't. Not great. The video froze. That's not good.
Hi, Future Me here. I forgot to mention that there's nothing wrong with other black folks thinking Jar isn't racist and giving their opinion on the matter.
Oh, never mind. She corrected my point that I just made. Well, let's hope she doesn't contradict herself in the very next...
Like, I legit saw one of his black subscribers, assuming he's telling the truth, arguing, well, I'm black, and I don't see the issue with Jar using racial slurs, so he can't be racist.
Okay, so there's no issue, but you'll laugh at them. Gotcha.
Bro, please save me the full concern when you yourself...
Alright. So, like, that's a good point. She laughed at someone who was black who had an opinion and disagreed with her. Is that not disregarding their opinions? Is that not casting them off to the side and going like, nah, what you say doesn't matter because, it's what you're saying is so absurd that I'm going to laugh at it. Like, that's how little I think about your opinion. Like, is that not condescending as hell? But anyway, let's hear her point. Let's hear her rebuttal.
Actively laugh at me, mock me, and call me out my name. Anyway, I was more so laughing at the mindset of, I don't care about slurs, so no one else should either, because it doesn't work that way. Nothing works that way.
No, you were laughing at the comment. Like, you can say that in retrospect, you can say that in hindsight, but anybody who watches the video would be able to tell reasonably that you were laughing because the comment was dumb, because you thought it was an absurd thing to say. That's why you were laughing. You can try to say, oh no, I'm laughing about the perspective behind the comment, but no, you were laughing at the comment. Stop trying to weasel out of it.
Future me here. I forgot to mention that I do recognize how me laughing can be potentially hurtful, and I shouldn't have done that regardless of the intent. So to any black folks who hurt with that, I'm sorry.
I'm like,
well, I mean, I guess she's staying consistent here and apologizing for something, even if, the intention doesn't really warrant an apology.
bro, don't do that. You can still like the man, but don't use your blackness to negate criticism from other black folks.
If someone can say, I'm black, I think Jar is racist, then another black person has just as much right to say, well, I'm black and I don't think he's racist.
Yes, they do. And I've said that on my videos.
Okay, then what's the problem here? What's the argument? What's your issue?
The only problem is that y'all will take that and use it to negate any criticism towards you. Something that I've also said on my videos and something that's happening right now.
Yeah, but that's because you didn't provide any evidence that Jar's a racist. Like, you see what I'm talking about, right, guys? She's just repeating the same shit over and over again. She's not making any new arguments. She's not presenting any new evidence. She's just constantly restating her position in the hopes that if I say this enough times, it'll become true. But that's not how it works, Noah. That's not how reality works.
You haven't been able to use the definition of racism. If I'm so blatantly racist, then why can no one use the definition against me? So when you think something is racist, you being black adds credibility to your claim. But when black people disagree with that claim, those black voices are funny to you. You try to fabricate a lot of points about me not representing black opinions, but I don't remember ever mocking them like you just did.
Oh, no, ma'am. Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose it. Like, I'm really about to lose it.
Oh no,
The
she's about to
audacity,
lose it,
the
guys.
sheer audacity of this man who made dangerous, offensive, anti-SJW.
Oh, do I dare deconstruct this point, guys? Do I dare get into this? Ooh, okay. Let's see. Anti-SJW content is infamous for spreading misinformation, targeting minorities, and leading people down a pipeline. I could say the exact same thing about SJW content and the left. All right? I could say the exact same thing there. What about Antifa? What about the Black Lives Matter riots? What about that shit? What about the whole racism is prejudice plus power, so it's okay to be racist towards white people? What about that shit? I could say the exact same thing to you, woman. Let's see. Regardless of his intent, Jar contributed to this ongoing problem for years. A lot of those videos are still up. Well, you can't really blame that on Jar, though. Like, at the end of the day, people who get radicalized and, commit atrocities, that's on them, okay? And you can't really pin that on people who don't advocate for that shit. I'm pretty sure Jar has never advocated for people committing violence or rioting or killing others or anything like that. I don't think he's ever pushed people towards being like Nazis or whatever, you know? So you can't really pin the radicalization of people on Jar. You can't pin the existence of the pipeline, if such a pipeline even does exist, on Jar. Like, that's stupid. That's silly. It would be like blaming video games for somebody doing a mass shooting. Like, video games don't cause violence. At the end of the day, your actions are your own, and you should be held responsible for them. Nobody else. So this is fucking stupid. This whole point of hers is stupid. Like she's acting as though like the right or conservative YouTubers,
content.
like
You made a
Jar is.
career out of
She's acting as though those are the only types of people that can get radicalized into doing or thinking crazy things, but that's absolutely not true. Just look at what's been happening with the left recently. Like, come on. But with all of the fucking shit that's been going on with that side of politics, like it doesn't just go one way. The pipeline goes both ways depending on which political ideology we're talking about. Whether it's left or right, it goes both ways.
mocking and insulting other people and continues to do so to this day to try to chastise me about mocking black voices. Y'all, this man is trying me, so if I sound weird or monotone, it's because I'm actually pissed off and I'm trying to control my anger.
All right, so like in other words, because Jar is a racist, he cannot point out when I'm doing something inadvertently racist. Great argument, then, Noah. Great argument, buddy. You completely destroyed the point. You completely debunked the argument. Like, great job. That's such a great point. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Someone being an asshole doesn't make what they're saying right. That's such a great argument. Like, last I checked, someone being a racist, that doesn't automatically make their argument wrong. Like, that doesn't automatically disprove them. So if Jar is calling you out for laughing at a black commenter for having an opinion that disagreed with you, if he's calling you out for laughing at that, him being a racist doesn't really matter. That's irrelevant. Like, that doesn't debunk the point.
Talking about you fabricate a lot of points about me not representing black opinions. First of all, I didn't fabricate shit. Let's make that clear. Second, I said you refuse to listen to any black person who doesn't agree with you. Get it right. And third, this entire video proves my point. I, along with other people of color, have voiced why we think you're racist, or at the very least, racially insensitive.
Whoa, what do you mean at the very least racially insensitive? I feel like she's gonna now use that as like a scapegoat for any future videos she makes. Like, oh no, I'm not calling Jar a racist. I'm saying he's racially insensitive. So if he debunks the claims that he is a racist, then that's whatever. But he hasn't debunked the claims that he's racially insensitive. What is she talking about here? She's not bringing anything new to. Fuck it, I'm just gonna continue.
Now have 3 videos talking about why I think you're racist. How dense and arrogant do you have to be to watch those videos, read those comments, and still come to the conclusion that your narrow-minded viewpoint of what racist is trumps all of that? What?
Well, I mean, how arrogant do you have to be? How self-absorbed do you have to be to think that you made a good argument? That would be my rebuttal to that. Like, again, I could just repeat myself about how she didn't back up any of her points with evidence and whatnot. I could go on for like ages, but I've already said that, so let's keep going.
And what gets me is that despite being a commentary veteran of 7 years, despite having over 100K subscribers on 2 separate channels, despite having a sea of videos of people defending you, you couldn't handle one black person being critical of you. You couldn't handle one black person saying, hey, this content and these actions are personally offensive to me. I wasn't even speaking for black folks in general, just myself, and you couldn't even handle that much.
Well, couldn't you just make this argument about any video that people make exposing another? Like, couldn't I just say if someone hypothetically like made a video on me and I responded to them, like, couldn't that person then hypothetically say like, oh, you couldn't handle one person calling you out? Like, come on, that's such a stupid argument. Like, it's the internet, okay? People have the right to respond to whatever videos they want, okay? Like, you could try to read into that and claim that he's being petty right now, but that's whatever. That doesn't matter. What should matter is the validity of his arguments here. And so, like, I just don't get it. Like, and again, like, it's not as though you're the first person to have brought this up. You're not the first person to call Jar a racist. You're not the first person to blow this into bigger drama. You stop kidding yourself. You're not that special, okay? You're not the center of the universe. And last but not least, like, it being your opinion doesn't matter. You were making the positive claim that Jar was a racist, and you didn't back your claim up with any evidence. That makes it a false claim, and Jar's within his right to make a video responding to it. Like, let me provide N.O.A with this hypothetical that will completely destroy her argument. Let's say that somebody makes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and this person happens to be white. Now, let's say that a black person walks up to the person making the sandwich, and says, "You making that sandwich is racist." You know, let's say that that's the argument that the black person makes. Now, would you tell me with a straight face that their opinion matters, that what they're saying is legitimate, that their criticism, that their point, it's valid, that we should take it seriously? Would any of you or your fans agree with that? That if someone claims that making a sandwich is racist, that should be believed? We should just go along with that? Like, oh yeah, well, that's his opinion, That's what he believes. That's whatever. It's his opinion, man. You can't debunk that. You can't go against that because it's what he believes. That's what he feels. If you answer yes to that question, I've lost faith in humanity. Then we're doomed as a species if anyone says yes to that question.
You don't care about black voices, bro. If you did, you wouldn't be making this video.
Damn. Professor Dreadlocks, if you're listening, Jar letting you live with him, Jar having you on his videos a lot, featuring you, collabing with you, Shady Durags, you collaborating with Jar, you making all those videos together. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really care about you guys. He doesn't care about black voices, all those YouTubers that were minorities that he promoted, like the video he promoted my video on Twitter. I guess he doesn't care about me. I guess he doesn't care about my voice. I guess he doesn't care about minorities. What? Audio render error. I might have to refresh the tab. Don't do this to me, YouTube. Come on. I can't. I really am gonna end up doing this for like 6 hours if it just. Oh man, if I just run into problems like this. That's not the point I was at. I guess now would be a good time to go read the comments, see what people have been saying. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Every time N.O.A says, listen to both sides, it's instantly obvious she means only listen to my side or you're a racist. Yeah, pretty much. I think we found a black female Big Brother. Yeah. It seems like she's leaning that way. Drawing with Jay, broken record, pretty much. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Oh no, she's gonna turn into Black Hulk. Oh no, that diversity quota that Marvel's trying to strive for. She would make a great Black Hulk. Star Child, I think she's just mad because he called her out. Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm getting, at least. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Yeah, probably she's that kind of person. Star Child, a long time ago. I wish I could say the same, but again, I'm optimistic. I try to, assume the best in people. I don't like being defeatist about the state of humanity. I try to be. I try to keep my chin up because I think that's just a healthy mindset to have. But there are people who don't, and that's fine. Again, sorry if it's taking a little long. My laptop is not the best, so the fact that we've gotten this far into video is honestly a miracle. All right, I think this was the point that we stopped at. We'll give the video a little time to load. Man, We are to video. We're only 30 minutes into her video, guys. So, as we wait
them like you just did.
Oh no, ma'am. Oh no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose it. Like, I'm really about to lose it. The audacity, the sheer audacity of this man who made dangerous, offensive, anti-SJW content, who made a career out of mocking and insulting other people and continues to
assaulting
do
other
so to this
people.
day.
Whoa, whoa,
To try to
whoa!
chastise
What?
me about mocking
Assaulting other people? What the fuck does that mean? Do you take it to mean that Jar has been like fucking inciting violence against people? What does that mean? Assaulting other people? Wow, I'm glad I rewind that. Holy shit. Is she one of those people that think words are violence? I swear to God, that's the only explanation for what she just said. Assaulting people. Wow. I guess criticizing people means you're assaulting them, guys. I guess that's what it means.
Black voices. Y'all, this man is trying me, so if I sound weird or monotone, it's because I'm actually pissed off and I'm trying to control my anger. Talking about,
Clearly.
you fabricate a lot of points about me not representing black opinions. First of all, I didn't fabricate shit. Let's make that clear. Second, I said you refuse to listen to any black person who doesn't agree with you. Get it right. And third, this entire video proves my point. I, along with other people of color, have voiced why we think you're racist, or at the very least, racially insensitive. I now have 3 videos talking about why I think you're racist. How dense and arrogant
Again,
do you have
I've
to be to
already
watch
gone
those
over why
videos, read those
all of this
comments,
is
and
dumb,
still
so
come to the
we'll
conclusion
just
that your narrow-minded
get up to
viewpoint
the
and what
point where we
racist is
stop
trumps
that.
all of that? What? And what gets me is that despite being a commentary veteran of 7 years, despite having over 100K subscribers on 2 separate channels, despite having a sea of videos of people defending you, you couldn't handle one black person being critical of you. You can't handle one black person saying, hey, this content and these actions are personally offensive to me. I
Again,
wasn't
you're
even
not
speaking for
special.
black folks in general,
Get
just myself,
over
and you couldn't even
yourself.
handle that much. You don't care about black voices, bro. If you did, you wouldn't be making this video. For months, you've been watching yourselves invalidate, attack, and mock anyone who's been critical of you, myself included.
Is that what you think I was doing, Noah? Like, don't get me wrong, I was laughing at you. I was making jokes about you, but I was taking your argument seriously. I was taking your points seriously. I wasn't just going like, nope, Jar's not a racist and that's that. I was providing evidence. I was providing my own counter arguments. I was taking what you were saying and debunking it point by point, deconstructing it to prove that you're full of shit. That's what I was doing. But no. Apparently, we're all just fanboys who can't handle when our favorite creator gets criticized. So we were just laughing at her, we were just insulting her, we were just mocking her. We weren't providing any decent arguments. We weren't providing any evidence for our claims. No. We were just attacking her. That's all that happened.
But the instant I tell your black selves, hey, you guys don't even think he's racist, just don't do that. Suddenly, oh no, we protect black voices. Oh no, all black folks should be allowed to voice their opinions. Like, get out of here, that BS, bro.
Like fucking, you laughed at the comment, Noah. Like, come on. You're really gonna expect him not to call you out on that? You laughed at a black person for daring to disagree with you. You think that looks good on you? Are you a moron? Like, whatever.
So here's a clip from my last video regarding Jar's argument.
Criticizing and belittling black folks and other minorities who talk about racism, telling us that we don't know what racism is, arguing with minorities about racial slurs, doing blackface. Like, I don't know about y'all, but to me personally, that counts as antagonism. At the very least, these are microaggressions that need to be addressed. Now let's.
Oh my god, again with the microaggression shit. I cannot handle how sensitive people have gotten in this day and age. It's like, you cannot say anything. You can't say one thing out of line or that might potentially be offensive, because then everyone's just gonna throw a fit about it. Everyone's just gonna everyone's just gonna attack you for it. They're just gonna be like, oh no, this is awful, this is bad, you're a terrible person. And I hate that about society nowadays. I I I hate it. I really, really hate that. And again, all of the shit that she said about Jar, saying all of that shit, belittling black people and telling them, arguing with them about racism or whatnot. Like, she doesn't provide any evidence for that, and she doesn't go into detail about what she means. So I can't really take her seriously. Like, I can't really agree with something that I don't have the context for. So yeah, we can just skip past that point.
get into my response comment. Just a robot. Bro, I keep trying to give you leeway, but you make it impossible. You built your channel off of dismissing minority, mostly black, voices and concerns, as well as blatant racism.
I don't discriminate against any groups. I used to be homophobic when I was very, very young because I grew up in a very homophobic family. But that's about it. I don't know what this person means by dismissing the concerns of minorities. They don't really go into details, so your guess is as good as mine.
I literally give examples like, what's not clicking? Also,
the fact that the examples suck ass. That's what's not clicking.
You can understand that you were once homophobic, but being racist out of the question? If you can
He
recognize...
never said that. He never said that. He just said that he was homophobic in the past, so he would know why he's not racist, because he knows what it's like to harbor prejudice against a group of people. That's what he said. Wow, that's fucking dishonest. That is dishonest right there.
Is that you grew up in a bigoted household, and people are repeatedly bringing attention to your mishandling of racial topics. Why wouldn't that lead to some introspection on your part? Do y'all understand that bigotry isn't mutually exclusive? Like, if you're taught to hate an entire group of people for existing, hate to break it to you, but you...
Again, nobody's making the point that it isn't, so she's responding to no one here. And again, just to reiterate for the millionth time, you made the claim that Jar was a racist, you didn't provide evidence to back up that claim, and so we're calling you out for being an asshole. That's what's happening here. I don't care how you feel, you were making a claim, you didn't back it up with evidence, you didn't prove it, and so, here we are.
You have to unpack and unlearn everything, because 10 times out of 10, your other beliefs are skewed as well. I also want to touch on Jar repeatedly reminding us that he used to be homophobic to, I guess, prove that he can admit to being bigoted. And it's like, okay, girl, and that doesn't mean anything. You still need to keep growing. When I realized I was
like, how do you know he hasn't grown? Like, again, you can feel that he's racist, but to say that he hasn't grown at all since he was like a little kid growing up in that homophobic environment, I don't know, pretty condescending comment to me.
With internalized homophobia and biphobia.
By the way, I'm bisexual.
I didn't just...
God, how dare she use that fucking, the Snap Cube Sonic dub. How dare she use that shit? She has no business using something that funny in her video. Now I'm offended. Now I'm angry. Now I'm upset. I can't believe she would tarnish the name of Snapcube.
Just deal with that and stop there. I was like, wow, what else am I ignorant about? And educate myself on various social issues and continue to do so to this day. Mind you, I recognize the problem all my own. Jar has people actively bringing this problem to his attention. There's no excuse. So again, why is there no introspection from someone y'all swear has grown and changed?
Maybe because he doesn't need to grow and change. Maybe just because you feel that he's racist, that doesn't automatically mean he is racist. Maybe that's why. Maybe those two reasons are why.
1. You used a black avatar to mock black people, aka blackface, and lied about it.
Wait, I lied about it? When?
I'm glad you asked. You said this on the Prism Leak video.
You can't say it's another character because one of them, he literally says it's just him blackface.
You need to shut up! I literally did not say that. Stop lying about me, Luke.
And that black avatar you saw, that's not what I look like. My artist just took a guess as to what I looked like and drew that. I was holding on to it, and I didn't really know what to do with it until today. So again, this is not what I look like. Now, I'm not saying I'm not black, but I'm also not saying I am black.
Bro, that's you admitting to blackface. I'll admit that it was poor
Okay, so this point is stupid on two counts. Like, one, as I said earlier, I think earlier in the stream, I do agree with the point that, yeah, Jar did slightly misconstrue what Luke was saying. He kind of missed the point. That being said, Luke still assumed that the Professor Dreadlock's avatar was Jar's when it wasn't, so that was still a lie. And 2, it's not blackface. What about that avatar Jar is stereotypically like offensive? Like, does he have a big nose? Does he have pink lips? Does he have like big ears? Does he portray a black person in a negative way? No. So it wasn't blackface. That avatar is literally just, what if Jar was black? That's it. That's all it was. It's not blackface. So there goes that argument.
Search on Luke's part regarding the Professor Dreadlock's bit, but to act like you didn't do blackface and admit to blackface is just blatantly dishonest.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I didn't make fun of black people, I only made fun of black supremacy. It's not blackface because I didn't put black makeup on my face. Now, if you want to make the argument that it's digital blackface, it's a good-looking black guy without any exaggerated black features.
Yes, you made fun of black supremacy that was being perpetuated by black people by pretending to be a black person. That's the problem.
How is that a problem? Again, how is that a problem? Oh no, he made fun of black supremacy. Like, are you implying? Are you saying that black supremacy is a good thing? That we shouldn't make fun of it? Because that's the only argument you could make with this position. Like, oh no, you used a black avatar to make fun of black supremacy. Like, and okay, and is that a problem? Should we not make fun of black supremacy? Because I was under the impression, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that supremacy of all kinds was bad and that we should kind of make fun of all kinds of supremacy. That's what I was under the impression of. Oh, let me go back to the all right.
And I'm so tired of this man pulling up definitions. Like, bro, stop. If your only understanding of something is through a dictionary, you don't know what you're talking about. Be quiet. You don't have the range. And it doesn't matter what the avatar looked like. Pretend to be black to mock a black person is blackface, period.
It's just something.
Okay, but he wasn't mocking a black person. He was mocking black supremacists, you fucking moron. Like, again, unless you're implying that black supremacy is a good thing and that we shouldn't make fun of it, this argument doesn't fucking work. Either it's okay to make fun of black supremacy or black supremacy is a good thing. Like, it's either or. Like, I don't see what the fuck she's trying to say here. Like, can we not make fun of black supremacy? Like, you can still disagree with the way he used the avatar. That's fine. But to call it blackface and to say that making fun of black supremacy was a bad thing, like it's just, I don't get it. It's a bad argument.
Something my artist made for me, thinking that's how I looked like in real life. Yeah, a surprising amount of people think I'm black, which I personally don't get. I also thought the avatar kind of looked like the guy who was saying that the Mississippi was the Nile River.
Listen up! Y'all don't understand. This land that you stand on, that you think is America, this is actually Africa. The dear Mississippi that you love, that you know of, that's the Nile River. This is our land.
All right.
If I imitate one black guy, it doesn't mean I'm imitating all of them.
It doesn't freaking matter, bro.
But
it doesn't
does.
matter who you're imitating or why. You
Why
pretend
not?
to be black to mock a black person. That's blackface. End of.
No, it's
what
not.
gets me is that I gave this man an out. Like, in my last video, I said, hey guys, Jar has removed this video, so he probably doesn't stand by anymore. And then he posts this so it's just, bro,
Well, I mean, he could have removed the video for other reasons. Him removing the video might not have anything to do with the quote-unquote blackface he was committing. In fact, from what I remember, he took down the video because Luke took down his video on Jar, and that's why he removed it. Unless she's talking about the actual video where he used the avatars, in which case he might have just removed it because he didn't think it was that funny anymore. But point still stands, the blackface, quote unquote, might not be the reason why he took down the video, It might have been another reason, He might have taken it down for another reason. So there goes that argument.
you're almost at me.
Just a king! I decided to reveal my true colors. I, just a robot, am in fact black. Now I know what you're thinking, but you're a robot. How can you be black? Well, the answer is very simple. You see, you don't have to be black, because black people are magic.
Ultimately, though, I think I actually might take this video down and re-upload it, but have my normal avatar with the sign blackface over it. I think that would be way funnier. I can understand now how this video can upset people, and if I can make people laugh without upsetting people, that's much better.
If you know the video is offensive and you know you're being perceived as a racist because you're race content, why would you re-upload the video? Like, what's wrong with you? Like this.
Well, did you not pay attention to what he said? He said he would re-upload the video with his regular avatar, just with the word blackface taped onto him on a piece of paper. That's literally what he's. Oh my god, you just didn't pay attention to what he said. You just misconstrued his point. That's what's happening here.
Actually pisses me off because do y'all know how difficult it was to sit through the blackface video? Like, I had to take multiple breaks just to finish it because it was so upsetting, and Jar's just keep like the shit hilarious. Because yes, someone who has grown and changed will most definitely be laughing at the fact they hurt people, but whatever. Anyway, bro, just leave black folks alone. Like, you can't be trusted to talk about race. Just leave us alone.
I don't agree with what you're saying, so you should shut up. That's the argument here. Again, great point, Noah. You are the genius of our time, the intellectual. You're right up there with Socrates and Plato and all of those great Greek philosophers. You dared have an opinion that I don't agree with? Silence yourself, fool. This is so stupid.
If you want to talk about supremacy, why not just talk about white supremacy? You're a part of the anti-SJW community.
Okay, so because he wanted to make fun of black supremacy. Like, you're not Jar, you don't have any control over the content he uploads to his channel, so don't pretend like you do. Simple as that.
I'm sure you're well versed on the topic.
You're gonna offend people.
Oh, I'm sure you're well versed on the topic. I can see now why she had to add that little text saying, "I don't think Jar's a white supremacist," because even she knows. Oh yeah, it was a little bad of me to say that. Like, it's almost like, it's not okay to falsely accuse people of something that they're not. But what would I know? I'm just a racist, according to No One Asked.
No matter what you do in life, you could fucking breathe wrong and people will call you out. I think this is a very toxic mindset to have, which is, being too scared to say anything or do anything because you might offend someone. Especially in today's era of pussies. You're gonna put yourself in a coma trying that.
And no, the avatar from your Just a Kang video is entirely separate from your Professor Dreadlock's one.
Did I claim they were the same thing?
But is she just not going to respond to Diesel Patch's point there? You think she would respond to it, but I guess she would see it as her repeating herself, so whatever.
I don't think I did.
Like I said, lying by omission is still lying. And I've seen your stands use your same argument that you never did blackface, Luke didn't do his research, etc., all while ignoring the Just a Kang video.
Well, because again, that wasn't blackface. He was using a black avatar that was drawn for him. I'm pretty sure he didn't commission it. It was just something someone drew for him, and he used it to make fun of black supremacists. And also, nothing about the avatar was stereotypically black. It was not blackface. All right. So there goes that argument. That's out the window.
So yeah, I need to make a distinction between the two. I also love how I really thought leaving that clipping was a good idea. Like, yes, call the black folks you're supposedly sorry for offending. That's a great way to show you changed.
Oh no, he insulted you. My God, what a horrible person.
That being said, Prismate Luke did insult my best friend's avatar by saying it's just a black-faced version of Just a Robot.
He has multiple videos of just having blackface versions of himself.
That was extremely offensive to him, and that's ultimately why I wanted him to take his video down.
Okay, not gonna argue or deny that Professor Dreadlocks found that offensive. I can believe that. That said, and maybe I'm reaching for what I'm about to say, but if that was the problem, why wouldn't you request the section to be removed instead of the whole video? Professor Dreadlocks was offended at that specific portion, and y'all want it gone. It doesn't make sense to not request for it to be removed and have a pinned comment clarifying that wasn't Jar.
Do I really have to explain why what she said was stupid and insensitive? Like, that was the whole point of Jar's response to Prismate Luke, was that he lied about Jar and took a bunch of his shit out of context and misconstrued a bunch of his points. And one of those points being that he falsely called the avatar of Professor Dreadlocks Jar's avatar, which was offensive to Professor Dreadlocks. So why are you advocating that, okay, well, Luke should have just removed that section of the video and included a pinned comment? Like, if Jar had done the same thing for the racial slurs that he said, if he had just taken down a part of his video and left up a pinned comment saying, "I no longer stand by this video," and I regret saying the racial slurs, would you have given him the benefit of the doubt? Would you have let him go that easy? Would you have let him just off the hook? I don't think so. So again, dumb argument, and I'm starting to lose brain cells here. I'm starting to get a little frustrated. All right. Gojira 2005. The levels of stupidity I have just heard. I swear my ears are bleeding now from No One Asked. Yeah, same here, buddy. I'm getting pretty close to ending things. And I mean the stream, not my life. But either or. I'm getting pretty close to ending things, because I'm not sure if I can get through the whole video. If it's just gonna be this, it's just stupid shit like this. Great. We gotta wait for the thing to load. We'll just give it a second here. So, how about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars? That was pretty wild, huh? Can I get those in chat? Can I get your thoughts on it? Because, I got a couple of thoughts on it, but I just haven't really had the chance to speak on it. So, any hot takes that you have on that situation, I'm willing to hear them out. Because it's probably going to take a while for this video to load itself. Oh, you made a video on it, Tommy? I will have to check that out then. I've already seen a bunch of people like videos on it. I heard all sorts of things, like people saying that it was faked, that it was a stunt to raise to boost ratings. People have been trying to go through the video frame by frame to decide whether or not they were acting the slap out. And personally,
Maybe I'm reaching.
Personally, I don't think it was faked because I don't see the point to the Oscars faking something like that. That's just dumb to me. It's only gonna make you guys seem like assholes. Like everyone already, the internet's already roasting Will Smith for what happened. He did not come out on top in this situation whatsoever. Same goes for the Academy. The fact that they posted that message to Twitter going "Oh, we don't condone violence and harassment at the Oscars. We're just that's wrong and we don't condone it." And I'm like, you literally refused to remove Will Smith from the awards and then gave him the Oscar for his performance in King Richard. That is the definition of condoning violence and harassment. So they can take that apology and shove it where the sun don't shine, as far as I'm concerned. So that was dumb. Again, I don't see the point of them faking it. I really don't think people are going to tune into next year's Oscars hoping that something worse will happen. Because I just think people have too little attention spans nowadays. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it was specifically to draw ratings. Maybe I just don't think it was. And in terms of the of how Chris Rock handled it, I think he did it in a mature way. Obviously, he took the professional route. He took the high road. He kept the show going in spite of what happened, and I give him props for that. But if that were me, man, I immediately after the Oscars ended, I would have pressed charges against Will Smith, or at least sued him for damages. You don't get to just run up and slap me in the face because I said a joke that you didn't like or that your wife didn't like. Because that was another thing. Will Smith was laughing at the joke at first. We all saw that, right? He was laughing at the joke at first. And then, Jada gave him the look and then decided to slap him or have Will slap Chris Rock because she was offended. So if I were Chris Rock in that situation, I would have I would have pressed charges or at least sued him. I would have done something. I would not have just taken it. I get it. In the moment, you want to keep the show going. You want to be professional. You want to you want to de-escalate the situation. I get that. That's fair. I don't criticize him for keeping the show going, but I absolutely would have sued the shit out of Will Smith or press charges, either or, because you do not just get to run up on me and slap me in the face for making a joke. That's bullshit. That's battery right there. So yeah, fuck that. But anyways, let me read the chat. So, because honestly, anything that distracts me from this video is a plus in my opinion. Let's see. That guy took the slap like a man. Yeah, that guy being Chris Rock. Don't know if you know that. Not making any not making any judgments here. Just letting you know that was Chris Rock / Warlord. Will Smith shouldn't have done that. Also, this is ruining Will Smith's career. Kind of I get it. It could ultimately ruin his career, or not ruin it, but I imagine it's going to be a lot harder for people to hire him or want to work with him in the future because of what he did. If you establish a reputation of slapping people because they make a joke you don't like, how many people are willingly going to work with you? I don't know. I don't think it's going to ruin his career per se, but it's definitely going to be a little harder for him to find work, at least in the immediate future. Because what Tommy said in the chat, that once give it a couple months, once people stop talking about it, once the memes stop coming in, people will move on. I don't it probably won't have that much of an impact in the future, but it's definitely gonna give some directors pause to hire Will Smith in it, now that this happened. Let's see. Let's start, child. I know this is off topic, but I'm curious. What is your take on the recent Kai and Omnia drama? All right, so I'll try to keep this brief so that we can get back to the video. Unfortunately, but from what I've seen of Kai's, so I saw Kai's initial response to Omnia, that live stream he did, that was like, I think 2 hours long. All I remember was that it was like the first thing he ever posted after he deleted his channel and after he did the Pokemon shit, the Pokemon Kai thing, the trainer Kai thing. So I watched that live stream first, and I gotta be honest, I was not like too swayed by what he was saying. Like, I think in terms of like him proving that Omnia took a bunch of his shit or lied about the shit that she needed, I think he has some merit to that. I think he provides some evidence to support that. But when it comes to like the main allegations, because I also watched Kai's 45-minute long edited video that was going over, like, it was more calm. It was done like a traditional Kai Weiss video. I watched that as well. And again, at the end of the day, like, when it comes to like the major shit that Kai's involved with, like the the slapping Omnia, the assault, I don't think he's provided any evidence, near enough evidence to prove himself innocent on that matter. And even then, like, it's up for the courts to decide. I'm waiting for it to go to trial and hear what a judge has to say and determine who's in the right, who's not. I'm waiting for that to come out before I make any judgments, because I don't want to speak before the facts come out. Like, so I'm still waiting for that. Otherwise, I've only heard of what Kai's been doing aside from that. I know he's been striking down people's re-uploads of his content, which is shitty. I don't like it. It's wrong. It's bad. I disown it. Obviously, I've made videos talking about why it's bad. So yeah, I don't agree with that at all, but I haven't heard too much else outside of that, but maybe other stuff has happened that I haven't been kept in the loop on. But yeah, let's see. Let's keep going.
Maybe I'm wrong, but that seems like the most logical solution to the problem. I could just be trying to find the logic in the logical, though. Also, this next section's gonna fly by like Speedy Gonzalez, so y'all have been warned.
They didn't play a clip from my Just a Kane video, which was way too long. And just because you have dark skin, it doesn't make you black. If you're black and you disagree with anything I say in this video, then you are just a dark-skinned white devil. Now, these undeniable black facts, I got them from Kraut and Tea.
Black man, go out, get a gun, and go kill a race soldier. Now, you may be saying that this is some pretty nasty fear-mongering, but you would be wrong. The race war is the only viable solution to our problems, because white people, you can't see them as anything but a collective, and you can't see them as anything but white, and most definitely not as individual.
Mr. Medicare.
Not Jacob, who's Jacob? The so-called Latino, the Native Americans, and similar Indians. That is some compelling evidence. You heard it. Native Americans, Latinos, and blacks are the real Jews.
I was helping Jar with the script of this video, and I saw this face. This face in the video, and I just want to explain the context. This character is part of the latest DLC to the cult classic game Age of Empires. When the DLC came out, this was the first time that a person of African descent was on the cover art, and the first time that sub-Saharan African civilizations were actually in the series. Age of Empires is a game that focuses on military history, so you know exactly the type of crowd that would gravitate towards this type of game. Hashtag not all historians. Anyway, the game gets released and a bunch of alt-righties have a collective aneurysm and start making memes using this character. The underlying joke and narrative that they were presenting was that people of African descent didn't create civilizations, and thus the company, by including black civilizations, was exaggerating their accomplishments in history and therefore pandering to the libs, so to speak. Of course, this is ridiculous. There have been many sub-Saharan civilizations and many sub-Saharan peoples in non-sub-Saharan civilizations, such as in Iran, for example. But that's beside the point. The point is that this is kind of like one of those esoteric conservative memes, and it's in the same orbit of the We Was Kangs meme. So this was something that I just wanted to point out before anyone else did, because when I saw this character's face, my eyes almost popped out of my skull. In fact, I think they might be on the floor right now. Jar, can you help me get my eyes? Sure.
I mean, okay, thanks, I guess. But it's like, what does any of this have to do with the fact that Jar is a black avatar to mock black people? Like,
okay, so again, I'll give N.O.A like half a point here, because I also don't understand what any of that was about. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what that had to do with anything. It was kind of irrelevant. It was neat to know about, I guess, but it's not. Doesn't really have anything to do with the point, you know. And unless there's something, unless I'm missing something. Again, chat, just feel free to let me know if I'm missing something there. But I don't know what that had to do with anything. So I'll give her that point. Counterpoint, like, isn't that the whole thing that you were getting on Jar for? That he wasn't educating himself and that he doesn't like listen to what other black people are saying? Like, he let Professor Dreadlocks go on like a 1.5 minute long rant about like how the alt-right was misusing like this black characters in a history game, you know? Like, even if it was irrelevant, isn't that part of what you want Jar to do? You know, listen to black voices, listen to what they have to say, give them a chance to speak on certain issues. So that's my counterpoint. It doesn't really debunk what she's saying, but it's food for thought, essentially.
Yeah, I'm be real. I don't feel comfortable commenting on Dreadlock's section because I truly don't know what purpose it was supposed to serve. Like him.
What you mean to say is you don't feel comfortable calling out his section is because he's black, you know, and you can't criticize a black person, except for black people who disagree with you. Then it's okay, but you know, and any other black people, like, you're uncomfortable calling them out.
I'm telling us that Jar included a racist meme whilst doing blackface supports my right to be offended by the video. But I don't know if that was his intent. So y'all let me know in the comments. Also, I love how y'all's number one argument when this man was first called out was, I was cut out of context. Jar was cut out of context. We need the full context. Context, context, context. But when I provide the context, suddenly, oh no, the clip is too long. Like,
who made that argument? Legitimately, who made that argument? I want you to source that, Noah. I want you to provide me the proof of someone making that argument. I don't believe I've ever made that argument. Like, what? The clip was too long? I've legitimately never heard that before. Like, you pulled that out of your ass. 100%. I'm calling it. You're lying. I've never heard anyone say that. And unless Jar just said it and I just forgot. But, like, even if Jar did say it, whatever, it's a stupid argument. But that doesn't refute the main point that your other arguments had no, like, you cut Jar out of context. That you have not defeated anything. You know, just because someone said something stupid, like, oh, the clips you played are too long. Just because they said that doesn't mean anything. You still have not refuted the point that we made that you cut Jar out of context. You know, the context that you quote unquote provided, yeah, that wasn't context that proves anything. You didn't prove anything. So, you know, I don't care if someone said, oh, well, the clips you played were too long. Debunk our point. Debunk what we're saying, that you took him out of context. Oof. Like, that pissed me off right there. Oh, great. I gotta wait for the fucking video again. Oh, that's not fun. Well,
y'all see how the goalpost is constantly moving? Like, oh, I'm sick.
Of course, my lord and master, Tyreek Mashid. All their videos will be down below, and I want every single one of you white devils to watch them. Now, some of you white devils with melanin deficiency might be wondering, if the black race is so superior in every single way, then how did they lose their history and technology? Well, the answer is simple. Cannibalism.
Cannibalism was going on in Europe big time. There's a lot of evidence showing the cannibalism that was going on in Europe. As a matter of fact, this whole vampire phenomenon that we have is rooted in the cannibalism that was going on in Europe.
That's right. In order to gain our black power, you white vampires had to eat us. And that black avatar you saw, that's not what I look like. My artist just took a guess as to what I looked like and drew that. I was holding on to it, and I didn't really know what to do with it until today.
But honestly, it's pretty funny. Maybe I shouldn't have used the black avatar, but man, I forgot how much I love black supremacy. I might actually start an autist supremacist group. I'm gonna call it the Autist Army.
You know, I don't care. I don't care. Just leave black folks alone and stop talking about race. Please, that's all I want.
She really doesn't seem to like jokes. I'm noticing that about her. She doesn't like it when people make jokes. Like, that pisses her off, apparently.
Do something else! That's it! That's all we want!
People on the autism spectrum, y'all got it. Like, that's y'all's business. I gotta go.
2. You harassed black reaction channels for years and tech porn for criticizing IDub's usage of the N-word.
Yeah, I hate reaction channels. It's not my fault a lot of them are black, and I also talked about the white ones too. Susie Lou, Spaz Boy. And it's kind of funny how many people called me racist for the Spaz Boy one because a lot of people thought I was black back then. I never sent any racial hate towards them. When I noticed at least one of my fans was sending racial hate to T-Moss Boss, I told people to not do that.
But still, because I recognize one person, I'm just going to say this. Please don't say anything racist towards T-Moss Boss. You have plenty of material to work with. You don't have to focus on his race.
That doesn't change the fact that vast majority of the videos were about black people, which, with the context of you being you, doesn't sit right with me. I also like how...
What does that mean? What does that mean? The concept of you being you doesn't sit right with me? The only point I could think she's making is that Jar is white. And because he's white, him making so many videos about black people doesn't sit right with her. What do you mean? Are you saying that white people can't criticize reaction channels if they're black? Is that your argument? Is that the point you're making? Oh my god, that legitimately sounds racist to me. That sounds like a pretty racist position, not gonna lie.
Jar just lacks the self-awareness to understand that he's exposing himself. Like, I didn't make sure a racist audience, bro. You did, and now we gotta talk about it. Okay, so he told us...
Okay, well, first of all, that was some people in his audience. You know, you're misconstruing it to say that his entire audience is racist, but that's not the case. That was some crazy loonies in his audience, and he was telling him not to be racist. So, bad point, bad point.
His audience not to be racist. First of all...
Okay, I mean, dang, what you want, a Scooby snack?
Like, call me cynical, but I'm done applauding non-black people for doing the bare minimum. Because as y'all see, people like Jar try to use that as an indication of character, like that absolves him of every other racist thing he's ever done. Like, congrats, bro. Most people can agree calling a black person slurs is wrong.
Yeah.
Second, why does he sound mildly annoyed that his audience is calling black folks a hard R? Like that's literally so horrifying, but he talks about like it's a minor inconvenience.
What do you mean so horrifying? Like, again, if you're so mentally weak that someone calling you the N-word destroys you mentally and makes you stop, like, just makes you shut down, you're weak. You're mentally weak. You need to get stronger because life is going to eat you alive if you're this sensitive to that shit. Like, again, I'm not downplaying the fucking word. I'm not trying to say that, you know, it shouldn't hold any weight, but it should not be this powerful of a word to you. Like, oh my god, who cares? Who legitimately cares? Like, oh, Jar didn't sound horrified that his audience was using this word. Like, who cares? Who cares? It's his video. Let him speak however he wants. He doesn't give a shit. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this video.
Third, I know someone's going to argue creators can't always control what their audience does, and that's true. But we're not talking about hate messages or rude comments. We're talking about blatant, unapologetic racism.
Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between racism and hate comments? I was kind of under the impression that, you know, being racist is being hateful, you know? So again, unless you're implying that, you know, being racist is not hateful, you know, like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Like, my lord. Fourth, why wasn't this a wake-up call? Like, why didn't this cause you to think, what am I doing to attract racists to my channel?
T-Moss Boss isn't...
Maybe because, you know, the people he was calling out were like literally half a dozen people. Like maybe just a couple dozen. At most, maybe there were like a couple people. But that's literally it. Okay? When you have an audience of over 100,000 subscribers and a few of them happen to be racist assholes, you know, I'm not going to sit there and go like, oh my god, what am I saying? What am I doing? What kind of values am I promoting? I can't believe that I have such racist tendencies in my audience. Like, no rational person's going to think that because it's just a couple of crazy people. Every YouTuber has crazy people in their fan base. You can't hold the YouTubers accountable for that. Unless they actively like promote or send crazy shit. But again, Jar has never done that. So again, this argument makes no sense.
Idiot and a bad person. He actually used Joshua's mother against him. Are you seriously defending this guy?
Oh, back name calling, are we? Seems a little disrespectful. Harsh, even. Anyway, so
okay, my god, like he just... Okay, so name calling people, calling them morons, calling them idiots, calling them all that shit. That's bad. That's bad. Noah doesn't like it. But calling somebody a racist, even when they're not, that's totally okay. That's totally cool. That's fine. That's not hypocritical at all. Okay, I see the game we're playing, Noah.
Going forward, y'all going to start seeing a pattern. I'll say something along the lines of, Jar, you're wrong in this situation. And he'll take that and say, wow, I can't believe you would defend such an awful person who did X, Y, and Z. And it's like, both y'all can be wrong at the same time. Like, me criticizing you doesn't mean I'm pro Tima's boss.
Yes, it does, because you called criticism harassment, and you claim that Jar was a racist for responding to reaction channels just because most of them happened to be black. Okay? And you didn't take the time to say, hey, listen, I don't stand by what Tima's boss did. You did that with the Hoteps. You put that little red text saying, oh, I don't stand with Hoteps or black supremacists. But you didn't do that with Tima's boss. Not to my knowledge. You didn't take the time to say, hey, I don't like Tima's boss. I don't like a lot of these people. I think they're assholes. No, you just attacked Jar for criticizing them. So you absolutely are defending them. Because otherwise, what would be the problem, Noah? Why would it be problematic for Jar to respond to these people? If you didn't think that they were bad people, or if you didn't like them, then what would be the problem with Jar criticizing them? It's either because you like them or because you think it's racist for a white person to cover a black person on YouTube. I don't understand how she doesn't see how this makes her look so fucking bad. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. She seems like an asshole to me. Like a racist asshole.
saying you're wrong in a specific situation doesn't mean the other party is faultless in that situation.
Okay, then why didn't you go out of your way to say that in your video? Or not even out of your way. Just say it like simply, like, hey, I don't agree with Tima's boss. I don't support him. You know? And obviously if she did do that, then I take it back. But still, like, Tima's boss was an asshole. That's why Joy criticized him. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was black. So I don't get what the fuck you're saying. I don't get it.
In my comment section, a lot of Jar stands were accusing me of supporting President Luke and Creepshow art because I criticized his handling of those situations. And at first I was confused as to how they could watch my videos and come to that conclusion. Now I see where y'all getting it from. Look at who y'all's fav is. Y'all don't grasp the concept of nuance. And that's
no, no. That's the last criticism you want to throw at anyone. You don't understand the concept of nuance. And you can go watch my original video on her if you want evidence as to what I mean by that. Because I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm going to keep going. Great. Of course, the video pauses.
Very concerning considering this community is about giving personal opinions on nuanced situations. I never argued in favor of Timos Boss's character, nor implied that he didn't do things worthy of criticism.
Which is why you called Jar a harasser for criticizing him and, didn't bring up any of the shit that he or Hood Reacts did and saying, oh, I don't support these people. I don't think that they're good people. I just also happen to think that Jar's a racist for covering them. You didn't take the time to say that position. So, I'm sorry. You can't get mad at people for assuming that you were defending them. That was your fault. That was your own choice. You made it. You made the bed. You lie in it.
Issue was, for me, unless we're talking about actual crimes or ongoing legal cases, 5+ videos dedicated to one person is unnecessary and borderline obsessive. And with the content...
Well, okay, unnecessary, sure, I can agree with that, but borderline obsessive, we're talking about videos that were made over years ago, okay? I can't even remember the last Timos Boss video that Jar fucking made. It had to have at least been a year ago or two. It had to have been some time ago, I can't remember the last time he made a video on Timos Boss. So to call it borderline obsessive, I think that says a lot more about you than it does about Jar.
Of Jar being racist, it just didn't sit right with me. It still doesn't. Something I also want to point out, at the beginning of the video, Jar said, oh my gosh, I made another video about me. And it's like, babes, you made 6 to 7 videos of Timos Boss. And you can argue, well, that's different. He's not a good person and needs to be called out on the things he did wrong. And it's like, I can say the same thing about you. So even if I'm wrong,
alright, so that still doesn't debunk the argument, just because the other person's an asshole, doesn't not give them the right to cover other assholes. You know that, right? So that's literally a non-argument.
Right, and the 6 to 7 videos on the guy was completely necessary. By that logic, why is there an issue when Jar gets 3 videos about him?
You really think...
Well, again, because we're comparing 2 different situations. Carmen Ryder covered this in her video on N.O.A, but Timos Boss has done a lot of shitty stuff to other people. Way worse stuff than Jar's ever done. So obviously, people making several videos on him, it's a little more understandable than people making several videos on Jar, accusing him of being a racist, just because he said a couple swears and quote-unquote did blackface, whatever the fuck that means nowadays. So, yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges. Those are bad comparisons. So that argument doesn't work.
think I just went after reaction channels because they were black? Really?
Yes, with the context of everything you've done, as well as you being, well, you, I think there are some subconscious biases or microaggressions going on there. Again,
So, explain why Jar made all those videos covering white reaction channels, you fucking moron. Like, oh, you just covered these reaction channels because they were black. Oh, I guess those other videos he made on Suzy Lou, I guess those don't count. You know, the videos he made criticizing people of other races, those don't count. Those are just, we're just going to pretend, we're going to push them to the side, we're going to pretend that they don't exist. Get the fuck out of here. What a fucking loser. Oh, great. Of course the video, of course the video paused here. Or it froze here. Well, I guess I'll read the chat while I wait for the video to get back up. Alright. Gojira 2005. Yeah, I know, right? He doesn't even have any bruisers. That's in reference to the Kai stuff. And yeah, like that's another point. But Star Child, yeah, I found it all myself. But from what I understand, recently Omnia took his cat from him. Yeah, that's something I think even Call Me Nil talked about that in one of his streams. That was something that he had done. So again, I'm gonna wait for the courts to decide. I'm not gonna I don't want to jump the gun on the Kai and Omnia situation. Let's see. Star Child, I can't stand her laugh. Can anyone really stand No One Asks laugh? She has one of the most annoying laughs in all of YouTube. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. I'd rather listen to Jason Paradise than N.O.A any day. For those who don't know, Jason Paradise is a clone hero YouTuber / Twitch streamer. His laugh is pleasantly annoying. Noah's is just annoying.
This is my channel.
Emo's boss is an idiot and a bad person. He actually used...
What a backhanded compliment. But whatever. It's fine. That's fine. I get it. Gojira 2005. I'm starting to think No One Asks a racist herself. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I would legitimately not put it past her. Star Child. Even if Jar told his fans not to attack people or use racial slurs, that doesn't always mean that they will listen to him. Or that doesn't mean they will always listen to him. And yeah, that's true. I think that's another reason why you can't hold what Jar's fans do against him, because he can't control what everyone does or how everyone reacts to a video he makes. Obviously, there's gonna be some things that are out of his control and that you can't really pin on him. You know, so even saying don't go harass this person, not everyone who hears that is gonna then stop themselves from harassing people, because every YouTuber has crazy people in their audience, and those crazy people are gonna do whatever. They're gonna do what they do, and unfortunately there's not really a lot you can do about it. Let's see, Star Child. Wasn't there also Betty Boop that he made a video on? I think he made a video on her. I can't remember. It wouldn't surprise me though that he's made other videos on like white comment reaction channels. Can't remember her name. Hope I said that right. Yeah, that's her name, Betty Boop. I've heard the name before, and not from the cartoon, the actual YouTuber. Like I have heard that name, so I'm pretty sure that's her name. I'm pretty sure you got that right, buddy. Anyway, let's continue.
Joshua's mother against him. Are you seriously defending this guy?
Oh, back name calling, are we? Seems a little disrespectful. Harsh, even. Anyway, so going forward, y'all gonna start seeing a pattern. I'll say something along the lines of, Jar, you're wrong in this situation. And he'll take that and say, wow, I can't believe you would defend such an awful person who did X, Y, and Z. And it's like, both of y'all can be wrong at the same time. Like, me criticizing you doesn't mean I'm pro Kuma's boss.
I've already
Me
explained
saying
why.
you're wrong in
I'm
a
just gonna let the video
situation
play to the
doesn't mean
point
the
where
other
it
party
stopped.
is faultless in that situation. In my comment section, a lot of Jar stands were accusing me of supporting imprisonment Luke and Creepshow Art because I criticized his handling of those situations. And at first I was confused as to how they could watch my videos and come to that conclusion. Now I see where y'all getting it from. Look
Maybe
at who
it's
y'all
'cause your
spam
videos
is.
are shitty.
Y'all don't
Maybe
grasp the
that might be
concept of
why.
nuance. And that's very concerning considering this community is about giving personal opinions on nuanced situations. I never argued in favor of Timos Boss's character, nor implied that he didn't do things worthy of criticism. The issue was, for me,
Sure
unless
you
we're talking
didn't.
about like actual
Sure,
crimes
I
or
believe
ongoing
you,
legal
Noah. I
cases,
completely
5+
believe you.
videos dedicated to one person is unnecessary and borderline obsessive. And with the context of Jar being racist,
But 3
it just
videos on Jar,
didn't
that's not
sit right with
obsessive
me.
at all.
It still doesn't. Something I also want to point out, at the beginning of the video, Jar said, oh my gosh, I made another video about me. And it's like, babes, you made like 6 to 7 videos of Timos Boss. And you can argue, well, that's different. He's not a good person and needs to be called out on the things he did wrong. And it's like, I can say the same thing about you. So even if I'm wrong, alright, and the 67 videos on the guy was completely necessary, by that logic, why is there an issue when Jar gets 3 videos about him?
You really think I just went after
Again,
reaction
because your arguments are shitty. That's pretty much why. It's pretty much why, Noah.
channels because they were black? Really?
Yes, with the context of everything you've done, as well as you being, well, you, I think there are some subconscious biases or microaggressions going on there. Again, I can only work with the material given. Me coming to that conclusion is the consequence of your own actions, bro.
Also, notice how they word
Or you could just be an idiot, you know? Let's not throw that out the table. Let's not throw that out the window. That could be a possibility, you know? You could just be an idiot.
things. When they do a video on iDubbbz, it's criticism. When I do a video defending iDubbbz, I'm attacking them. iDubbbz didn't say the N-word with any racist intent towards anyone. He did it to make fun of a white girl.
None of that matters, bro. Black folks have every right to be offended about the usage of the N-word, regardless of the intent. Especially when it's coming from non-black people. That is and always will be valid.
Okay, but, you know, just because you feel offended or just because you feel that that's racist doesn't really make that racist. Especially considering the context of the iDubbbz usage of the word. Because Tana Mongeau, I think that's how you pronounce the name, Manju, I don't know. But Tana, she had a history of, or at least she had a couple clips of her calling other people the N-word. You know, in an offensive way too. So when iDubbbz said it to her, he was saying it to make fun of her, to like point out that she has also like that she has done some shitty things. It was for comedic purposes. It was to make a point. It was both for comedic purposes and to make a point. You know, so I don't care, frankly, if you think that's offensive. You can feel that way if you want, but that doesn't make it so.
You being offended at them for being offended because as a white man you don't think it's bad isn't. So yes, I said you attacked them, I stand by that, and I'll say it again. Just so I attacked 2 black content creators for being upset that iDubbbz used the N-word. I also want to say this.
So essentially, just fuck nuance, fuck the videos, fuck paying attention to Jar's arguments, fuck all of that shit, fuck giving a shit about whether or not he's actually being true. Like, fuck all that. We don't have to actually look at his arguments point by point. We don't actually have to debunk anything. We don't actually have to, you know, try to see things from his perspective. No. Just fuck all that. Jar's a racist. He's an asshole. And if anyone says otherwise, they're also racist assholes. And, you know, we can just dismiss what he has to say just outright because I don't like him, you know? He attacked 2 content creators because they're black and they were mad at iDubbbz saying the N-word. So that makes him racist and an asshole. That's just it. That's it. No nuance, no differing perspectives, no introspection. No. He's just a racist. The world would be such a shitty place if every single person was like no one asked. And I'm not exaggerating whatsoever. It really would be.
This wasn't a one-time occurrence from iDubbbz. Literally my first and last iDubbbz video, he called Asian person a yellow Nick. Who knows how many other times he said it. So yeah, Jar.
It was probably for a joke. So I don't really care.
Keep defending other races. You make my job a lot easier.
Did I say the N-word in that video about Hood Reacts? Yes, and I already apologized for it. Did I also say the word raccoon but without the rack part? Yes. But every time I heard that term used, it was used as a softcore version of Uncle Tom, especially in the context that Hood Reacts is using it. I mean, I said the word, and it's bad, but he calls people the word, and it's okay.
Now, the reason why I wanted to make this song is not for clout or any of that. There's nothing to gain from this man, because his fans is nothing but
I want to see how she spins this.
So 100% of his fan base is either black or white, so there's no Asians or Latinos who watch him. Interesting, I did not know that.
Bro, this man's inability to just apologize without making excuses is ridiculous. All you had to say was, sorry I said the C slur.
Wait a minute.
That was wrong.
Wait a minute. So it's okay for them to say it because they're black? That seems to be the argument you're making. What do you mean? Oh, he can't handle apologizing. He always has to like come up with some excuses for himself. What the fuck are you talking about, you moron? Like, is it okay for them to say it because they're black? Is it okay for them to call other black people Uncle Toms and like the raccoon without the rack part? Is it okay for them to say that? Like, what is your standard here, Noah? What is your fucking standard?
That's all. Why is there always a but? Every time you say but, you're negating your apology. You did with the N-word and you're doing it now. And I'm not talking about a black man's usage or the morality behind it. My criticisms are about you, Jar. Stay on topic.
Yes, but you are calling him a racist for saying the word when he was merely quoting 2 black creators who were calling other black people the word. So when you're criticizing Jar for doing that, you should also criticize Hood Reacts for saying it if you want to stay logically consistent. How did 184 people watch this video and go like, this is a good video. She's making good points. She's smart. She knows what she's talking about. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything. She's running purely off of emotions. She doesn't even consider that half of the things she's saying contradicts half of the other things she's saying. She's either incredibly stupid or incredibly racist. Either that or, like Call Me Nil suggested, she might be a troll. I don't know. I don't think a troll would go through this effort to fuck with someone, but weirder things have happened. So maybe, if N.O.A is a troll, then props to you, N.O.A. Like, you got me. This is the most elaborate troll I've ever seen. But if she is being sincere here, then she's either incredibly stupid or incredibly racist. It's one or the other. I'll get to the 45-minute mark and then I'll read chat some more.
He just painted all of iDubbbz fans as either racist or raccoons, but without the rack part. The dude also said a few homophobic things, and yeah, Hood Reacts ain't a good person.
Again, never argue in favor of anyone's character. Their
Sure you
wrongdoings have
didn't.
nothing to do with your own, bro. Like, stop trying to deflect. Also,
You called him, you said that he was attacking them because he dared to criticize them. And part of those criticisms included him calling them out for the homophobic things that they were saying. So if you're going to call that criticism attacking, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave with the impression that you're defending Hood Reacts and you're defending Timas Boss. Because if you call all of Jar's criticisms attacks, then by that definition, him criticizing Hood Reacts for saying homophobic things, that is also an attack by your definition. So you are defending them. Shut the fuck up. You lying, dishonest piece of shit. You have to be racist. That's the only. It's either that or you're just an idiot. Like, seriously, how do people watch this video and think she's making a good argument?
controversial opinion, sorry, not sorry. But if you're a fan of someone who refers to an Asian person as a yellow nigger, and you have the audacity that people generalize the fan base as racist,
Again, like there could be black people who watch iDubbbz. There could be Asian people who watch iDubbbz. Could be Hispanic people who watch iDubbbz. How do you know that the fan base is majority white? How do you know that all the people defending him for saying yellow N-word are all white? Could be that the majority of the people speaking up in his defense are Asian. You don't know that. Would you be willing to call them racist? Probably, but you don't know that, so stop making all these stupid assumptions.
I have nothing nice to say. Let me stop.
I understand the word raccoon,
Same
but without the
here,
rack part,
same here.
does have some racist origins to it. But I think the word has changed into another version of Uncle Tom in recent years. Language evolves, after all. But I don't want to offend anyone, and the word isn't important to me. It's something I don't really use that often in a sentence, so I won't say it anymore.
So you can understand that words and language can evolve. But if something doesn't fit your exact Oxford definition of racism, then it's wrong. And again, the self-expose. Bro, how many times did you say it and why? I thought this was a one-time occurrence, but you submitted it wasn't.
How many times has Joyce said the C word? The raccoon without the coon. I said it the opposite way. I just accidentally said the fucking word. God damn it. That's going on the blooper reel, guys. Someone's going to cut that out of context now. God damn it. I tried my best, but I accidentally said it. Oh my god. Okay, let's get back to the point. How many times has Joyce said that word? Let's be real here. How many times has he said that slur? Like once, maybe twice? Like that Hood Reacts video is the only example I can think of him using that word. It can't have been more than a handful of times though. Like maybe 5 or 6 times. I don't know. But like he has not used the word that often. And if he has, it was merely because he was quoting somebody else saying it. Or he was making a point about it. So I don't get why this is a cell phone from N.O.A.'s perspective. I don't get why this is a self-expose. Like, that seems a little weird. But whatever. Like she's an idiot. What can I really say? And like I'll just read the chat here. Let's see. Gojira 2005. No one asks. Stop misinterpreting things. I wish. That's probably not going to happen soon, though. Let's see. Carmen Ryder's making a response to her video, right? Yeah, she mentioned something like that in some private DMs, but I'm not going to get into too much detail. But yes, I know that she's gonna make a video on N.O.A. So I wish her the best of luck. She's already seeing how I'm dealing with this stupidity. I can't imagine that she's gonna do any better. Starchild, didn't those two black creators who attacked iDubbbz make racial slurs not only towards white people but called black fans of iDubbbz raccoon without the rack part? And she censored the N-word, but not cracker. That's another that you took one of my points. You stole my point. I'm gonna sue you now because you stole one of my points. But jokes aside, yeah, absolutely. Like these are not saints. These are not paragons of virtue. These are not moral arbiters. These guys are also assholes. So I don't get what I don't get what the point is here. Like she's defending them, essentially. Doesn't matter if she views their actions as being different from Jar's. She still defended them because she called Jar's criticisms of them attacks. So yeah, that's how it be. Right, Tommy's House of Vlog. And I'm back. What did I miss? Not too much, man. Not too much, buddy. Just same old, same old. N.O.A being an asshole. N.O.A being a racist. N.O.A saying stupid shit. Same old, same old. Star Child, welcome back. Yeah, we all had no reason to read that out, but I did. So you're welcome. Underestimated mentality. Yeah, she thinks cracker isn't a slur, most likely. Most black people are fine with it, despite the context I didn't know of initially. That's true. That's another thing I noticed about these kind of people is that they also don't view cracker as being a slur towards white people. They don't view that as being a racial slur or as being on the same level as the N-word. And I guess I can give him that. It's not exactly on the same level. I mean, I'm saying it, obviously. So it's not exactly on the same level, but they're still slurs. They're still meant to degrade other people. Like, you still shouldn't say them to someone. But these are the same people who would look at that word and go like, no, it's okay to call white people crackers. It's okay to call them any kind of slurs because, racism is power plus prejudice. And white people don't have power, so you can't be racist towards white people. That's probably how they think. Let's see. Starchild, those 184 people have as much intelligence as N.O.A does. Yeah, that explains a lot. Underestimated mentality. I thought of the food initially. Yeah, so did most people, admittedly. But in certain contexts, it's all about the context. So if you call a white person a cracker, you know what the word it means. You know what the point is. Let's see. Dragon Dude. I love how she says Jar defending iDubbbz is bad, but Jar says she's defending T-Moss Boss and Prismate Luke is deflection. That is a really good point. Holy shit. I can't believe I didn't think of that. That's a good point. So if Jar defending if Jar defending iDubbbz is bad, if that makes him a racist, if that makes him an asshole, then how is it deflection for him to criticize you for defending T-Moss Boss and Prismate Luke and Hood Reacts? How is that deflection then? Because you're making the same exact criticism towards him for defending iDubbbz. How is that not deflection, N.O.A? Answer me that. Answer that question for me. Oh, great. We gotta wait for the video to load. This is fun, isn't it? One of these days, I swear I'm gonna get like a better computer so I can live stream this shit. Like one of these days. Let's see. Gojira 2005. I like how she doesn't actually respond to Carmen Ryder's arguments. Maybe it's because Carmen Ryder is trans, and if she makes a video on it, she might be seen as a transphobe. Maybe that's what I ought to do, Maybe I gotta come out as trans just to prevent people like No One Asks from making response videos to me.
Like,
Then
he won't say anymore,
then I
but
could
it's
pull
like,
the
now I'm
transphobe
wondering
card
what
on
you'd be
them.
saying behind closed doors. Like, what?
I'm not gonna lie, guys. At first, watching this video.
Did she really just laugh at Jar for saying that he would be okay with saying the word behind closed doors? Did she just completely misconstrue Jar's argument there and just completely miss the point entirely? Who cares what Jar says with his friends behind closed doors? Who gives a shit? If they give him the right to say the N-word, or if they give him the N-word pass, if they do that for him, who cares? If it's behind closed doors, who cares? I hate I hate this person. Oh great, the video it's got to load again, guys. Oh, it's gonna take forever at this point. We're 3.5 hours in and we're 45 minutes into her video. Oof. Oof. F's in the chat, boys. F's in the chat. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Alex, have you seen F is for Family? I have seen that show, in fact, and it's actually one of my favorite shows. I think it's like after I used to think BoJack Horseman was like the best Netflix cartoon, but after I saw F is for Family, it quickly became a new favorite. Although, admittedly, I haven't seen the newest season that dropped. I've only been up to season 4, but yeah, it's a really good show. I like it. I gotta rewatch it one of these days. It's been a while since I've seen it, but yeah. Let's see. Gojira 2005. Yeah, Carmen Rider can use her logic against her. Anyone can, really. Like, I could pull the race card if she ever decides to respond to me. Like, I could be like, hey, I'm Hispanic, and if you criticize me at all, you must be racist towards Hispanic people. Oh, man. Maybe that's what I should have done this April Fool's, is pulled that card on Noah and just leave it at that. It'd definitely be a lot more fun than this. Alright, it doesn't seem like the video's loading, so let me view and see.
Video, I actually got nervous and had a bit of trouble defending myself. But here on out is going to get a lot easier.
Literally, as button, the video starts playing. Is that bad luck or what? Doesn't want me to go through this and is begging me to end the screen, or my laptop is just it hates me and it's doing this to spite me. I guess I'll read the chat a bit. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs, me too. Season 5's ending was insane. Oh, I guess I gotta start watching it then. Now that's incentive right there.
This to my channel.
Emos boss is an idiot and a bad person. He actually used Joshua's mother against him. Are you seriously defending this guy?
Oh, back name calling, are we? Seems a little disrespectful. Harsh, even. Anyway, so going forward, y'all gonna start seeing a pattern.
We already heard all this nonsense. I don't need to hear it again.
He's just stand by the ignorant things he said, and it shows that he's the same person he's always been. But we've been new.
Also, I'm so sorry that every single black guy doesn't share a hive mind, and they have thoughts and opinions that differ from your own. By the way, reaction channels promote white supremacy. If you're a black guy and you make reaction videos, then you're an Uncle Tom, and you're also a meanie stinky doo-doo face.
Oh no, guys, I gave an example off of what someone else said. How can I show my face in public? I mean, the dude basically said, if you like iDubbbz, you're not a real black man. And I'm showing that you can do the same with basically everything.
So you conflate a black guy calling other black folks for supporting a racist to reacting channels upholding white.
Oh, supporting a racist. Oh, okay. I guess iDubbbz is a racist now because he said the slurs, guys. He said it. Oh my god. I'd love to see her video on iDubbbz. I'd love to see iDubbbz respond to her, you know? She would absolutely get destroyed if that's what she thinks. Alright.
White supremacy just cuz? What? I'm not here to argue the morality of black folks calling one another, like that's another video in and of itself.
But you did, by calling Jar's criticisms of Hood Reacts attacks. So, by definition, you are arguing about the morality of that. Sorry, Noah, there's no backing out of that. You made the mistake. You made the bed, you lie in it.
But that comparison just makes no sense, and he still thinks he did something? Also, does anyone else see the irony of Jar arguing that black people aren't a hive mind and should have their own individual thoughts and opinions? But when one criticizes you,
But look at this, man. I'm a real authentic YouTuber. I can't hold anything back. I do not this dude. I do run around on the internet saying
She cut herself off, or was that my laptop?
Wait, why did
busting
you
up
censor
there?
out him saying the N-word? I thought it was alright for black people to say the N-word. I'm so confused. Remember when Obama said the N-word? That was based.
Racism, we are not cured of. Clearly. And it's not just a matter of it not being polite to say in public. That's not the measure of whether racism still exists or not.
okay, so I can't speak for your friend group, but the average black person doesn't go around calling one another the hard R.
I don't know where you from, but let me tell you something. Where I'm from, we don't do like that.
It can actually be very triggering to people, myself included.
Then again, you're mentally weak, and you're everything that's wrong with society. At least when it comes to racial politics, it's people like that, like this, that I just can't stand. Like the word's very triggering, and it's like, at the end of the day, it's a word. Okay, it's a word. It's not like someone's gonna like run up and punch you right after saying it. Like it's not like it's a gun being drawn on you, or like a fucking missile being sent to your house. It's a word. Okay, you gotta learn to get over it at some point. Like again, I'm not trying to like downplay its significance or its history, but I'm just saying, like, you're gonna hear a lot of shit being thrown at you in life. Whether it's insults about your race or your looks or your hair, or what you're into, your hobbies, your interests, whatever. People are gonna insult you about everything, essentially, in life. And if you don't mentally prepare yourself to be strong enough to get past that shit, it will destroy you. Like life will destroy you. You will never get anywhere with that kind of mentality. So I don't know, man. It's dumb.
And if you educate yourself on the N-word like you claim you did in your Prism Luke video, then you would know this. Also, what was the point of that Obama clip? Like, how's that based? Y'all are weird.
Well, it was a joke. That was the point of it, Noah. It was a joke. He was making a little goof, a little gaff. That's what he was doing.
Also, it's kind of funny that Hood React says that white people can't say the N-word, but here he is, presumably straight man saying the F slur.
Oh, what's the context? Did he say it in a song? Did he call someone it? Or did he just say it? Why is it bad when only white people say it? If he was Asian, would it be okay? If he was black, I know it certainly would be okay. The only time I remember him saying it was when he said, but even then, that was to make fun of a white girl.
Yes, this was the infamous time that I said the N-word after I quoted iDubbbz, and I apologize for it, so what's the issue here? And before that, all I was doing was asking a question. I'm crying now.
Okay, if he is straight, which neither me nor Jar know of, by the way, then it was wrong. But wait, Jar has repeatedly said slurs are only wrong if you call people it. So, by his own logic, why does it bother him that straight guys using the F slur? He's quoting iDubbbz just like you, so by your own logic, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Mind you, I don't think this is our Jar.
Hold on, can I?
Do the rules you make up just not apply to other people? Like, pick a side.
Can I hear that
wrong or
back?
not?
I feel like she
Also, fun
completely
fact,
missed the point there.
that comparison just makes no sense, and he still thinks he did something. Also, does anyone else see the irony or
I
argument
gotta hear
black
that
people
back.
aren't
Like I don't know what
high-minded
the
and should have
fuck
their
she
own
was on
individual
about.
thoughts and opinions? But when one criticizes you,
But look at this, man. I'm a real
Oh, okay, so she did
I
just
can't
cut
hold anything
herself
back. I
off
do not
there.
this dude.
That wasn't just my
I do run around on
laptop.
the internet saying shit. Ooh.
Wait, why did you censor out him saying the N-word? I thought it was alright for black people to say the N-word. I'm so confused. Remember when Obama said the N-word? That was based.
Racism, we are not cured of. Clearly. And it's not just a matter of it not being polite to say in public. That's not the measure of whether racism still exists or not.
okay, so I can't speak for your friend group, but the average black person doesn't go around calling one another the hard R.
I don't know where you from, but let me tell you something. Where I'm from, we don't do like that.
It can actually be very triggering to people, myself included. And if you educate yourself more like you claim you did in your Prism Luke video, then you would know this. Also, what was the point of, like, how's that based? Y'all are weird.
Also, it's kind of funny that Hood React says that white people can't say the N-word, but here he is,
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to take care of something. All right. Well, we're now going to see what the point was here. what Noah was actually saying in response to Jar.
Presumably straight man saying the F slur.
Oh, what's the context? Did he say it in a song? Did he call someone it? Or did he just say it? Why is it bad when only white people say it? If he was Asian, would it be okay? If he was black, I know it certainly would be okay. The only time I remember him saying it was when he said, but even then, that was to make fun of a white girl.
Yes, this was the infamous time that I said the N-word after I quoted iDubbbz, and I apologize for it, so what's the issue here? And before that, all I was doing was asking a question. Is that a crime now?
Okay, if he is straight, which neither me nor Jar know of, by the way, then it was wrong. But wait, Jar has repeatedly...
Well, I mean, it would depend on the context, wouldn't it? Like, if he were like, if we're talking about Hooded Reacts, then yeah, it would be wrong of him to call other people the F slur. But if we're talking about iDubbbz here, like, if he was saying it as a joke, that wouldn't necessarily make him like homophobic or anything. So I don't know what the, I don't know what she's saying here. I don't know what the point is. I'm getting a little lost, admittedly.
said slurs are only wrong if you call people it. So by his own logic, why does it bother him that straight guys using the F slur? He's quoting iDubbbz just like you. So by your own logic, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Mind you.
Well, I mean, I think it's because it's complete. Like what Hood React said is that iDubbbz shouldn't say the N-word because that would make him racist, right? But why is it okay for them to why is it okay for them to call other black people other slurs, and why is it okay for them to just willy-nilly use the slurs without being called racist themselves? I think that's the point being made here, is that it's a little hypocritical one way or the other for them to condemn iDubbbz for saying the N-word and call him racist for doing it, but then when they go around and call other black people who disagree with them like Uncle Toms or raccoons without the rack part, like that's okay. That's just, we're just gonna allow that. Like that seems a little weird. I don't know, Noah. That seems like the argument that Jar is making that you're misconstruing a bit.
I don't think this is all Jar. Do the rules you make up just not apply to other people? Like, pick a side, is it wrong or not? Also, fun fact, a person who has grown and changed will watch that clip and been like, wow, I was really ignorant back then. Sorry guys, educate myself since then.
Because again, the apology that he released, saying that I'm sorry for saying all those racial slurs, like I apologize, to take it back. That video, we're gonna pretend that doesn't exist. We're gonna push that to the side. It never got uploaded. It never happened. We're just gonna ignore it. Because again, that's what Noah's saying here.
But alas,
It's not cool, bro. You not go running around on the internet talking about,
Cracker Jack? You mean those bags of popcorn covered in caramel? I've never heard that used as an insult. I've heard cracker, but not Cracker Jack. By the way, why do so many racist black people act like white people are offended by the word cracker? I've never seen a white person ever be offended by the word cracker.
Now, I want to make this clear. I wasn't calling Hood Reacts directly a racist. I'm just saying I meet a lot of black racist people who do think white people are offended by the word cracker, but I've never met a white guy offended by the word cracker in my life. But yes, even today, I stand by that point. And again, I was basically just asking a question.
So because you never met a white person who's offended by the word, it's a thing only racist black people made up? What? For those of you who don't know, the word what some white people consider a derogatory insult. I've met some people who even view it as a slur. This might seem like a tangent, but bear with me.
Wait a minute. Some people who even view it as a slur? Like, no, it is a slur. I don't care how some people view it. I care about the definition. Like, it is a slur. Granted, it depends on the context, but at the end of the day, if you call a white person a cracker, that's still a slur, one way or the other. Like, it doesn't change the fact that some people view it as a slur and some people don't take it seriously. Like, what?
So its origins are actually pretty fascinating, as in the 16th century, it was originally used to describe a loud, annoying person. Then they evolved to describe Scotch-Irish immigrants who migrate to the United States. Then they evolved to describe poor white people who lived in the South, and now we're here. It's commonly believed that it was once used to describe when slave owners would crack a whip to punish slaves, and I thought that for the longest time myself. But to my surprise, that's never been proven, so all we know for sure is that it was used by white people to insult other white people. So if that context
Okay.
takes, I can understand why it's seen as offensive. Anyway, the reason I share all this is because, one, I like history, and two, to show that everything I just said took like 5 seconds to Google. Like, Jar keeps saying, I was just asking a question. What's wrong with asking a question? And it's like, bro, you have access to the same sources. Google is free. If you don't know about the topic that's being discussed, either research it or be quiet. You owe it to your audience to know what you're talking about. That's your responsibility as a content creator. This is still an ongoing problem.
Yeah, but this is like, it goes back to the whole point of like, you are clearly getting angry at Jar for again, you're claiming that he's a racist because he has said racial slurs, but when Jar brings up the definition, something that took him a couple of seconds to Google, you're like, oh no, you think that pulling up the dictionary definition means you know what racism is? It's like, what do you want, lady? What do you want? What do you legitimately want? If Jar is making a video basically just asking questions about what words people should or should not be allowed to say, what words should or shouldn't be offensive, what words like should or shouldn't have bad meaning to them. Like, why is it on him to Google all this stuff beforehand when the point of the video was to have a discussion about these topics with the people he's responding to, or with the commenters who will like leave comments under the video? Like, he's not there to like educate the rest of us on the history of slurs, okay? He's there to just basically ask questions, try to get to the bottom of this, see what other people have to say. That's the point. That's what he's trying to that's what he's bringing up. Whatever.
Him to this day, and at this point, it's just laziness and arrogance. I also like how Jar just ignores the fact that he completely missed the point Hood Reacts was making. He was basically saying, Yahweh wants to use this word that offends white people, so why is it okay for IDubs to do it to us? But no, you personally never meeting a white person who was offended by the word is more important.
Yeah, but you're also forgetting the fact that Hood Reacts said that black people who defended iDubbbz were, Uncle Toms and raccoons without the coon part. God damn it, I did it again. I said it backwards. I accidentally said the slur. Oh my god, that's 2 for 2. That's also going on the bloopers. Oh man, you can tell this video's taking a lot out of me, guys. I'm already losing my mind here. Oh man. But yeah, Hood Reacts also said that. So are you just gonna ignore that? Are you gonna ignore that was also a point they made? Because that's what Jar's pointing out. That's what he's bringing up. That's his argument. So if you're just gonna ignore that, then what are we doing here? What?
Okay.
Yeah, talk about a whole bunch of race. Talk about we're glad all the Jews got burned and all that.
I'm gonna take that part out of context and put it in the beginning of the video.
Am I just commentating on my fucking video at this point? They're not making an argument, they're just showing clips.
Again, y'all's number one argument was that you were taken out of context. So to avoid this, I provided as much context as possible with as little editing as possible, because I saw how you and your stands manipulate the Prismate loop situation. I also want to add that, notice how the reaction...
Okay, now I get what she means when people were complaining that the clips are too long. Now I get her argument, but it's still stupid because the argument that I made in response to her playing all these clips was that she wasn't making an argument. She wasn't debunking Jar's points. She was just letting these long clips of Jar's videos play out without interjecting and going like, this is why Jar's wrong. This is why his argument doesn't work. This is why he's stupid, or this is why he's racist, or whatever. She wasn't doing that. She was just letting the clips play for minutes at a time and expecting you, the audience, to just be okay with that. To just see all that stuff and go like, yeah, I see what Noah's saying. I see what she's making the argument for. I see what she's trying to argue. I see what she's implying. But that's not how it works, Noah. You can't just play me a clip of somebody's video for minutes on end and have me go like, that really advanced her point. That really proved what she was trying to say. That's not how proving an argument works. You play part of the video, you deconstruct the point that you played, and then you rinse and repeat. You don't just play the video for minutes on end and not say anything. That's not how this works, moron. Ooh.
Y'all's king of change and growth isn't, wow, that was ignorant. Yikes, I don't know why I said that. Basically, just cringing as old self like most people would. No, it's, they're not making any arguments. Like, because that wasn't the video for that. Commentating on every single...
What do you mean that wasn't the video for that? You were accusing Jar of being a racist. Or at the very least that he wasn't a Creepshow art victim. So why would you even include the whole him being a racist part if that apparently wasn't the point of the video? Why would you throw that in there then? It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with anything. Because as I argued earlier, you being a racist doesn't negate you from being a victim of something. Because again, to go back to my allegory, if a racist person gets their house burglarized and shot and killed, like their family shot and killed, are they not a victim just because they happen to be racist? So again, if Jar being a racist had nothing to do with your original video, which was about him not being a Creepshow art victim, why did you put that in the video then? Why? This doesn't seem like you're not addressing the point. You're deflecting. You're saying, oh, well, me playing the minutes-long clip of Jar's videos, the reason I didn't say anything, the reason why I didn't interject or try to debunk it is because this wasn't the video for that. Like, wow, great job, Noah, great job. You fucking, what a genius. What a fucking genius, everybody. She's just making such great arguments here. She's making me reconsider my life now.
ignorant or racist thing you've done would take forever. Look at the length of my video now. My goal of my first video was to say, no, you're not a victim. This is a portion of the offensive things you've done. Here are the receipts. And I will hope people will have the common sense to understand why those clips are offensive, but...
Okay, so essentially, those clips were used to bolster the idea that Jar isn't a victim, but you just said that the reason you didn't respond to the long-ass clips of Jar's videos that you played was because they had nothing to do with the video. Him being a racist for saying slurs had nothing to do with the video. You just said that, and yet here you are saying, oh no, I played those clips so that people could see how much of an asshole Jar is and why I don't think he's a victim. Pick one, Noah. Either you played those clips because they bolstered the main point of your video and you just didn't respond to what they were saying because I guess you just didn't feel like it, or you just played those clips in your video and didn't feel like interjecting and explaining why they were bad because oh, this just wasn't the video for that. This video was about a different topic. Pick one. It's either one or the other. It cannot be both. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
If this community taught me anything, it's that common sense isn't that common.
But in all seriousness, that's not a word.
Right back
that's a
at you,
statement.
Noah.
Saying the N-word is not the same as saying I wish all black people would die.
Oh my god, guys, I just got exposed. I just said saying the N-word is not the same thing as saying you're happy all the Jews got burned. I mean, oh my god, how can I show my face in public?
Ain't no point in telling you ignorant.
It's the same sentiment, Jar. That's the point. The N-word, the hard R especially, has a long, painful, and violent history. That's probably the last word a lot of our ancestors heard. That might still be the last word black victims hear because lynchings and hate crimes are still a thing in this country.
Oh, okay. I want to give me proof for that. Give me proof. Show me one clip of a lynching happening in the past year. Give me proof. Because all of the hate crimes that I've seen in the news, all the shit that I've seen as far as racial crimes go, have been towards white people. Or it's been black on black violence. You want to talk about that, Noah? You want to talk about the black on black violence? The BLM riots? The Antifa riots? You want to talk about that? Oh, lynching or a fucking thing. Fuck off. Either prove to me that that's the case, show me some evidence, or don't fucking appeal to emotion like this, you dishonest hack.
For a lot of black folks, hearing that word can bring all that back. I know.
But what if you had never been lynched before? Like, what if you had never been attacked for your race before? What if you had never been the victim of a hate crime before? What if you had never had a negative experience of someone calling you the N-word before? Do those black people have the same perception of it where upon hearing it, they go like, oh my God, my life is ruined. Oh my God, this is so traumatic. This is so triggering. Like, you're assuming that every black person has that same perception of the word, that they have that same experience with it. But that's not really the case, Noah.
Because it happened to me at work. Like, this is the reason I will never apologize for calling this man out, because this is genuinely disgusting.
Because he's just pretty much saying his word. Okay, go walk up to someone and say, I'm glad 9/11 happened. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, once again, that's a statement. And second, I actually went outside and said that to a few people. You guys don't have to take my word for it, but you can try it yourself. Worst case scenario is you're going to get in an argument.
Okay, that was a pretty bad take. In all seriousness, guys, don't go up to people and say, I'm glad 9/11 happened. I will admit I was there. I don't even make 9/11 jokes anymore, mainly because I only know two and they both always fall flat.
Damn, fam. You got the whole chat laughing.
Again, Noah, you are the last person on earth to criticize other people for being unfunny. Remember, this is the same woman who said that math isn't mathing. You do not get to be the dictator of comedy. You don't get to call other people unfunny. You have lost that privilege.
Y'all got such a problem with words. Look, it's who's taking a kneel during the national anthem.
Oh, that? Well, I don't care about that. Trump does, but I don't. If I was in Trump's shoes, I would say things like, yeah, check me out, I'm king. These people are kneeling to me.
Oh my god, you guys, I don't have a problem with black people exercising their First Amendment rights. I'm just saying if I was in Trump's shoes and I was Trump, that's what I would do. Am I saying he should do it? Not really. I'm just saying that's what I would do if I was Trump.
I mean, I'm seeing some parallels, so you're on the right track. Anyway, guys, wouldn't it be so funny that when black athletes are like peacefully protesting against police brutality because they just keep killing and terrorizing us, wouldn't it be so funny to joke about how they're really kneeling down to honor a racist white man? Like, wouldn't it be?
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, at the end of the day, it would still be a joke. You could call it racist if you want, but that would still be the intention, is to make fun of it. So I don't get the point there. But second of all, like the whole police brutality argument, I've been planning to I've been meaning to make a video about this for the longest time, but I think that the whole issue has been widely overblown by the left. If you actually look at the statistics, only a handful of black people have died when they were unarmed, peaceful police interactions. Only a handful of them have ever died per year. I don't think it's the epidemic that people are making it out to be. Now, that being said, I'm no fan of the police. This is not me defending them. Like, I think there's a lot of police reform that we need to go through in this country, but I do not think for a second that uh, police brutality or racial crimes committed by the police are anywhere near the levels that they are. And for someone like Colin Kaepernick, an NFL quarterback, somebody who is making millions upon millions of dollars for playing a children's game, for him to pretend that he's making some grand social statement about some pressing social issue just because he kneeled for the anthem for like a couple minutes, like that's so fucking like condescending to me. That's so disgusting. It's like you really don't give a shit. Isn't this the same dude who accused the NFL draft combine of being like slavery or some shit? Like, why would I take anything he has to say seriously? He gets paid millions of dollars to be an activist. Like, I don't care what he has to say. I don't care whatever point he was trying to make. It's sports. The last place that should be political is sports. And granted, people have the First Amendment rights. They can say whatever they want. But, like, people also have the right to call these people out, to criticize them, to make fun of them. So, yeah, I completely disagree with N.O.A here on the police brutality point. But again, I would have to pull up like statistics and all that, and that would be more the case for like a scripted, a proper video where I actually edit stuff in and like film myself in front of the camera. If I were doing a proper video, I would pull them up. But since I'm going off script here, since I'm doing it live, I'll just say that I disagree with your point. And again, like I'll probably link some videos from people debunking that whole concept, but that's basically where I stand on it. So that's why I disagree with her.
Hilarious to take such a serious and traumatizing issue and just turning into kneeling down to massa. Isn't that just like next level comedy? Like, am I right? Ugh. Also, nice to know just.
See, by the way, I can handle dark comedy, but in order for it to work, you have to have self-awareness regarding the people, the group situation you're joking about, as well as comedic talent. Jar has neither. Well, neither do you, N.O.A. Neither do you. And I hate that she chose red for this text because it's incredibly hard to see. I don't know what this. It took me a second to read what this was saying.
Lie to your audience, bro. Like, way to be responsible for your platform.
And who reacts as seriously comparing saying the N-word to someone kneeling at a football game? Yes, I'm about as patriotic as the next guy, but that flag represents freedom. And that guy had the freedom.
Okay, N.O.A, that little comment you made, it represents freedom and war crimes. You could literally say that about every single country on the planet. Canada has committed war crimes. Mexico has committed war crimes. The United Kingdom has committed war crimes. Even African countries. South Africa has committed war crimes. Fucking Zimbabwe has committed war crimes, I'm pretty sure. Every single country on the planet, at some point or another in its history, has committed war crimes. So what is this argument exactly? Like what? We're just not allowed to we're just not allowed to stand up for America, essentially? You're just saying that because we've committed war crimes. Like again, not downplaying what happened. I'm not excusing what happened, but every country has done it. Literally every country has committed a war crime. You think slavery was just white people coming to Africa and taking black people to America? No. It was much more gray than that. It was black people selling each other to white colonizers and taking them to America. That's the reality. Again, I'm not excusing what happened. I'm not downplaying what happened. But if we're going to play this game of, America's committed war crimes, so of course it would make sense for people to kneel during the anthem, we could literally pull that with everyone. Every country on earth, we could pull that shit on. And it wouldn't make any goddamn sense, and it wouldn't solve any problems.
Freedom to exercise his First Amendment right.
He's saying if the N-word is just a word and words aren't that big a deal according to iDubbbz and his fans, then why is there still issue with Colin Kaepernick and other black folks silently kneeling during the national anthem? Now, I agree with the general message, but if I'm being honest, the argument does seem random without context. and with the original video.
Again, you're the last person to complain about something seeming out of context.
Gone, I can't exactly get it. So considering Jar likes to cut context and misrepresent people's arguments, I can't exactly form a proper opinion on this one.
Again, last person who should be saying that, but I'll let that slide.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip my video and get on to their next point.
3. You apologize for using a hard R, yet admit that you will continue to use the N-word if your black friends were okay with it.
I understand that word does have history, so I don't call black people that word. Unless, of course, they're cool with me using the GA with them.
What I do in private with my friends is none of your business. I'm just saying some black guys like it when white guys call them the GAN word. If they're not cool with me using it, then I won't.
Oh no, the cartoon avatar crossed arms, eyes turn red. Watch out, y'all. Paying this aside, bro, you made it everyone's business. We decided to put it on the internet. Don't get mad.
Okay, how? How did he put it on the internet? Like, what's the problem here? Did he call any of his friends the N-word with the soft A in a video? Is that what happened? Is that what happened, Noah? Because I would love to see that. I would love to see a clip of you showing that. You know, evidence, woman. I would like to see some sometime soon. We're like an hour into this, and you haven't provided any evidence as to any of the claims you're making. You know, I'd love to see the proof here. So yeah, so unless that clip exists out there, you know, no, he did not make it everyone's business. You made it everyone's business by complaining about it. So, you know, here we are.
Me because commenting on something you willingly shared. All you had to say was sorry for using the N-word, and we'd be none the wiser, but you decided to expose yourself further. Also,
So again, you're not even addressing his argument then. You're just saying, well, yeah, you do use the N-word with your friends because they're okay with it behind closed doors. That's a problem. Go fuck yourself. You have no business telling people what words they should say to each other behind closed doors. That's between them to decide. Okay? Jar merely brought it up as like I don't even think this had anything to do with the arguments you were making or that anyone was making. It was just something that he shared because he wanted to prove that not every black person hates the word as much as everyone else does, as much as the rest of them do. That some of them don't really mind being called that if it's in a joking or friendly context. I think that was the point he was trying to make. Who are you to say that he and his friends cannot use that word? No one. You. I just thought of a really cringe joke I could have made there, but let's move on. At the end of the day, what he and his friends say to each other behind closed doors and what they're okay with saying to each other, that's up to them, Noah. You can't really fault them for it.
Do you understand that this completely negates your apology? Like, how are you sorry for using the N-word if you continue to use the N-word?
Because his friends are okay with it, woman. Okay? Because his friends are okay with him using it. Unless you want to speak for his friends, unless you want to speak for other black people, unless you want to be a fucking dictator here, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that some black people will allow white people to say the N-word with them in private if it's friendly or as a joke. That's how it
And
works.
how am I the bad guy for bringing this up? Like,
because you're an idiot. That's why. Because you're misunderstanding the point and you're trying to play dictator here. You're trying to say that Jar and his friends can't say what they want to. That's what you're arguing for here. That's what you're trying to say here. And you know, people don't like that. People don't like being told what they can and can't do.
Like, this is the man y'all say has changed. Is this y'all's king?
4. You dismiss the existence of...
I love that she showed a picture of Killmonger there, because if any of you have seen Black Panther, you would know that Killmonger is probably, in terms of pure ideology, probably one of the worst villains in the entire MCU. He wants to start a global race war by lending Wakanda's weapons to the rest of the world. Because he somehow thinks that the black people here in America, once they're given high-tech weapons, they're going to want to rebel against their quote-unquote white masters in the government. That was his plan, to incite a global race war. And she chose that as like a image of a king. I could say a whole bunch. Like, if that was meant to be ironic, you better hope that was meant to be ironic, Noah. You better hope that was ironic. Because otherwise, that would be incredibly racist.
cultural appropriation, the lack of minority representation in video games, and criticism of the Confederate flag.
Again, there's no argument here. They're just saying stuff. Oh boy, they're gonna play a lot of my videos again. let's hope at least one of the points they just made comes true.
Sometimes they're shrouded in language like pimps and hoes party.
Pimps and hoes? Really? First of all, if being a pimp or a hoe is part of your culture, it's really nothing to be proud of. Second, pimps and hoes are not really a part of a certain culture. It's more of a profession thing. And before someone says that most pimps are black, well guess what? Most astronauts are white. So by that logic, no one but white people can throw a space-themed party. You see how that sounds?
Okay, nothing wrong here so far. So if I throw a pimps and hoes party, am I taking the culture away from black people or something? I'm joking, of course. I never throw or go to parties. I'm a loser.
The problem with that, Jar, is that the modern day depiction of pimps are solely based off of black people. All the mainstream stereotypes regarding pimps were started with the blaxploitation films of the 1970s and Iceberg Slim.
All right, so the point that I have to make here is that weren't blaxploitation movies produced primarily by white people, like white filmmakers? Weren't they directed primarily by white people? Unless I'm wrong about that. Again, chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the blaxploitation genre was specifically solely, or maybe not solely, but mostly helmed by white people to profit off of black audiences by making films that they thought black people would want to go see. So her referencing to the blaxploitation genre, not the strongest argument in my opinion, kind of defeats the whole point, since considering that it was mostly white filmmakers that were the forefront of that genre. And in fact, that's like a lot of the criticism that people have of the blaxploitation genre, is that it was built off of stereotypes that white people had of black culture. So again, that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is that I don't think, pimps and hoes and all that shit, I don't think that's something you want to celebrate, Noah. I don't think that's a part of black culture you want to keep around. Because I don't know about you, but I don't think pimps are good people. I don't think prostitution's cool. Like, or at least the way that pimps operate with prostitution. I don't think that's cool. Like, that's pretty bad. I would not want to celebrate my culture if that was something that I brought to the forefront of society. That would seem like a pretty negative thing in my opinion. Oh, great. The video has to load again. That's just perfect. I'll try and go on to I'll try and get to the 1 hour mark and then I'll read the chat some more. I want to get at least halfway done with this video. Man, it is 10:13 right now. We have been going for just over 4 hours. We're an hour in and we've gone on for 4 hours. I hate this. I hate this. Oof.
And one of the reasons the blaxploitation genre died out is because black folks thought it was perpetuating harmful stereotypes and having a negative influence.
Okay, so if we go by your logic that the blaxploitation genre was something held mostly by black people and it died out because it promoted a lot of harmful stereotypes of black people, wouldn't that be on y'all? Wouldn't that be on y'all? Like, you did that. You were the ones who created the genre, or at least helmed it, or provided the creative force behind it. So wouldn't it be your fault that it perpetuated negative stereotypes? Wouldn't that be on you? Like, or are we just expecting black people to never take accountability for anything? Like, again, like, I don't even know if what she's saying is true. I don't think it is. It seems completely false to me. And since she doesn't bring up any evidence to prove her point, I'm not going to take her at her word.
So these complaints/discussions have literally been around for 50 years. She was never arguing about the cultural pride or ethics of pimping. She was arguing that dressing as a cultural or racial stereotype is offensive.
Well, like, why though? Especially if, like, the stereotypes doesn't necessarily have to do with blackness necessarily. Like, I would assume that all pimps would act the same, or that the stereotype applies across race. Doesn't specifically have to do with black people. But, like, what's wrong with someone dressing up as a pimp for Halloween? Like, literally, what's the point? What's the problem here? They're playing dress up. They're playing pretend. Like, would you have as much of an issue as a white person dressing up as a Black Panther? Would that be problematic? Like, let's not even go to the whole, like, let's say that they just buy the costume, right? Like, they just wear the costume. They don't put on blackface. They don't paint themselves black or anything. They literally just wear the Black Panther costume. If they're white and they wear the Black Panther costume, are they racist? Would that make them racist? Would that make them insensitive? Like, oh my god, they dressed up as a pimp for Halloween. What a horrible person. How racist. How terrible of them.
Dressing up as a pimp for Halloween is in the same league as dressing up as thugs, gangs, rappers, or whatever. Like, bro, we know.
Yeah, but black people are the ones who perpetuate that culture. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the truth. The hip hop game is dominated by gangsters, thugs, drug dealers. That's all they rap about. They rap about killing people. Well, okay, it's not all they rap about. It depends on the type of hip hop you listen to. But the type of hip hop that's popular, that gets a lot of money, that people listen to, the type of shit that rises up to the mainstream, it is gangster culture. It is drug dealing culture. It is the hood life, quote unquote. That's the type of shit that people listen to. That's the type of hip hop that gets popular. So again, that's on y'all. If you didn't want people to go around trying to quote unquote appropriate that culture, y'all have yourselves to blame. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh great, the video froze.
Know where y'all got that from and who y'all trying to mimic. Y'all ain't slick. Thing as space culture or astronaut culture, and being an astronaut isn't associated with characteristics of a specific race.
Well, neither is being a pimp then, or a gangster by your definition. I mean, a gangster is literally just a criminal who goes around committing crimes and like running an organization or whatever. Like that's not separated by race. You've got the mafia, you've got the fucking cartels. Those are thugs, those are gangsters. So, those pimps and gangsters, those don't have any ties to any specific race. Like anyone could be that. Anyone. So that's a moot point. So fuck you, Noah. That argument doesn't work.
This comparison is lazy and ridiculous, and the fact that you still see nothing wrong with it says it all.
Every single person should be able to throw whatever themed party they want.
I still agree with this. What's your point? I mean, I guess you shouldn't throw a themed party, but I'm pretty sure most people knew what I meant.
My point is that this proves why I originally.
All right. Reminder that the original topic was to not use cultural aspects or stereotypes as Halloween costumes. For whatever reason, Joy didn't like that. Well, neither do I. Like, why not? Why can't you just dress up as why can't you dress up as a pimp? Why can't you dress up as a gangster? I saw some people, there was this funny photo on like Facebook, or not Facebook, but it was from Facebook, of these 4 old white dudes who dressed up as the members of N.O.A. And that was the funniest shit to me. Like, I don't understand why they would do it or how they even knew that N.O.A. was a thing, but that was just fucking hilarious to me. Like that made me laugh. Like that, I don't see anything wrong with that. What's the fucking issue there? It's like, again, you want to play dictator. You want to determine what people can and can't do, and what people can and can't say. And I just don't go along with that. I don't agree with that nonsense. People should have the freedom to say and do whatever they want. And it's up to the context. It's up to the context to decide whether or not they're racist or homophobes or transphobes or whatever.
Said you're dismissing cultural appropriation, and now you're standing by it. Good job.
Well, because cultural appropriation is stupid and nonsensical and should be laughed at and dismissed. Like, literally every culture has borrowed from another. All right, let's not be stupid about this, Noah.
I was just in New York City. It was a city full of different people with different cultures and different backgrounds. They interacted and celebrated different cultures. The people who say, stop appropriating my culture, are the real racists.
I mean, if I put on a sombrero and someone says I can't wear it because I'm not the right race, then yes, they are racist.
There's a difference between cultural appropriation, cultural appreciation, and cultural diversity, my guy. And living in a diverse area doesn't mean it's okay to dress up as racial or ethnic stereotypes for funsies.
Okay, why not? You're gonna have to explain why not then. Because I'll tell you right now, if I saw like some fucking white dude showing up in Halloween dressed like an old Western style cowboy, like with the sombrero and like the poncho and all that shit, I would not be the least bit offended. I wouldn't really care. It's whatever. It's his Halloween costume. It's Halloween. People will dress up as like things that they like. So what's the issue here? What is the issue here? I don't see it. It's like you're making this a problem when it really shouldn't. Like, only losers complain about this shit. Only losers complain about this. And that whole, like, oh, there's a difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation and cultural diversity. Like, no, there's not. stop lying to us. You would call anything cultural appropriation if it didn't fit within your specific parameters of what is or isn't allowed. So that nice try being slick there, but we all know that you don't really believe that. You really don't.
Culture is being shared as a privilege, not an obligation, especially when we live in a world where cultural aspects are more profitable and acceptable on people outside of them.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Cultural appropriation is a privilege? What? Like, you don't understand that we here in the first world also have tons of privilege, right? Like, we here in America, we have easy access to things like food, water, clothing, all sorts of shit that people in the third world do not have access to. We're pretty privileged. The fact that I can even spend 4 hours getting, like, in the thick of this stupid internet drama about some robot saying slurs, the fact that this is how I can get to spend my free time, that makes me pretty privileged. Like, get the fuck out of here. Everyone's privileged if you really think about it hard enough. Like, stop trying to equate that to racism.
Example, literally anything black folks do. I can't comment on the sombrero example specifically, so I won't. But I will comment on Jaw's overall mindset behind the example because it's giving me white entitlement. Like, racial minorities have every right to gatekeep aspects of their culture because historically, sharing has ended badly.
Okay, so essentially you want your own culture to die out then. Because that's ultimately what's going to happen if you try to gatekeep and keep people out of your culture, is that it's just going to die out inevitably. Like, certain aspects of it will stop being a thing, you know? And, like, being gatekeepy and, like, keeping people out of your culture, or even, like, your own, like, territory or whatever, that's not really good for the long run. I mean, look at what's happening with Japan. Like, their population numbers are going down, their birth rates are low, and their own culture is stagnating because they are very gatekeepy about who they allow in their country and what cultural influences they take. Like, I don't think gatekeeping your culture is a good idea. I think that's a dumb thing. I would be proud that people take aspects of my culture and celebrate them. Isn't that the very idea of cultural diversity? That you can have people of all different races celebrate cultures and traditions of other races? Isn't that the American dream? God damn it! Isn't that what we should be striving for? Not this. Oh no, this is my culture and it belongs to me. And if you at all try to partake in it, you're appropriating my culture. You're bad. You're racist. Like, fuck that, man. I don't like that mentality. It's counterproductive, and it's just gonna lead to nothing but chaos if we just let that be the norm.
Minorities protecting their culture isn't inherently racist. It's a defense mechanism developed over centuries of white folks stealing our stuff, profiting off of it, then erasing our influence.
Must be why all of the people who are dominating the NBA, the NFL, the MLB, the hip hop, charts, all those black musicians and actors and athletes and, like, writers and poets, all those that get to be paid millions of dollars, to play a sport or to sing a type of music or to do anything like that. I guess all those people are just, like, being stolen from and being affronted by white culture. I guess they don't have any agency. I guess they never got to reap the profits of their own, to reap the benefits of their own, like, skills, Like, it's just white people constantly stealing from them. That's obviously how it's been, like, throughout all of human history. You're right, Noah. You're absolutely right.
Now, are there examples of cultural appropriation that did happen and are people who pointed out automatically racist? No. Is it appropriate, for example, a party themed around where everybody is dressed up as Wendigos? No, obviously not. Is it appropriate to hold a party celebrating Los Dia de los Muertos? If done respectfully with a genuine respect of the culture, then yes.
But guess what? We all realize that what you actually mean is undressed as the most offensive stereotypes of black people, Asians, Latinos, Native Americans, Indians, etc. that you can muster.
Or maybe they just want to celebrate a different culture. Have you ever thought of that? Do you guys know who this woman is? This is the same woman who tried to sue Sargon of Akkad and failed. She tried to sue Sargon because he played a lot of clips from her videos in one of his videos. And that's what this person is doing with my videos right now. I'm not saying I will or should sue this person. I'm just saying if we're going off of the logic of the woman's video I'm covering, then yes, I should sue them.
What does that have to do with my criticisms of you and your actions? Like, why is it so difficult for you to not deflect by bringing up unrelated situations about other people?
Well, I mean, he was just drawing a comparison. First of all, he was making a joke about it. Pointing out that you're basically doing the exact same thing that Sargon got sued over. So that was one thing. And the second thing is like he was just making a comparison, pointing out that you were, if we're going by your logic, or the logic that people should be allowed to just play large clips, like minute-long clips of like another person's videos without actually debunking the points being made, then by that logic, Jar should be able to sue you because Saigon got sued for doing the exact same thing. He was making that comparison. Essentially, he was criticizing the way that your video was being made. He was criticizing your editing and the way you placed your clips of him. That's what he was criticizing. So that's a non-argument, Noah.
And if you're gonna make the sorry joke, maybe don't include the screenshot where Akila apparently lost. Like,
No, obviously.
Well, I mean, that's the joke, right? Is that Akila sued him and he lost, or she lost. That's the joke. That's the point he's making. He's making fun of it. It's dumb. So this video's dumb.
You shouldn't go to a black-themed party and do blackface and act like the most stereotypical black person, but there's nothing wrong with trying to celebrate the culture of another, culture.
You hijack part of a culture for personal use without permission, not out of respect or tribute, because, oh my god, Native American headdresses are so cute!
So people have to get permission? From who? Let's say a bunch of white people want to throw a Mexican-themed party. Do they get the permission from one Mexican, the Mexican government, or do they have to make a petition that only Mexicans can sign?
Oh no, guys, I asked a question. That means I'm denying the existence of cultural appropriation.
okay, one, Google is free. If you have all these questions, why are you making a video on a topic you clearly know nothing about?
Well, because people think differently about these topics, you fucking moron. That was the point of his question. If a bunch of white people get together and decide to throw a quinceañera or some other kind of a Mexican-themed party, should they go around asking other Mexicans whether or not it's okay for them? Do they only need to get one person's permission? One Mexican person's permission? Do they have to go and get the Mexican government to sign off on it? Where's the line? What should we do? What's the point? He's asking for clarification. And obviously, even if he does search it up on the internet, people are going to have different things to say. Him searching it up on the internet doesn't automatically mean that every source he clicks on, every link he clicks on is going to agree with your perspective, because people think differently about these things, Noah. They just do. So you're an idiot. I'm sorry. You're just an idiot.
Two, bro, Akila is explaining what cultural appropriation is and how it's offensive, and you're actively arguing against it. So yes, you're dismissing the existence of cultural appropriation. Lastly,
well, I think it's because it deserves to be dismissed. And I'll give her half a point again. Like, Joy, just come out and say you're dismissing cultural appropriation, because that's essentially what you're doing. And that's okay. I agree with you. I also think cultural appropriation is dumb. I would also dismiss it. I don't think I think it's a non-issue. I don't mind that you're dismissing it because I agree with your argument. So just come out and say it. So that's all I'll say towards you. But that's a half point I'll give to Noah. But like, again, cultural appropriation is stupid. It makes no sense. And it would be hypocritical to accuse white people of doing it when every culture does it to some degree. So it deserves to be dismissed. It deserves to be joked about. It deserves to be mocked because it's not a serious concept.
I say dismiss the existence of cultural appropriation, not denied it. Those are two different words with two different meanings.
No, that's pretty much the same. Dismissing something is the same as denying it. That's kind of, they're synonyms. They might have slightly different meanings, but they're synonyms.
If you're gonna mock my claims, at least get the wording right.
Again, last person on the planet who should be using that criticism.
Cultural exchange happens all the time, right? Do people sometimes make mistakes about culture? Yeah, a lot of people think samurai are from China, but they're not.
Just so you know, every single person has my permission to throw a robot-themed party. Gentrification is not a plot by white people to destroy black people. Gentrification doesn't just affect poor black people. It affects poor people in general. It just so happens that a lot of terrible neighborhoods tend to be poor black neighborhoods. And if the government kept them around, it would be damaging to the economy.
And that is true. A lot of poor white people either live in the countryside or in trailer parks, while a lot of poor black people tend to live in the inner city.
Y'all, the further this video goes on, the more and more I relate to Adam Driver meme.
Every day I wake up.
Every day.
All right, so you're an emotionally unstable, abusive asshole. Then is that the point you're trying to make? Because from what I remember, because I haven't seen Marriage Story in a long while. Like I have seen it, but it's been a while. From what I remember, Adam Driver wasn't necessarily the good guy. So I don't know why you'd want to reference him, but whatever. That's your prerogative.
Every day I wake up, there's just so many layers and so little time. First things first, Jar, it doesn't just so happen that a lot of terrible neighborhoods are poor black neighborhoods. There's a systemic and purposeful reason why that is.
Okay, buddy. Okay, I believe you. Sure thing, Noah. You know, black people are never responsible for anything. They never have any agency. You know, they don't have the wherewithal, the willpower to like get themselves out of any sort of situations. You know, that it's systemic racism. It's all that's why they live in poor inner city neighborhoods. It's because of systemic racism. It can't be because of any decisions they made, because that would be a racist assumption to make. Uh, Wanting black people to take responsibility for their own lives, that's racist. How dare you promote that idea, you racist?
There's a reason why a lot of the black community is stuck in a cycle of generational poverty and generational trauma.
Generational trauma. As if every black person lives in the ghetto or lives in a poor neighborhood or is poor in general. Couldn't you also say the same thing about every race then? Because every race has gone through something terrible. Every race has been enslaved at some point. Every race has had their rights trampled on at some point. You want to talk about generational trauma? What about the Irish, huh? What about them? What about all the discrimination that they faced when they emigrated to the United States in the early 20th century? What about them? Do they not have generational trauma? Do they not suffer from cultural appropriation? Don't we use leprechauns on fucking Lucky Charms and on several sports teams in college? Like the Boston Celtics, the NBA team, isn't that appropriating Irish culture? Oh, no, no, no. It doesn't count because they're white. You know, that doesn't count. That doesn't matter. You know, because they're white. So you can't be racist against them. You can't appropriate their culture because they're white. Like, ooh. Mm. This is a dumb video. I don't know what else to say, quite frankly. Since we're an hour in, I'm gonna read chat and see what people have been saying for the past couple minutes. Let's see. Let me go up because there's been a lot of messages. Underestimated mentality. If your skin tone is too white, she won't care. Yeah, quite literally what I was saying. But yeah, true. People called Carmen white over her choice of profile picture before. That's pretty stupid. Didn't people make the same? Well, because we all know Jar is white, but he didn't come out with that for like a long time. So didn't people assume that he was black for the longest time? That was a thing, right? Star Child. Unfortunately, have to go. Wish I could stay longer, but gotta be an adult. Y'all take care. Oh, so you're saying I'm not an adult by wasting my time doing this? How dare you, you racist scum? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just joke. That was jokes. But thanks for stopping by, Star Child. I appreciate it. Hope you stick around for some of my later content, or you come back and watch this stream. At a later date. But thanks for hanging around. I appreciate it, and you got to be an adult. I understand. I would want to find any reason to get out of this as well. Gojira 2005. Or your laptop is trying to kill itself because of all the stuff no one asked is saying it can't handle itself and it wants to end its life. Yeah, pretty much. That or it just hates me. Underestimated mentality. N.O.A, technology is racist. Yep, that's 100% something I'd believe she'd say. Gojira, the only one who needs education here is no one asked. I bet she dropped out at age 4. Oh, we're getting a bit edgy here, but yeah, I'd believe it. Given the amount, the level of argumentation she's on, yeah, I believe it. Drawing with Jay, she is an Omega strawman. Now she's trying to silence just a robot. Pretty much, saying what he can and can't say, what opinions he can and can't have. I would count that as silencing of a type. See, Gojira 2005. I'm going to go cancel you on Twitter now. Oh no, I'm gonna have to come out with my own apology, aren't I? The I'm sorry for using racial slurs, guys. I'm taking responsibility. I'm taking accountability now for my actions. Drawing with Jay, she might as well flat out say, bow down to me. Yeah. Underestimated. Watch out, the Valley Girl is crying to silence the criticism. Oh no. Man, I should read that in Noah's voice, but I'm worried that doing that kind of impression would ruin my mental state. I would die. Tommy's House of Vlogs. I'm back again. Had to clean the restroom for ... reasons. All right, we'll try not to read too much into that. Star Child, before I go, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Noah get upset at Jarvis pulling up the definition of racism to prove a point, but just pulled up a definition to prove a point? That is a really smart thing to point out. That is true. She did do that. Why didn't she? Whatever. That's just a long list in the amount of things that we could point out. All right, Tommy's House of Vlogs. I'd like to see Professor Dreadlocks react to this entire video. He'd probably had a real problem with this part. Oh, definitely. Especially the way that she kind of downplays how Jar's friends shouldn't be allowed to be okay with him using the N-word around them in private. Like, I know he would be furious with her for trying to dictate what he should allow. Gojira, I have to go to bed. Bye for now. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. Always nice to see people here. Always nice to have you people on Tommy's House of Vlogs. The fact that so many people support Noah shows how much of a victim she really is. Yeah, it does. Like this huge victim, but everyone's on her side. Her like to dislike ratio is positive, and everyone's buying her arguments about Jar. Yeah, she sure is a victim, isn't she? Drawing with Jay, I'm guessing jokes are quote racist now. Apparently, to people like her. Tommy, hey Alex, have you seen the Nerd City Colossal is Crazy collab? I've seen the first part, and I can't recall too much about it, unfortunately. I remember liking it. I thought it was okay. I thought it was a good video, but I legitimately don't remember anything about it. And they're still gonna make a part 2. Like that still needs to come out, doesn't it? Or has it come out yet? I don't know. I haven't kept up, but I have seen it. I just don't remember anything about it. And Akumu, do the British have trauma from being enslaved by the Vikings? Good point. White culture, what? Preposterous. Yeah, white people don't have a culture. The Irish, the Italians, the Romanians, none of them have a culture. White people are monogamous. They all have one distinct culture. It's all part of one size fits all. That's how their culture works. I say, good sir, a myth. It's just a myth that white people have different cultures. Let's see. By her argument, if you mock any black person, not even for their race, you're doing blackface. yeah. I'm guessing that's in reference to the black supremacy thing that Jar made fun of, but that's absolutely her argument. If you dare make fun of black supremacy, you're doing blackface, or you're a racist. Oh man. Like I said, man, like as soon as you get whatever issues figured out, feel free to hop in. Like, I have an hour to go. Don't make me do this by myself. Please. Don't make me do this by myself.
Over 150 years worth of reasons, and all.
Wow, you're in the wait. This whole time I've been keeping you in the waiting room. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my god. No, they chose to mute themselves. Oh, okay. I'll give you 10 minutes. All right. So in 10 minutes, we'll have a special guest on so that I don't have to suffer through the second half of this video by myself. And, well, nice to know that you've got my back, Tommy. But don't worry. I will try to soldier through these next 10 minutes. Let's try to get through this.
Stem from slavery and supremacy. As someone who's invested in Black Southern history, the statement and others like it just drive me at the wall. People really be acting like Jim Crow, segregation, housing discrimination ended because the president signed a piece of paper. Like, yes, gentrification affects poor people, period. But a disproportionate amount of impoverished people are black and brown. That's not a
Well, let's really consider this, right? Because the majority population in America is white. There's no changing that. White people make up the majority of this country. So by definition, by that logic, most poor people should be white, right? At least that's how I would consider it. And also, I don't think anyone's making the argument that just because we've appealed things like Jim Crow and segregation and all that shit, I don't think that I don't think anyone's making the argument that those things just don't exist anymore because they've been uh made illegal. Like I don't think that's the case at all. Like I don't think anyone's making that case. Like if there are people making it, then they're idiots. But I don't think Jar's ever made that case. And I don't think that's even the case he's making now. Like I don't think this has anything to do with his argument. Now that I think about it, he was just saying that gentrification affects everyone that's poor, not just black people, and that's true. So I don't get it. I don't know what the point is here.
coincidence, nor is it a coincidence that these groups are the most targeted and affected by gentrification. Like I said earlier, this is purposeful. Just
okay. So what's to what end? One, who's perpetuating this? Because again, this reminds me of the argument someone once made. I don't know if any of you in chat are familiar with this story, but remember the death of Freddie Gray in Baltimore by the hands of police? I remember when people tried to use that as an example of police brutality and of systemic racism, but then someone like Larry Elder pointed out that the mayor of Baltimore was black, the police chief of Baltimore was black, the city council of Baltimore were all black. So where's the systemic racism coming from exactly? Where's the oppression coming from? Who's oppressing who? And especially when it comes to issues like gentrification, where different cities and different municipalities have different different regulations, different laws, different like things to hold into account, different voters. Like who's leading this system of systemic racism? Who's doing it and to what end? Because it's not as though it's only white people who are making these efforts. It's not as though it's only white people passing these laws and these measures. So I sincerely doubt that systemic racism is as prevalent of an issue as people like N.O.A seem to want to believe. But anyways,
educate yourself and stop talking about race, please.
Really getting sick and tired of people.
All he said was that white people are also poor and do also live in inner city neighborhoods. That's all he said, was that gentrification affects everyone that's poor. What does he need to educate himself on, N.O.A? Ooh, this is testing me. This is testing my patience.
People who think just because they're a certain race means they automatically know more about a certain culture. No, this is purely anecdotal, but as some of you might know, I was made in America. I was talking about the American-Mexican War, and this girl comes in, and she claims she knows more about it than me because, get this, she's part Mexican. Well, guess what? I was made in America. The country that actually won the war. Yes, the girl said that the amount of land the Americans took was actually a gift from Mexico. I am not making this up.
I'm not going to comment on the Mexican-American War section because that's not really related to culture or culture appropriation.
But what was that all that point about educating yourself? Like, that's still part of the discussion. He's bringing up how some Mexican people don't even know their own history. They don't even know their own culture that well. Because a Mexican girl apparently thinks that the Mexican government just gave Southwestern America to the United States, when that's not at all what happened. What happened to the whole, you got to educate yourself. Oh, well, I'm not going to research this topic because, it doesn't have anything to do with cultural appropriation. Like, yes, it does. Or at least it's part of the same video. It's part of the same basic argument. If you want to prove that Jar is a racist, you could easily just go like, oh, well, actually, Jar, here's the history of why what America did to Mexico in the Mexico-American War was racist or whatever. If you really cared about proving that Jar was a racist, you would have done that. But nope, you took the easy way out because you are a hack. You're a hack. That's all I can say.
It's more so just history, so I don't know why he even brought it up. Anyway, the thing I take issue with is Jar saying he's getting tired of people thinking that just because they're of a certain race, they think they know more about a certain culture. When one, I'd argue that's literally Jar because he built his channel off of being in other races' business to the point people thought he was black. And two, is he saying that people of color shouldn't feel like they know more about their own cultures? Like, I keep trying to think of other interpretations.
Well, he's just pointing out that certain people of a certain race don't know that much about their own culture, and that we shouldn't just assume that because you're black or because you're Hispanic or because you're Asian that you automatically know more or are more predisposed to racism or are more sensitive to racism and can easily dig it out. You know, like different people have different upbringings. Like different people grow up in different environments. So obviously uh they're gonna have different amounts of knowledge as to their own culture. They're gonna have different ideals, different morality. You know, they're gonna have different like ways of thinking. So it's it's dumb. It's Oh, great! The video
Of
paused.
what's being said, but this is what I keep coming back to. This mindset is asinine. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to describe it. You're telling me the people who live, breathe, and celebrate their culture, the people who actually experience their own culture, shouldn't feel like they know more about it than someone who doesn't?
That is not what he's saying whatsoever. As I just explained, like not every person of a minority group is going to be in touch with their own fucking culture, because different people grow up in different scenarios and different situations and different circumstances, so they're going to learn different things about their own culture or be engaged in their culture to lesser degrees depending on where they grew up. Like, take me for example. I'm the perfect example for this. I'm Hispanic. My parents are both Mexican, but I don't really engage with Mexican culture whatsoever. I don't listen to mariachi music. I don't celebrate Day of the Dead. I don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo because I'm not, again, I'm American. I was raised here. I was born in this country. I can't even speak Spanish all that well. Like, I can un poquito, you know, just a little bit. I can speak it a little bit, but English is my language because I grew up in America. I don't engage with Mexican culture all that often because I just don't like a lot of it. I grew up here in America. This is my culture. So, like Jar said, not every person who's Hispanic or black or Asian is going to be 100% in touch with their own culture or so deeply ingrained in their own culture. Like, that's just not the case. And to assume that that is the case would by definition be pretty racist, because you're acting as though you're acting as though all black people would act the same or think the same or feel the same about certain topics, when that's not the case. So this is a dumb point.
Like, y'all let me know if I'm reading that wrong, because if this is the mindset this man has, then, oh, honey.
And that's all the clips of my video she shows. Never once do I say cultural appropriation doesn't exist. It's just me criticizing this person's video, but whatever.
Not once did I say you said cultural appropriation doesn't exist. I said you dismiss its existence. There's a difference.
It's same difference, you moron. They're synonyms. Dismiss and deny, they're synonyms. They mean the same thing. I don't get the. At this point, we're arguing semantics. Like, what's the actual purpose of this argument? We're not actually debating a legitimate point. We're arguing, oh, what's the difference between dismiss and deny? Like, who cares? They're synonyms. Get over it.
I literally said it and wrote it, so there's no reason for a veteran commentary channel to make this mistake, but whatever.
Okay, let's move on to the Confederate flag one. I ultimately did take this video down because I kind of found it cringy, and it was one of my first videos.
Now you wait, it don't mean none of that. Wow. Really? In 1863, an earlier version of the flag had a white background, which the designer said represented, and I quote, the supremacy of the white man.
Good job. You actually got something right for once.
What? You said I dismissed the criticisms of the Confederate flag, but I accepted this one. What the hell is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Discontinue that flag because people kept on mistaking it for a surrender flag.
Jar, I say you dismiss criticism of the Confederate flag. What the little boy said wasn't criticism, it was a quoted statement. That's the reason it's the only thing you agree with in that whole video.
Wait a minute. That is not at all. That what? He literally okay. So at the beginning of the video, the part that you cut out of your response to Jar, he did say that he didn't like the Confederate flag and that he doesn't stand by it. He was only arguing for its fucking he was literally only arguing that people should be allowed to fly it or be allowed to celebrate it or whatever. He was defending people's right to have the flag, to display it. But he wasn't defending the flag itself. But you cut that out of your video because you knew that if you kept it in, that would hinder your point. So you're already being a dishonest hack right there. Like, oh my god. Like, of course you would just completely look over that point. Of course. It just makes perfect sense. Oh, great. I gotta wait for the video now. Well, at least, wow, we only have an hour left to go, guys. Just an hour. All right, inevitably we'll get the video to play. Eventually, it'll have to load.
Clip just started, dude. Like, calm down.
It's about our historical legacy. yeah. No.
Yes it is. Wait, what's the problem? It is a thing that happened in America's past. We can't just pretend like it didn't exist. What did you think my point was?
So y'all might remember I covered this topic in my last video, so apologies if I repeat myself more than I already have. No one is saying we should pretend the American Civil War and the Confederacy never happened. The problem with the whole "it's about our historical legacy" argument is that y'all's legacy is wanting slaves. Y'all are celebrating the legacy of wanting black people to remain property.
Well, I mean, there were other reasons why the Civil War started. It wasn't just slavery. It was also an issue over states' rights and the fact that at the end of the day, slavery was a huge component to Southern economics, and taking that away would kind of, destroy the entire infrastructure of the South. You know, it was about a little bit more than just slavery. And also, what about all of the black people who fly the Confederate flag? Those people exist. There are black people who fly the Confederate flag because they consider it a part of their heritage because they had ancestors who fought for the Confederacy. What about those people? What, does the argument just not work? Is that just thrown out the window now? Like, at the end of the day, like, I believe people should be allowed to fly whatever flag they want, even if I don't stand behind the philosophy behind that flag, because it is a part of their heritage. It is a part of their culture. If we're going to just deny that that is a thing and that people shouldn't be allowed to fly it, then like, it's you could apply that to anything. Any BLM or like protests that fly the BLM flag shouldn't be allowed to fly it then, because of all of the shitty things that BLM has done. Like, we just shouldn't be allowed to fly flags at all. Any flags that have any cultural history behind it that's negative, we just shouldn't be allowed to fly it. Like, your pride be damned. Your personal opinion on that flag be damned. Like, we don't like that you're flying that flag, so you're not allowed to fly it. That's the argument that she's making here.
So no, it's not just about the historical legacy. It's about what the flag stands for, and trust me, people know exactly what it stands for. That's why they love it.
The racist man who...
Well, I mean, you're also assuming that all the people who fly it want slavery to come back. You're also implying that, which I would highly doubt. Like, again, I'm not gonna like defend the flag or anything. I would never fly it, but people should have the right to like fly it if they want to, if they view it as a part of their heritage. I'm not just gonna assume that they're racist or that they hate black people or that they want slavery to come back just because they're flying a fucking flag. Because by that definition, what about the American flag? What about all the atrocities that America has committed, especially against black people? Wouldn't flying the American flag therefore be racist by that definition because of all the shit America has done? Like, again, and if we're gonna go down that route, then we should just get rid of flags entirely. Because as I brought up earlier, every single country, every single culture, every single race has done something bad to some other country or culture or race. No one is free from that. History is filled with the blood of innocent people. And I wish I could remember who said that, because that is such a badass quote. And it's true. Every single race, every single country, every single culture has fucked with someone else in some way, shape, or form. Every flag has blood on it. So what? Should people just not be allowed to fly flags at all? Like, what's your argument here, Noah? Because I don't see it. I just don't see it.
who murdered 9 black people in a church, stood with this flag in a photo celebrating the racism it stood for.
I'm really getting sick of people saying things like that. Just because a Boy Scout shot up a school, it doesn't mean they're all like that. What that man did was very wrong. However, you can't judge a whole group of people just because of one man's actions. Just because black people tend to be in prison more often than white people, it does not mean we should treat them any differently.
Yeah, this was a stupid point on my end. Did I really compare people who like the Confederate flag to an entire race of people who don't have a choice to be what race they are? No, you can say that those who fly the Confederate flag over their house are racist, that's one thing, but you shouldn't call them all men. Dylan Roof was an extremely individual, and I believe he's still on death row. One thing I did learn recently is this is actually not the Confederate flag. I'll link a full video about the real Confederate flag down below if you want to know more information.
Confederate government selected this as her official flag and named it the Stars and Bars, so calling this the Stars and Bars is wrong on 2 counts. That's not its name, and this is a cross. These are bars. Army wanted to avoid friendly fire, and so took one of the rejected designs and squarified it into a battle flag. The Navy too liked this design and eventually switched, though using a brighter, presumably non-Yankee, blue. 2 years later, the Confederate government again changed the flag, adding a red bar and a new tough name. Also, the design slightly rectangularified the battle flag. This could no longer be mistaken for surrender, and was the last flag, as 36 days later, the Confederacy surrendered.
Now, I will say I'm glad he recognizes that this was an awful argument, so yay for that. If he could do that for all his other content, we wouldn't be here, but I digress.
Well, okay. Well, I kind of disagree with Jar a little bit. Like, I think that his comparison was apt. Like, just because there are some crazy people out there who fly the Confederate flag and then go on to commit horrible crimes against black people, that doesn't mean that everyone who flies the Confederate flag is a violent racist who's gonna kill black people. Just as, like, you shouldn't judge black people just because you shouldn't judge a black person just because black people are more likely to be criminals. You know, you shouldn't come to any judgments about them. Like, that's a good comparison. Like, it may not be 1-to-1, but it's a comparison, you know? And it's still to make a broader point about how you shouldn't judge people just because they look different to you or because they celebrate something different from what you celebrate. Like, that's a good point. So I don't know why Jar took that back. I thought that was a solid argument.
My only problem with this section is that they're not saying that everyone who flies the Confederate flag is a mass murderer. They're providing an example as to what we mean when we say the flag is so much more than just historical legacy. I'm not sure.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying that essentially the flag will influence people into doing that kind of stuff. And therefore, because it has that potential to influence people to shoot up like a black church, that therefore people who fly the flag shouldn't celebrate it anymore and they should stop flying it. You know? So essentially you are arguing that, people just shouldn't be allowed to fly the Confederate flag. That is what you're saying at the end of the day. That because they're just bringing up examples of what can happen to people who fly this flag and who celebrate it. I'm like, okay, and like, I'm sorry, that shouldn't have any bearing on people who fly the flag and don't commit any crimes and don't have any hatred towards any group of people. Like, let people be individuals, man. Like, that don't come to judgments just because they fly a flag you don't like, or just because they or just because they have a different skin color to you. Like, just let people be themselves. Let them be individuals. Judge them on their merits, their own merits. The Martin Luther King way, his dream. You know, don't judge people by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. Like, I don't know, man.
Sure if he was arguing that specifically or was just providing an example, so sorry if I read that wrong. Also, as someone who's lived in the South her entire life, the quote-unquote fake Confederate flag is indeed the flag everyone uses down here. I don't think I've ever seen the other one. Real or fake, the message is still very clear.
Well, true, but I don't think it's a fake flag. I don't know where you got that term. Unless I just used it, and I don't know. Like, I think what he means by this isn't the real Confederate flag is that it's not the flag that the Confederacy used to identify themselves. It was a surrender flag that then became the Confederate flag near the very end of the Civil War. So by that logic, it isn't really the actual Confederate flag. It just became the Confederate flag through time. So that's what he meant. So I don't think anyone's arguing that it's the fake flag or that it doesn't carry the same meaning. Just that it has the history is literally more nuanced than we like to believe.
The examples listed include complex subject matter that need their own individual videos, basically debunking them. So I'll probably work on that sometime in the future.
Oh, goody. They don't really go over the video game stuff at all. I know which video they're talking about, but the person me and my Puerto Rican friend covered One of his examples for white people in video games was Shepard from Mass Effect, who you can customize to look however you want. Should there be more black characters in video games? Yes! Super Smash Bros. Doesn't have a single black character unless you customize a me. Sorry that the guy we covered had examples.
Hey. Looks like we might be bringing on our first guest of the night, hopefully. Nope. Like whenever you're ready to hop on, Akumu, just hop into the chat or into the call.
Sucked.
Okay, but all the examples didn't suck, and you argued against some valid complaints. I was originally going to go over the majority of the video game video, but this video is 2 hours. So if y'all are curious,
Oh, I have to add you first. Okay, let me. There we go. There we go.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up? How you doing? How you doing? Been going through this shit show.
I've been having a journey, man. I've been rediscovering myself.
Oh yeah, no, you learn plenty. It seems when it comes to this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So
all right, what is this? Halfway through the video? All right.
Any thoughts so far on what we've covered, and any summary of all the shit we've gone through?
I think the biggest problem with her video now is it's the biggest problem with the video as a whole, but it's sort of a repeat, not of her previous points, but of her own points made in the video. It's in such a way that I think that she impulsively just wrote this fucking script and thought, you know what, I'm gonna fucking read this, edit it up, post it. But okay, for instance, like she keeps saying over and over and over, what was it? That was on the tip of my tongue a second ago. Basically, her argument is, oh my god, like he'll admit this and apologize for this, but he won't admit this and apologize for that. It's like, because he's admitting you're right on some things and not on other things.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. It's really this mentality of, oh, she has to be completely right, that she has to get exactly what she wants. And at the end of the day, what she wants is for him to feel bad for really out of context fucking things.
Yeah.
And has she gone over the fact that she used Luke's talking points? Has she gone over that yet?
I don't believe so. I know she's mentioned Luke a few times.
I won't get into that.
Yeah. And then it really does seem though that she does just record this on the, like, she just wrote it and then just recorded it without a second.
Oh yeah, there was definitely, because I feel like if you actually check your fucking script, you wouldn't be repeating yourself, not only repeating all your previous points again, but repeating those over and over and over again. It's and that's a problem with doing long videos, really.
Mm-hmm.
And some people just haven't sort of cracked the thing out, is you don't want to repeat yourself. Otherwise you're going to not be able to, you're going to annoy the audience.
Yeah.
But
and it's that's a, well, actually, before we get going on this video, I'll just introduce you real quick, because I think this is the first time you made a proper appearance on my channel. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is Akumu, a political commentator and drama commentator who you might know. You might remember him from the Kai Weiss drama. He's the guy who Kai Weiss falsely copyright struck. And, according to the rest of the commentary community, he's a racist, he's an asshole, he's a monster. But
Satan fucking incarnate. That's how Kai's fan base acted.
Yeah, but I think he's a pretty cool dude, and so he's here with me, and we're gonna we're gonna respond to N.O.A.'s stupid ass and try to take apart her shitty arguments together.
Oh boy!
All right, let's keep going.
You know my thoughts about this. Just leave a comment, and I'll reply with a thesis paper.
I couldn't include the video game one because the whole video is just Jar being loud and wrong, and well, that's true for all his content.
Okay, apparently you can't customize Shepard to look like any race you want.
I mean, y'all heard it yourselves, he didn't deny it.
5. You played the Oppression Olympics with interracial and gay couples in the Steven Universe PSA video.
Oppression Olympics really only works when you're talking about your own group to another group. I'm not gay or part of any of the LGBT.
What? No, anytime someone compares the struggles of marginalized groups to prove, quote-unquote, one has it worse than the other, that's playing the oppression Olympics, which is what you did. While it usually occurs between marginalized groups, it isn't exclusive to them, so I don't know where he got that from. In fact, it's not common for people outside these groups to weaponize the oppression Olympics.
Problem with that. The whole marginalized group oppression Olympics, her argument is, okay, you can't play oppression Olympics by using, which, by the way, she doesn't ever address his like actual fucking like reference. You know what I mean? So like a lot of throughout her video, she'll simply say he did this or did that. In her first initial two videos, she'll say he did this or did that, but she doesn't actually address what actually was said. It's a very vague generalization to sort of condemn him for that politically. And it's sort of kind of the same thing here, because saying it's the oppression Olympics without getting into how, like, if he's wrong, like
then
statistically,
explain.
if he's wrong, but she doesn't get into that. She's just like, oh well, he's playing the oppression Olympics, which, like, let's not pretend like you haven't played the oppression Olympics before.
Everyone has to some degree. Like everyone's like done it.
Everyone has to some degree, but like everyone that takes issue with someone else has like for in this instance, right? Her having a problem with oppression Olympics. She's done the same thing in the same video. How many times has she mentioned? No, damn it! I don't want to mention something. I remember bits and pieces of this video, and it's all sort of coming together.
All right, so I could mention the whole like the systemic racism, the gentrification. She was playing.
That's right. Yeah, the systemic racism,
Olympics right there.
Hold on, what else was there? There was something else that she mentioned. Did she mention the Trump's America yet? Did she mention that?
Was that? I think that comes later. I know she mentioned the flag, the kneeling for the anthem. She mentioned that. That would be a form of oppression Olympics. The fact that I think I've already gone over this. The whole fact that she's overblowing the issue of police brutality, and that if you actually look at the statistics, it's not to the level like black people aren't just being massacred by the police en masse. You know, it happens. Like, but it's not.
This is the problem that I have. I don't want to get into like an entire whole spiel about it, but the problem that I have with like this idea that the minorities are like the system is still to this day built to target us minorities. I have a problem with that simply because like statistically, while we're affected by it, there's more white people affected by it now. You would think a system built to oppress minorities would oppress more minorities than the majority, but it doesn't. So like clearly the system is at fault and not racial bias. I still think that there is still some form of like racial bias, but to the degree that like people like N.O.A. really
it's being overblown
up,
essentially.
Not anymore.
I mean, like how like the question I would ask is like how racist honestly could America be if we elected a black president? Like we were the first country to elect
that,
a
right? And then you also have
president.
you have the sports industry and the music industry. Those are dominated by black people that make phenomenal works. Actors, plenty of good known actors and comedians are black.
Yeah, I think the Black Panther movie, like that, won the Oscar for was it best movie or best director? It won some award for it, and it grossed a lot of money. Like it's not as though black people are still being oppressed to the level that they were in the 60s.
No, and also a lot of the arguments that they use, although we're going off topic here, a lot of the arguments that they use for evidence of black people being like sort of oppressed or not represented enough in sort of society is they talk about how white people own most of the land. Yeah, because there's more white people than black people.
Yeah.
Like the moment you take into account the statistics of population and not like when you don't handpick statistics and you look at them overall, right? It's a different picture than the picture that they want to paint.
Yeah, and like it also you don't take into account the whole or they don't take into account the whole like where people are concentrated, like the population density. Like I haven't researched this myself, but from what I've heard, black people are more likely to live in cities or be clustered in certain areas, whereas white people are more widespread. Like I could be wrong about that, but that also is a huge factor when you have when you're talking
with
about
my experience where I live in the city that I live in, and the
Mhm.
cities that are sort of around me, and then you have like the sort of other areas. I want to agree with that, but we'd have to look. Actually, that's actually a good thing to look into statistically.
Yeah,
that'd be a good thing to look into.
Yeah, but
I want to agree with it, but I feel like maybe
yeah,
that's just
I have to look into it further before I say anything. But it feels like that might be the case though. But let's keep going.
Bring up other marginalized groups either as bait or to discredit.
Deny that you did, and purposely left out the section where you admitted to telling your black trainer that gay people have it worse.
There's a ton of anti-LGBT stuff in the black community that we almost never talk about. I've even met a few black guys who believe that the LGBT community is white. I guess I'm just a little bothered about this because I recently discovered my personal trainer is a black Israelite. We got into an argument about who had more rights, gay people or black people. Yeah, and he was the one with the argument. The dude is an absolute nutcase. He believes in like every conspiracy. He unironically said Hitler was a good guy who was on the side of the black man because he was killing the white Jews for stealing the black religion. I brought up Obama, the first black president, and asked him to name the first gay president. He said Obama. Why? Because according to him, Michelle Obama used to be a man, and their kids were adopted from Kenya. I'm not making this up. This is really what he believed. He told me that any gay slur would be considered a hate crime. And you can say whatever you want to a black person.
Wait a minute. Is N.O.A not going to comment on that? Is she not going to respond to that? Like, is she not at least going to make a joke, like a response of any kind? She's just going to zip by that. I guess maybe she'll respond to it like later.
The N-word and nothing bad will happen to you. Which I completely disagree with. I mean, way more people have been canceled for using the N-word than the British term for a cigarette. Yes, and that is true. What's wrong with what I'm saying so far?
I'm glad you asked. First, let's talk about the personal trainer bit. It doesn't matter who started the argument because at the end of the day, you took that, used it to support your claim that there's unaddressed homophobia in the black community.
Because there
in the
is.
video about how you think
there literally is.
gay couples have it worse than
There is though. There
you
is.
can look at several.
Like I went over this in my video. Like I played like at least a minute and a half of the most homophobic rap lyrics I could find, and I wasn't even searching that hard. If I really wanted to, I could make like a 5-minute.
It's not even just in the rap lyrics. Here's one thing. How do I put this? I don't want to reveal like a bunch of stuff. Basically, I went like my high school. It was predominantly black, and that's not a problem. I don't want people thinking that I'm taking a problem with that. But it was extremely homophobic for a good few years. It was, and I live in a very like blue city. You know what I mean? Blue in the sense that it's like sort of liberal ideal, and
left leaning.
I think statistically also, didn't he get into the statistics of minorities disliking gay people? And she doesn't address that. I might be misremembering here, but I'm pretty certain he brought up statistics of minorities, particularly black people, being homophobic. And
I know he did.
Doesn't address it. She's just like, "Oh, you're playing the oppression Olympics because I say so."
Yeah, and like in her, like she's saying that it just doesn't exist, and I'm like, no, it does, but I know he brought up some statistic. I can't remember what exactly it was though.
Did that, sir, and that's the problem. Second, let's talk about you saying there's a ton of anti-LGBT stuff in the black community that we almost never talk about. Bruh, who's not talking about it? Like as someone who's included in both communities, trust we talk about it all the time, and we fight about it all the time. We're disproportionately affected by homophobia. Like it's been this way forever, and we've been talking.
Wait, disproportionately affected? Where's that study? Where's that statistic? How are you gonna prove that? Like as far as I know,
notice how she twists his words. Instead of, she goes from saying, "Oh, we do talk about the black community being homophobic," and then she says we're disproportionately affected by homophobia. Which is she suggesting that black people are homophobic and thus there's the disproportionate sort of homophobia towards them, which is literally his point. So either she's disagreeing with either he's playing the oppression Olympics and he's wrong. Or he's right, but she doesn't want to just outright admit that he's right because she's saying that we're disproportionately affected by homophobia, which would imply that
the only way that could be true is if you agree that the black community has an issue with homophobia, like a bigger issue than other communities do.
Yeah.
That
But
would have
she's
to
not
be
going to directly do that. I really
no
very
way. The
slim
day she
chance.
agrees with Jar is the day that the world ends officially. There's no way. There's no way she would agree with Jar.
About this problem forever. Just because y'all ain't listening doesn't mean it's not being talked about. Like,
what do you mean not listening? He literally went on a rant about how there's homophobia in the black community. What? Oh my god. Okay.
what on earth? And the thing is, Jar's a cis straight white dude, so under normal circumstances, I wouldn't fault him or anyone else for not knowing this. But when you're a veteran commentary channel and you're not part of any of the groups you're discussing, you need to come correct each and every time. And if you don't want to do that, then don't talk about these things.
Her
what does that
argument is
mean? What did he not come
literally-
correct on?
I really don't like when they unironically say cis white male. It's you already know you're going down a bad path. You're going through a really rough patch. But then she says you have to, what was it, counteract, something like that. Like something that she reinforces throughout the rest of the video is essentially, if you're not spouting my points, don't talk about it. That's the attitude, the treatment that she sort of provides is, if you're not spouting my points, if you're not saying what I believe in, don't talk about it. Don't talk about our issues if you're not talking about what I want to hear specifically.
It's like, and the thing is too, like the whole like cis straight white. It's like, what do your surface level characteristics have to do about your opinions on any?
What is
given
him
topic?
having? What is him being?
What does it have to do with anything?
Cis or straight? That has nothing to do with the fact that he's supposedly playing the oppression Olympics, which a moment ago you just implied that he was right. So either playing the oppression Olympics and he's wrong, or he's right, but you're still trying to die on this hill because you just can't admit that you're wrong.
It's a confusing. These are confusing times we live in.
And lastly, this is kind of a tangent, but y'all remember how Jar said he used to be homophobic, but he doesn't think he's racist? If that's possible, why do you have the problem with the reverse? Like, who's to say the kid is growing up in a racist household but not a homophobic one? And what if the kid has gay parents? You know how many racist gay folks there are? There's just no logical reason for Jar's.
And also, I don't
possible.
I don't really know what the point is. I'm kind of lost as to what she's arguing. Like,
it's almost like she's straw manning. It feels like she's creating a sort of argument. Like, he didn't deny. She's phrasing it as though he made some sort of attempt to deny what she's saying, but he didn't. All he did was go over like statistics, and then God,
it's
making my brain hurt.
Video to exist. All Steven Universe said was, "Hey kids, don't be racist." Like, why are we here right now?
Oh, I did a whole review on the Steven Universe PSAs. That is not all they said. Not at all. They were way dumber than that. But let's see.
We have a black president, or at least a half-black president. As far as I know, we haven't had a gay president, at least an openly gay president. And that's why I put this joke in. This is actually what my personal trainer thinks.
Ooh, no, transphobia. Oh my god.
But why put that in the video when it wasn't part of the subject matter? Like, if you claim to care about the black community and the black LGBTQ community, why would you showcase an issue like that to your audience with no context, no less? For those of you who don't know, for over a decade, there's been a campaign dedicated to proving, quote-unquote, that First Lady Michelle Obama is secretly a man. Black women, more specifically darker-skinned black women, are constantly stripping their femininity. You're tall? Oop,
Wait,
you're a man.
Is that true? Has there been a campaign by people to prove that she's a man? I've never heard of this. Like, maybe this is true.
It's a conspiracy theory and it's been out for a while, but I'm going to tell you this now. Almost no one really takes it seriously.
Yeah, the most I've ever heard of.
No one takes it seriously.
Yeah, it's always been treated as a joke. You know, people make jokes about it. It's not really something people believe in seriously.
Yeah, and also she's saying that he shouldn't have put it in the video because of what was it? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say this now, and this might be a little controversial. Okay, this might be a little out there. This might be a little bit of a conspiracy theory of mine. All right, so get yourselves ready. I noticed a pattern throughout the rest of her videos where anytime an individual that is a minority has negative aspects about them, right? she seemingly just glosses over it or doesn't address that. For instance, when talking about like the people that Jar supposedly targeted and whatnot in the previous videos, like Hood and stuff, or what was his name that literally called black people. I don't want to get you banned. It's not my channel. The racial slur.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about.
Who was that? I know who you're talking about. I just can't. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember.
Yeah, him. Like, she doesn't address that in either of her videos. And right now she's questioning Jar as to why Jar mentioned the stuff about his personal trainer. And he's mentioning the stuff about his personal trainer because that's the reason why he's talking about it. You're saying he's not like he's doing it without context, but he's providing the context as to why he's even talking about it to begin with, because that situation happened, which got him interested in talking about that on his channel in, I don't know, 2016, and you're dredging that shit up because you have a problem with it, and she's trying to sort of make excuses and say that that's out of place for the video when that's the context as to why the video is even being made to begin with.
Yeah, it's
nonsensical sort of points, and it's like this is the only time she's sort of done that conveniently when an individual who's a minority has really bad talking points or is negatively
that's so true. That reminds me of what she said about the Professor Dreadlocks portion, where she was like, "I'm uncomfortable calling Dreadlocks out," and I'm like, "Why? Because he happens to be black. Like, why would you be uncomfortable if someone's making a shitty argument? Call them out. Like it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't make you uncomfortable." Like,
well,
why?
it's because she's so reliant on her emotions, and she probably thinks that, oh, if I say I'm uncomfortable, it's a proper counter, and it's not. It's just not. Being uncomfortable or feeling a specific way about something doesn't inherently make it that way. You have to make a point. But people like N.O.A. don't get that. They don't think like that. They think that if they just feel a certain way, that's true. Their feelings are the way to go about it. And they always do these. Oh, God. I don't even want to get into it, but the pathos appeals that I remember were in this that were just you guys will see it. If you guys haven't seen this video already, you will see just how fucking bad it gets.
It gets really it gets you're in for a ride. Like you think it's been bad now. Just wait. Just give it a couple minutes.
You're muscular. Ooh, you're a man. You have any stereotypical male traits or interests? You're a man, she's a man, your mom is probably a man too. Taking the masculinization of black women aside, I don't have to explain how this Michelle Obama campaign is also rooting transphobia, right?
How?
Like telling someone who identifies as a black woman that she's really a man will always be a man, trying to prove she was assigned male at birth, calling any man
Here's
who's
what I love about this entire fucking tangent, by the way. My favorite thing about this is she's talking about him not providing context and bringing up things that aren't relevant. That was one of her things previously in this video. She was saying that he was going on tangents that weren't relevant. Like, to be specific, otherwise people are going to say that I'm bullshitting. To be specific, she was saying that when Jar was talking about other people and racial slurs, right? And how everyone said a racial slur and whatnot, right? She was like, that's not relevant. That's not relevant, right? How the fuck is this relevant? She's literally going on a spiel about transphobia. It's rooted in transphobia.
All of it a joke, from what I remember.
The fat phobia, like the fat phobia is rooted in racism. She reminds me of those people, those TikTok people, where they have to deep dive and really conflate. They always ruin the fun, the party people. But the point is, she's going on things that aren't even relevant. His argument was this whole thing started from him putting the oppression Olympics with the basically the video about LGBTQ and black people and homophobia, right? It started with that. She took problem with that, and then he rebutted and mentioned more about his trainer. And in his reply, he mentioned more about his trainer to sort of explain more of the type of person that he is.
Yeah.
Right? He's a conspiracy theory black Israelite.
Yeah.
Like that's what he is. That was the point that he was making, is that this guy believes in conspiracy theories that are bad. And Jar didn't phrase the whole him believing that Michelle Obama was a man is a good thing. So I don't know why she's going on this spiel about it.
It was a joke that he made. That was it. It was just a joke that was like 5 seconds. That's it. Just a 5-second joke. That's it. And yet she dedicates an entire minute to ranting about how it's rooted in transphobia, and brings up this campaign of people trying to prove that she's actually a man. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything?
Jar's playing the Oppression Olympics. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Very, very hypocritical.
And acting like being a trans woman is something to demonize and be ashamed of. Like, I don't have to explain that, do I? Please say don't. And I already know people are going to argue it's just a joke, but y'all need to understand that jokes made against vulnerable groups, especially a group as vulnerable as Black trans folks, they can be so dangerous. And we see the results of it all the time. I've seen it in person. I don't care if Jar was just...
You want to get into that? You want to maybe bring up what you're talking about? Like, you want to bring up any examples so you don't have to get personal? Like, you want to like you... What is she talking about? The whole like jokes can... Essentially, she's arguing that words are violence. That's what I'm hearing. That seems to be what she's arguing. And
I really fucking hate that talking point where, and I don't want to spoil it for them, but like this alone, guys, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the words are dangerous things, because she really deep dives later into it, but it does sound like that. It really does. She's phrasing it as though, speech can be a form of violence. And it's like, you know what this reminds me of, right?
What?
It reminds me of when people talk about like the N-word, right? And they say that there's power behind the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
Me, if I was white and I pointed at a Black person and I called them an N-word, they're not going to get instantaneously locked up. Like that's not how that really works. I don't really like the argument about there's power behind it, or words have or words are dangerous, because they're not. It's what can follow afterwards. So if you're saying, they're called slurs and can be beat up for that, like that can happen, but the beating up doesn't always happen after. Like that's not a thing that is inherently connected. If you simply say a slur, you're not going to get the urge to commit violence. That's not how that really works. And she's conflating that as that inherently has to happen. When a slur is said, violence is committed.
Yeah, and like
if I say the N-word, a random Black person gets beat up. Like that's not how that works.
That's apparently how she thinks the world works. But like, I don't think she realizes that if a random white guy were to just pull up to a Black guy on the street and call him the N-word, the white guy would probably get the shit beaten out of him, in all likelihood. Like,
no, okay. In my high school, there was a kid that got beat up simply for listening to basically what is deemed Black music, but rap music. Ooh. He was beat up for that. Well, they tried to beat him up, and that was just it. And saying the N-word can get you beat up by some people if they're that petty enough to really take it that far. But like, so this idea that saying words, okay, but that's sort of not a thing that only goes one way.
Yeah.
It's not a one-way thing, because clearly, okay, yeah, some people are beaten up. Some Black people are beaten up after being called the N-word, and some white people after saying it are also beaten up. So it's not a one-way thing. And to specifically reference like the gender stuff, like sure, I'm willing to bet that there are instances of transgender people called slurs or stuff, or called men and beaten up or whatever, right? Yeah. But it's also vice versa. There's several videos of individuals being extremely belligerent and violent over pronouns. So it's not a one-way street of if you're this type of person and if you're this thing and you say this, it's dangerous to the other individual. It's not inherently like that, and she's treating it like that's a constant.
And it also shouldn't mean that just because there are instances where someone makes a bad joke or says a slur to another person and that results in violence, that also doesn't mean that we should like go the other extreme where we're just not allowed to make those jokes or say those words under any circumstances, or that we should just outlaw them or whatever. Like, that's not the solution here. Like, the solution is that we should teach people that words should not have any power over you. That should be what we.
I believe we had something like that when we were kids. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. I swear to God that was the reason why that was came up with. And as cringy and as cheesy as it was, it's not wrong. Like,
yeah, there's a reason we keep saying it. It has some truth to it. But let's keep going.
Repeating what some bigot said. In the original video, he didn't specify that the Michelle Obama thing was from his black trainer. So people are just going to watch that video and think it's just a thing to joke about. If you care about black LGBTQ folks like you claim, be careful about what you show on your platform and how.
Believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot
Also,
to mention
the reason did he even bring up the Michelle Obama joke in the initial video? I'm pretty certain that was brought up in the response to her. That wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that was in the original video. I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong on that, chat. So
I'd have to go back and check.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and check. But I'm pretty certain that that was only brought up in the response because she took issue with what happened in the past with the video, and then when Jar was responding, he was talking about how bad this black Israelite guy was, and he mentioned that the guy believed that Michelle Obama was a man. Like, he mentioned that as a joke, but was being serious and was sort of expressing the fact that this guy believes in all kinds of crazy conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm. And also, like, this guy was Jar's personal trainer. You know, someone that Jar paid to help him get fit. You know, if he really were a racist, why would he pay a black person to be his trainer? You know, why would he still be friends with this person, even after coming out and saying all this crazy shit? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems like the more we discover about Jar's personal life, the less racist he comes across.
Oh my God, he didn't specify that it was a joke, and it's like. If you first off, if you specify something as a joke, it kind of kills the fucking point. You should be able to. I don't know if you're tone deaf, if you can't sort of understand sarcasm. I feel like she's just doing that on purpose. And secondly, the context was definitely there. He literally said, "My trainer believes that Michelle. That my trainer literally believes that Michelle Obama was a man." Like, I don't know how. I don't know how he didn't specify that.
Mm-hmm. It just flew over her head, apparently.
I feel so strongly about this is because of things like this. Like, this is an actual comment from a comment section. So yeah, bro, just please be careful. These people are really out here.
It's one comment.
And because
like, is that comment really gonna hurt you in real life? Is it gonna prevent you from going to school or whatever?
Oh God, the singular comment that's gonna be living in her head rent free. Yeah. Mind you, she found one comment of that, one singular comment about that.
You'd think if this was really a big issue, she'd be able to find a couple more comments, you know?
Yeah. Like, maybe if there was like a repeated pattern of those same fucking types of comments, sure, you could say, hey, you should be careful of this, that kind of thing, right? Sure. That's one comment so far.
And
plus, she's like, oh my God, you should be careful. Like, one person said this. Like, do you think he can't dictate everyone's opinions? You're always going to have comments that disagree with you.
Yeah. And she's ignoring the fact that underneath a lot of those comments, you'll have people arguing with that person and calling them out for their stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It's convenient that she seemed to not show that. It was almost like it was cropped. Maybe
no one asked you a liar. Nah. That can't be true. She's the most honest YouTuber of all time.
Oh,
There's
absolutely.
no way she could cut someone out of context.
Always gives context. Always some banger videos.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the.
I know how some of y'all's comprehension skills are. No, I'm not saying just robots transphobic. No, we can't decide that. I'm saying he should be careful about unintentionally spreading or contributing to harmful rhetoric for the reasons I previously mentioned.
Well, I mean, if he didn't know he was spreading that harmful rhetoric, can you really blame him, though? I mean, he didn't even know it was harmful. Whatever. It's
close to winning. As someone who's neither gay or black, I was going to say I think gay people have it worse in America. At least from what I've seen. Okay, so you said earlier in the video that I admitted to my personal trainer that gay people had it worse than black people. I never said that. I said that now in this video. I didn't say that to my personal trainer. He brought up the conversation, saying things like, you can get canceled or lose your job for any gay slur, but no matter what you say about a black person, nothing bad will happen to you. Which I completely disagree with.
Jar, you said, and I quote, We got in an argument about who had more rights, gay people or black people. You said that in order for an argument to occur, at least two people have to have opposing perspectives. In order for the Oppression Olympics to be played, there has to be more than one player. Meaning the bigoted trainer was arguing that black people have it worse, and you were arguing that gay people have it worse. That's how it works, based on the information you provided.
So is he wrong? Are you going to provide an argument against that, Noah? I would think that that's the point of you bringing this up. You know, like you would want to prove him wrong, wouldn't you?
No, of course
Wouldn't you
not.
want to
She's
make
not
an
going to
argument
provide an
against that?
argument, Alex, because her tactic is not to really rebuttal the points. The tactic is more so to say he did this, generalize what it was, and then demonize it. Not actually address what it was. You silly goose. Actually addressing what the person said? Oh my
I'm
god.
giving it too much credit here.
It doesn't matter who started the Olympics and how. The problem is that it was played and you still see nothing wrong with it. In order for you
Everyone plays the Oppression Olympics.
to get an argument about gay people having it worse than black people, then on some level you have to say or argue that gay people have it worse. I'm not talking about the bigoted stuff the trainer said because y'all already know how I feel about people like that. I'm talking about the specific quote from Jar. And then you're admitting that you did and still do think gay people have it worse.
Okay.
About Michelle Obama might having a penis, but she can't go on a spiel about the trainer. It's almost like there's a repeating pattern throughout her videos where anytime a minority says something that is bigoted or anything, no, don't address it, gloss over it, but go on spiels about other people saying things.
Yeah. It's almost like she's picking favorites here, but that can't be the case. This is no one asked we're talking about here.
This is true, genuine commentary right here.
Yep.
The real deal.
All integrity here.
All because Steven Universe said, "Hey children, do not be racist."
Okay, you can go watch my review of the Steven Universe PSA to find out just how damaging they are and how stupid their messages are. I'm not gonna get into it here because I've already I'm losing brain cells by the second here. I'm trying to get through this with my brain intact, but it's not. The Steven Universe PSAs are some of the most racist, counterproductive things I've ever seen. They tried to attribute the fucking invention of the light bulb to a black guy who only improved upon it. That's how dumb they are.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, actually. Okay, you cool if I self-promote real quick?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I don't want to be a scumbag here, but I'm working on a video where there is a recurring fucking trend where anytime a black person has helped with an already existing invention, right? And the black person released their patent like an enhancement, right? For instance, a specific example was a lot of people like to claim that a black woman invented basically vaginal pads, right? For period pads, right? When instead she actually enhanced it. In fact, her own patent literally states that it's just an enhancement of the already existing one. But people like to claim that white people took it from her and claimed that they made it, when her own patent, licensed by it, like literally done by her, states that it's just an improvement upon it. And that's not the only thing. It's happened with dozens of instances. Like the supposed guy that made peanut butter, right, was black, or and that's like the cream of the crop, the most basic level tip of the iceberg, because it gets worse than that. I mean, the same people will then claim all kinds of crazy shit. But anytime there is, like, for instance, they'll try and say the father of the internet was black because there was I can't remember his name, but he actually, I think it was about 2 black people that contributed. There's really that contributed to the invention of the internet, because a lot of inventions that we have now are culminations of differing patents and enhancements over the years, because that's just how inventing something in engineering works. Someone finds a way to better it or a problem with it later on. But what they do is they take those instances of black people improving upon them, take that and proclaim that they had invented it, and that white people had stolen the credit from them.
Yeah. It's just another example of like the historical illiteracy that people have, that they can't separate inventing something and improving on that invention, and they want to conflate the two to push some kind of a lot of times it's to push some kind of racial agenda. That is what I've seen, but it's like, I don't know, man. It's you can credit the black people who improve upon an invention, but to say that they invented it would be really disrespectful.
You should always credit, and that's the thing. They do this, and there's more of an extreme, by the way. I'll loosely go over it, but basically they try and blackwash history.
Mm-hmm.
And they do so because they claim that history was whitewashed. And to a degree, that is kind of true, but combating whitewash by blackwashing is ridiculous. And I've ran into these people a few times, and the problem that I have with it is they don't actually, the heroes that they pick are some of the worst people. For instance, like the real Django, right, that they try and say is like a good hero. The dude literally murdered other black people for not being black enough. He was literally, he believed in colorism. That's what he participated in. Like, that's the original Django figure that they want to say is a proud hero, right? They focus on either the wrong people to celebrate, right?
Yeah.
Or they proclaim that, and this isn't all black people, this is just particularly a category of not even just minorities either. In fact, I got into an argument with someone who was white, saying that what the guy that Django's based on, very loosely, by the way, was a hero. And it's like, the dude literally murdered other minorities for not being dark enough. But they will not have the greatest hero selection from the past, or just make up bullshit and not and try and credit someone that, you know, enhanced something as being the creator of it. And there's plenty of things that black people have done throughout history, but they don't really want to look at those. They seem to pass them up for the either the really bad fucking people or the bullshit.
Yeah. It's like, it reminds me of something Jay Longbone said about this topic, where she was like, apparently a lot of these people only care about the big inventions. They only care about stuff like the light bulb and like peanut butter and all that shit. But if you invent something that isn't widely known, that doesn't matter to them. That doesn't matter. Like, we shouldn't remember you. We only care about the big inventions. That should be the only thing.
No, okay, you know what? That's actually very similar, and I think that ties into the identity politic victim mentality, because the same thing happens with feminism, the current state of feminism. They only care about big jobs with plenty of political power and plenty of like power and money making, or desk jobs. You don't hear them, like, for instance, they don't talk about, you know, equality representation among bricklayers or construction workers or you know, sweatshops. They don't talk about equal representation there in the hard, dirty, gritty jobs. They only talk about it when there's the most money and wealth.
Yeah. But this will kind of get off topic though, so I feel we should get back to the video.
Agreed.
Do you understand how ridiculous this whole thing is? Like, I'm literally about, all they said was don't be racist. That's all they said. Why are we here? And y'all, please, for the love of all that's sacred on this dying rock of a planet, please do not go in my comment section and argue which group has it worse. Please, that's not the point of any of this. Just please do not do that one thing. If you do nothing else, just don't do that one thing, please.
You know, she's kind of making me want to go and do that one thing. Not gonna lie.
Now, I'm not saying my opinion is fact here. I'm just saying, to me personally, this is what I think. Keep in mind, I grew up in a very homophobic environment. Obviously, you can pretend not to be gay, but you can't really pretend not to be black unless you're online, I guess. So yes, black people do have to deal with being black all the time. You brought up black representation earlier, but there's way more black representation than gay representation.
I didn't talk about black representation in this video, bro. Like, huh?
If I made a kid...
I mean, you did reference the fact that you were going to cover, like, the other two videos, the gaming-related videos that deal with representation. I mean, if anything, this would be the perfect time for you to bring up the shit that you were going to bring up in those responses. This would be the perfect time to make the argument. But what am I saying? This is No One Asked. We don't respond to people's arguments. We just dismiss them.
This cartoon with a black guy in it, no one would give a if there was a gay character that could cause some controversy. Yes, the new Star Wars trilogy did do Finn dirty, making him less and less visible on the posters as the movies went on. And they did that because of China. China is not exactly the most pro-black country, but they completely removed the lesbian kissing scene in the Chinese version of the movie. The thing I left out is something you just made up.
No, I didn't. You literally left it out in the Imprisonment Luke video. Hey, future me again. Okay, so things are about to get a little confusing and redundant, so bear with me. This is a clip
It's
from
already been pretty confusing and redundant.
Steven Universe PSA video. This is where you talk about the trainer and admit you argue with gay people have it worse.
I'm just a little bothered about this because I recently discovered my personal trainer is a black Israelite. And we got into an argument about who had more rights, gay people or black people. He told me that any gay slur would be considered a hate crime. And you can say whatever you want to a black person, even the N-word, and nothing bad will happen to you. Which I completely disagree with. I mean, way more people have been canceled for using the N-word than the British term for a cigarette.
And this is a clip from your Imprisonment Luke video where y'all talk about the Steven Universe PSA video.
Treat gay people the worst.
What the? No! I said there's a lot of homophobia in the black community.
There's a ton of anti-LGBT stuff in the black community that we almost never talk about. I've even met a few black guys who believe that the LGBT community is white.
Not that they treat gay people the worst. Fucking putting words in my mouth. Jesus Christ!
He also just flat out says that people who hate interracial couples aren't part of the problem.
I understand how you have people in my comment section completely missing the point of this video and taking the least charitable interpretation possible. Please understand, I'm not saying people who don't like interracial couples are a problem. I'm just saying people who have a problem with same-sex couples is a way bigger problem.
Okay, was that poor wording on my part? Absolutely, but you can clearly hear from what I'm saying afterwards that I do still think it's a problem. And I say it's a problem in other parts of the video.
People having a problem with interracial couples is still a thing in our modern times.
Also, you know that interracial gay couples exist, right?
Yeah,
Mind you,
I do. It
she's
was in the...
using Luke's talking points, but she doesn't admit that he's got a W here.
Mm-hmm.
Even though
Very
she's using
interesting.
the same fucking talking points that
Mhm.
Luke used, she won't admit when he's got a dub. I don't like that. I think it's just disingenuous.
The video being talked about.
Is it possible that in real life, 2 boys, 1 black, 1 white said they want to get married when they got older?
Like, what is even your point here? I'm so confused. Do interracial couples have it bad? Sure. Do same-sex couples have it worse? Arguably. Do same-sex interracial couples have it even worse than the other two? Definitely.
As you can see, the bit about the trainer is nowhere to be seen. So as I said...
Well, because it wasn't relevant to that video, though. He brought it up in the other response. You know? It was part of the original, like, not the original, the other video he made on the Steven Universe PSAs, wasn't it? Unless I'm confused here. What's going on? I feel like we're jumping in between different sorts of arguments here. Well, what's the point? I'll let it finish.
You purposely left out the section where you admit to telling your black trainer that gay people have it worse. And notice how he'll argue up and down that he never pinned black people and gay people against each other. Yet, in now 2 separate videos, he admits he thinks homophobia is a more pressing issue than anti-black racism. Even now, he's literally giving more examples as to why he thinks gay people have it worse than black people. I am so sick.
Well, could you, like, at least argue why he's wrong? Like, at least a statistic. You know, explain why you think he's wrong. And like, I'm pretty sure Jar would be willing to own up and say, like, yeah, I probably worded that wrong, or I probably worded that poorly, or one or the other. Like, why don't you respond to the argument then? Like, you clearly don't agree that gay people have it worse than black people.
No,
so
here's the problem that I have with this. Here's the problem that I have with it, right? So she's saying he's putting black people and gay people against each other by playing the oppression Olympics. But if she's saying that black people have it worse than white people, then she's putting white people and black people together by that same fucking logic, which she's done throughout the entire video.
Yeah. And it's, I don't know. It's getting really dumb here. It's getting really esoteric. I don't know what the point of all this is.
At this point, I'm convinced Jar doesn't grasp words and wording. That's the only reason, because this is just weird. Oh my gosh.
And even if I did leave it out, it's just you didn't mention X, therefore biased argument. And if you think
I want to read this the words here. So I quote made it up, but he's acknowledging that I didn't. I quote made it up, but if it does exist and Joy did leave it out, then I'm still wrong according to him. This would mean he's admitting to the thing I originally said he did, yet I would still be wrong about what I said. I don't. Maybe it's in reference to what he's about to say. Ah, great, the video. Oh. My computer's trying to sabotage me. It's trying to get me to stop doing this response.
Yo, what happened?
All right, while I get the video sorted out, now would be a good time for my computer crashed, or the tab crashed. I had to reload the page. While I wait for the video to get playing, I guess I'll read some of the comments that I got in the live chat. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. I know, bro. I mean, if her videos on Jar are like this, imagine how much we'll be cringing at that Genshin Impact vid she wants to do so badly. I don't play that game, so I wouldn't really have the context for what she says. But still waiting for that video. We're still waiting for that. Sounds like a hilarious comedy sketch or some stuff like that. Don't know what that's in reference to. Well, who is talking about it? Do you have any examples? JK, I know she doesn't. Yeah, that's so much of this video. It's just N.O.A just saying that something is true without really providing examples of it being true. That's the entire.
To be honest,
video.
most of it, I get the better wording, Alex, is her taking issue with something without
Didn't
really
say that was a
making an
problem. How'd
argument.
she come to this conclusion? Because she just misconstrues people's arguments. You know, she just lies about them. It's pretty much why. Her Chris Rock video is so bad. I need to watch that one. I have not. I did not
There's
know
no
she
way
made
she
a
made a
video
Chris
about
Rock
the Chris Rock Will Smith situation.
There's no way. Oh my
Tommy's
fucking
House of
God. Well, she made an actual video on the Chris Rock situation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so she doesn't. Essentially, it's a non-video then. Like she says it's an issue, but it's not, or she doesn't specify what the issue is. That's what people have been telling me ever since I started the stream. If anyone, like, she's the one I'm most interested in. All right, come on, YouTube. It's not that difficult. Just load the video. Let's see. Let me read some more chat. This reminds me of the fact that the Toby drama was all about one person's dumb take on Shane Dawson. Well, don't even get me started on that.
That's not even
That's
okay.
a whole other
Can
thing.
I give like a little short breakdown?
Let's see. I'm subbing to Akumu video. Oh well, I got you another subscriber, man. You're welcome.
Wait, can you hear me?
That was my doing. I did that.
Hello?
Let's see. Did she just accuse Jar of playing the Oppression Olympics and encourage her viewers to do it in their comments? No, I don't. That's not what she said. I don't think so. She was saying not to do that, but I think you're saying that jokingly. In which case, yeah, I would want to do that in her comments. Just intentionally play the Oppression Olympics.
Yo, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know really what to say. Okay. About the Toby stuff. A really quick breakdown on that. It wasn't
Am I not coming
the
in?
Shane Dawson thing that actually set it off.
Can anyone hear anyone?
Hello? Hello?
All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me go into private chat.
Can you hear me? This is odd. I misinterpreted what she said. We can hear you. Okay. Can you guys hear Alex?
Hold on. Let me.
Okay, I can hear both of you. Based shit. Just making sure. Some technical difficulties. But the Toby stuff, that actually didn't start from the Shane Dawson thing.
And a bad person. He actually used Joshua's mother against him. Are you seriously defending this guy?
You gotta put it up on the window though, Chief.
Oh, back name calling, are we?
Can anyone?
We can. I can hear you. They can hear you.
Hear anyone?
Yeah.
They can hear both of us. That's what people are saying in the chat.
It's a little disrespectful, harsh even. Anyway, so going forward, y'all gonna.
The one time I get the video working and it just bugs out.
I mean, this has been going on for 5 hours. You could set up a sequel.
Did you want to continue the little tangent you were going to go on?
Do you want me to? It's up to you. We can just watch the video.
It's literally not showing anything.
I can type it in chat. We can just watch the video.
To here.
There we go. That's
I might have gotten it sorted out. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yep. I got it back. All right. So what was the tangent you were gonna go on? The breakdown.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it wasn't actually over the Shane Dawson stuff. That came from later. It was actually from Toby trying to call someone a pedophile.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. I think this was the point that we stopped at.
Damn it, YouTube didn't save our progress.
Yes. Trying to get us to stop watching this.
The other two? Definitely.
As you can see, the bit about the trainer is nowhere to be seen. So as I said, you purposely left out the section where you admit to telling your black trainer that gay people have it worse. And notice how he'll argue up and down that he never pinned black people and gay people against each other. Yet, in now 2 separate videos, he admits he thinks homophobia is a more pressing issue than anti-black racism. Even now, he's literally giving more examples as to why he thinks gay people have it worse than black people. I am so sick. At this point, I'm convinced Jar doesn't grasp words and wording. That's the only reason, because this is just weird. Oh my gosh.
And even if I did leave it out, it's just you didn't mention X therefore biased argument. And if you think about it, my personal trainer was the one who was playing the Oppression Olympics, not me. I mean, he has to be doing some kind of Olympics. He is a personal trainer after all.
Bro, I don't care who started what. I don't care how you think homophobia is a bigger problem than racism. As a black, and a bi, and as a human being.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Here it is.
Leave us alone. You are a cisgender, heterosexual white man. You have the privilege to not be affected by any of this. You gain nothing.
Oh no!
Please, just leave us alone. Just stop talking about topics you don't have the range for. You'll never experience and refuse to educate yourself on. Please, just go terrorize some other group. Please, just leave us alone.
Terrorize. They'll go terrorize some other group.
Yes.
I didn't know making videos about this topic was terrorism. Oh my god.
That's what I meant by the pathos appeal, by the way.
There's
like a really sad and pathetic fucking like pathos appeals to people really just being over dramatic, like we're being terrorized. Like it's an opinion on the internet. Grow some balls.
Like get over it. It's like I was saying earlier, if you're so mentally weak that all it takes to break you is a single word like a racial slur, life is gonna eat you alive. Like people are gonna say way worse shit to you than if you don't bulk up, if you don't man up or woman up, life will eat you alive. Like that's kind of how it works.
Pat Miles stood for trying to discuss the intersectionality of sexuality and race, and allowed your collab partner to use multiple slurs in that video.
I have seen seen so many YouTubers talking about Black Lives Matter this summer.
I wonder why that is.
The topics like, why is it important, and why do we say Black Lives Matter instead of All Lives Matter?
Well, the main reason is because Black Lives Matter hates white people and are racist towards white people, so to them, their lives don't matter to the Black Lives Matter movement. That's why you don't say All Lives Matter. Because basically now, All Lives Matter is the same equivalent to saying kill all.
Now,
Okay, so let me break down that argument because we kind of got into things kind of got a little like the communication was a little lost as to what the point was. Okay, so what Autonomous Prime just said is that proponents of Black Lives Matter would view proponents of All Lives Matter as self-hating black people, essentially. Like they would call the proponents of BLM would call the ALM proponents like Uncle Tom, the raccoon without the rack part, all that shit. They would disparage them because that's how they view supporters of All Lives Matter. That is the point he just made, and that's going to be important considering what N.O.A is going to say about it in just a couple seconds.
Miss Prime's points are his points. I don't know what the guy's race is.
His points. The video's on your channel. You saw this and uploaded it to your channel. You co-signed this video. Why were you okay with racial slurs?
Ultimately,
well, okay, he wasn't calling anyone a racial slur though. He was just saying it. He was just pointing. That was the whole point, was that he thinks proponents of BLM would use racial slurs against proponents of ALM. That was the argument. That's why he said it. Oh, why are you okay with racial slurs? Because he wasn't calling anyone those slurs, you moron.
When I used to be a part of the anti-SJW community, I was focused on the anti-feminism stuff, and I didn't really get into the whole anti-BLM stuff, aside from, I guess, this video. Autonomous Prime is to the right of me, and while collabing with him on 2 different videos did really well, I ultimately decided not to continue working with him because, well, I thought he was a bit too harsh, and I didn't really agree with everything he was saying. I will say I myself didn't exactly have the best view of BLM, and while I'm sure there are a few BLM people who don't care about the lives of white people, ultimately though, now that I have access to my old channel, I'll try to edit some things out. If I can't, I'll probably just unlist the video.
I mean, yay, but you're not fully grasping the situation. Why did you hear this man use not one, not 2, but 3 racial slurs back to back and think, yeah, let's up.
Oh yeah,
I said
that's true. And again, like, yeah, it's like, and again, she's just ignoring the context behind why the racial slurs was said. He was in the middle of making a point about how one group of people sees another.
The thing is, she's going to ignore them because she doesn't care how it's used. I think it's pretty obvious that N.O.A doesn't give a fuck about context, whether it be how she responds to individuals or how she treats subjects. She doesn't give a fuck about context. If you simply, actually, this is the main theme with her. When she responds to arguments, right? It's always he said, she said, and basically a very generalized version of the opponent's arguments without actually addressing and disproving it. For instance, right, the him playing the oppression Olympics, but not actually disproving his argument, right?
Yeah.
And then with this, it's him just simply saying the slurs. That's the problem. Just as him simply doing oppression Olympics is the problem, him doing blackface is the problem. All these claims and these big buzzwords of hers and him saying racial slurs. She's breaking these actions of his down to the most simplest, vaguest, glossed over way that she can, so that she can take issue and demonize that fact and pressure to that, rather than addressing what had actually happened.
That's the whole video, essentially. Great. It froze again. Just give it a moment.
I was thinking you host a part 2 out of this. That was my idea.
Ooh. Wait, you host a part 2, or I just do another stream?
You host a part 2, and I could be here at the start, and I can see if I can.
Because I was thinking of just knocking it out in one go.
I mean, a 6-hour live stream. It's already 6 hours. Oof. I mean, we could go for that. I'm down.
We really only have 45 minutes left to go. Yeah.
Let's
I would
power
much
through.
rather have the whole thing done in one take. I really don't want to sit through any more.
Yeah, you don't want to suffer yourself twice.
Let this. I want this to be the last response. Nope.
Look, this is my channel. Not only that, but you thought, yeah, this is a good guy to work with again. What gets me is that, like, when President Luke said what he said about Hopeless Peaches, the community accused other creators for supporting his claim simply for commenting on the video. Some of these creators are still dealing with this to this day. But just so it makes 2 collab videos a whole ass racist and the community's mute? Really? This is how y'all get down? And then he stopped working with him, not because of the racism, but because he was harsh.
Very subtly. She's referring to Kai and Omnia and Creepshow Art in them, and how Kai and Omnia were accused of supporting that because of that Simply Said.
Yeah.
But here's why that didn't age so well. All of them were in each other's comments. They were all making videos at the same time with the same talking points. Now,
yeah,
he didn't say anything against that. Is it a fair thing to say, oh, well, you're supporting this if you say that? Yeah, no. But at the same time, this was a group effort. That's been confirmed now. So, God, this didn't age well at all.
And also, like, I would like proof that Autonomous Prime is a racist. You can't just call him that because he said some racial slurs. That's not how that
No,
works.
she's going to, though. She's going to slap those labels on it. She's not going to provide any clarification.
Yeah.
Her tactic.
I forgot this is no one asked.
Enough for you, Jar? So, yeah, I guess for him editing or privating the video. But why did you think this was okay to begin with? Why did this community think any of this was okay?
A lot of people seem to think that Black Lives Matter pushes their activism into spaces where it is neither relevant nor necessary. However, I believe that we can't really have a conversation about LGBT rights without addressing race.
Well, I think you could very easily talk about LGBT issues without addressing race. I'm not going to lie, there are parallels. However, to say you can't talk about one without talking about the other is just ridiculous.
Yep, and I 100% stand by that point.
You just an ignorant villain.
Mr. Grown and changed, everybody. Bro, you can't talk about one without the other because intersectionality is integral when addressing LGBTQ issues.
How?
Why LGBTQ folks have the luxury of separating the two because in the US they aren't pressed for their race. We don't get that luxury. We're disproportionately affected by homophobia.
Wait, did she mean to say black there? I think she meant to say black LGBTQ instead of white. Unless she means that them being white, they can get away with that because they have privilege due to their skin color. And
listen,
the
way it works over here in the good old US, listen to this. This is how it works, okay? If you're in the US, right, you're white and you're gay, you're not going to get, no. A hate crime because you're gay? No, you're white. That's the ability of white privilege. You won't get hate crime because you're gay.
Yeah.
Now, if you're black and you're gay, oh, absolutely.
It goes 10 times.
Let's see the logic she's applying here. If she didn't say the wrong fucking one.
And like, oh man, I forgot the point that I was gonna make.
Fuck, sorry, dude.
And transphobia because we aren't white. Us being openly queer and people of color changes everything. Our issues are LGBTQ issues, period. And don't even get me started on the...
Like being gay and being a certain race are not at all tied together.
God. Here's the thing, when there's intersectionality, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. All
right, so like what Jar was saying earlier, this is what I forgot. This is the point I forgot. But what Jar was saying earlier, you can easily hide the fact that you're gay. Like that's easy. Well, it may take a little effort, but you can do it. You can't really hide the fact that you're black though. Like your skin color is not something you can easily hide from people. So to say that these two issues are conjoined at the hip,
you gotta get the melanin sucked out.
Yeah, you gotta take the pills that take out your melanin. So I just completely disagree with the point that it's tied together. It's not. They may share
I think
similar.
That intersectionality should be recognized, right? Absolutely. But to say that they are one and the same because intersectionality exists is not. No. It's like saying, okay, all right. Here's an example, right?
Yeah.
just food, right?
Mhm.
Pasta. You got pasta sauce and noodles, right? Now,
Yeah.
do those go together? Yes. But does that mean you can't talk about pasta sauce without talking about noodles, or that you can't talk about noodles without talking about pasta?
Mhm.
Without the pasta sauce? Like, you can talk about those two things separately and together.
Mhm.
And being okay, here's and she's saying they're one and the same, and that it changes the ball game. No, it doesn't, because you can be black and not be gay. You can be gay and
Mhm.
not be, black.
Yeah.
So there's intersectionality, but the idea that you have to talk about them both because they're both tied together is
That's
so
dumb.
stupid.
That's really dumb.
The racism and microaggressions we have to deal with within the community. I love how Jar's like, there's a lot of homophobia in the black community that we never talk about. But in the same breath thinks our hardships don't need to be talked about when discussing LGBTQ issues. Like,
Well, first of all, the video that he
That's so
said.
fucking disingenuous. That is so fucking disingenuous.
This video was so old. It's like a couple of years old. It's a different video, a different time. You can't act like he has the same exact views nowadays. Like, that's
And
so
he also never
disingenuous.
said they shouldn't be talked about. But like,
That
go back
too.
to her phrasing just a few seconds back. Just
Alright,
to listen to how she
alright.
phrases it.
Let's see. Let's hopefully it won't.
You can use the arrow keys for a few seconds back.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go.
because intersectionality is integral when addressing LGBTQ issues. White LGBTQ folks have the luxury of separating the two
Note to self, use the
because in the US they aren't pressed for their race. We don't get that luxury. We're disproportionately affected by homophobia and transphobia because we aren't white. Us being openly queer and people of color changes everything. Our issues are LGBT issues, period. And don't even get me started on the racism and microaggressions we have to deal with within the community. I love how Jar's like, there's a lot of homophobia in the black community that we never talk about. But in the same breath thinks our hardships don't need to be talked about when discussing LGBTQ issues. Like, again, bro, leave us alone.
He didn't say that.
All right, that is.
That's not what he
That's
said.
straight up dishonest. That's not even disingenuous. That's dishonest. He didn't say that.
He said that they could be talked about separately, not that they are. Like, he literally said, he didn't say we shouldn't talk about them. He said that they could be talked about separately because his what's her name? The other person was saying that you have to talk about them.
Oh, Milo.
Together.
Milo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Milo was saying you have to talk about them together, and he's like, no, you don't. That's not saying, oh, you shouldn't talk about them. That's so fucking disingenuous.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun section.
Another thing I forgot to touch on is the fact that LGBTQ people of color, black trans folks especially, are disproportionately affected by police violence and bias. While these issues with the police are prominent problems for LGBTQ folks in general, we're more likely to experience this than white folks, because remember, queer and POC. So again, our issues...
Well, again, that's assuming that the crimes are specifically because you're black and gay. It could be one or the other, and the statistics are just conflating those two for political reasons. That could be the case. Like, I don't know. Like, it could be the case that you just the hate crime was committed for one and not the other, and that's what I would say. That would be my counter.
You know what the perfect example of that is? That comes up later. I can't get into it. Just we got someone in chat. Type this down. Type this down. This situation with because there's a perfect example that gets into this later. I just can't. I don't want to spoil.
Well, we'll get into it when she brings it up.
Are LGBTQ issues. They cannot and should not be separated, especially when discussing Black Lives Matter, a movement that was started by queer black folks. Just start by our needs to educate himself or just stay the hell of our business, because what he's saying is so dangerous and disgusting. While things are getting better, to this day, the fight to be included in the BLM movement. You have to fight to get a fraction of the coverage cis-het black folks get. And people like Jar and the Prime do make things so much more difficult.
That was started and they used the money to. I think they bought a mansion with it. I could be misspeaking on that.
Don't forget that it was started off a lie. The hands up, don't shoot narrative was completely made up. Even eyewitness reports stated that wasn't the case with the Michael Brown shooting. The whole movement was based on a lie. That's one thing. They used the money to buy mansions. That's another thing. They contributed to the riots that went on in the summer of 2020 that cost millions of dollars of damage and killed quite a few people. So that's another thing. So
Oh.
I don't know, if I were in the LGBT community, I would not want to fight for a spot for an organization that has this baggage with it. I would maybe want to start
Did
my
you
own
see the
thing.
video where they fucking chant "Death to America"? Did you see that one?
I haven't, but I kind of.
I'll have to send it to you. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I were in the LGBT community, I wouldn't fight to get a spot in Black Lives Matter. No, fuck that. So also let's read this. This text here. Non-black and usually racist LGBTQ folks also argue that BLM shouldn't be included in their movements. Jar is contributing to that mindset, yet will claim to care about queer black folks. Well, I mean, don't the LGBT community, don't they have the right to decide who shouldn't be involved in their movements? Especially if BLM is fighting for completely separate issues that aren't really related to the LGBTQ community, to my knowledge at least. Like BLM was primarily about police brutality. That was essentially what the movement was about, getting police reform and trying to defund the police, that type of shit. The LGBTQ community is mainly about acceptance, wanting to promote tolerance and shit like that, trying to get it out in the open, essentially. They're two completely different groups with different like goals, and that's not even mentioning the individuals within these groups. Like I'm pretty sure the individuals, like not every member of BLM wants to push the same agenda or the same rhetoric. Like just like not every LGBTQ person has the same beliefs about their movement or whatever, their quote unquote movement. It's and also nice way of calling these people usually racist. Don't provide any evidence, don't prove it, just call them racist because they have an opinion you disagree with. That's the smart thing to do.
And we can't talk about police brutality without talking about LGBT rights.
Two men should have the right to get married just like a man and a woman. There, I just talked about LGBT rights without talking about police brutality. It's actually quite easy.
When you hit the nail on the head just right, folks. I agree with Jar here. If you guys want to get married and be miserable like the rest of us, go right ahead. Won't stop you. Mostly because I do not care.
My god, half of this video is mine. Get to 1,000 subs already so I can copyright claim it.
It's free real estate.
It's not funny.
You can,
I'm not laughing.
You're the last person who should
Remember,
be
this is the same man who whined about being cut out of context to avoid being held accountable for his own actions. Also, thank y'all for 1K. I'm still confused why y'all here.
After all, a 2013 report from the National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs details that 67% of anti-LGBT are transgender women of color.
Okay, first of all, what do you mean by people of color? Do you mean black people or just people who aren't white? And second, what does this have to do with police brutality? I will agree, Milo, that there are many similarities between homophobia and racism. However, that doesn't mean you can't talk about one without talking about the other. Cake and ice cream both taste good. However, you can very easily talk about cake without bringing up ice cream.
And also, if we're really going to try and go back in time, how about you just call them the coloreds, like the old days?
Okay, I'll give this person a point for showing what Autonomous Prime said in my video. That was pretty messed up of him. But they're just showing what I'm saying without making a single argument. I'm just going to skip ahead to see if there's anything I disagree with nowadays.
When has people of color, a term that was created as a result of white supremacy, ever included white people? Why do you not see anything?
What? People of color was created by white supremacists? That's a new one.
Then why are
I didn't
you
know
using
that.
it? If she's using it, then wouldn't that make her a white supremacist?
Yeah. Wouldn't she be condoning white supremacy? Or like, wouldn't she be
She's
cultural
using things that
appropriating
originate
them?
from white supremacy. So if using things that originate from racist things or are tied to them make you a racist, then wouldn't that make her a white supremacist? N.O.A. white supremacist confirmed. I mean, she's literally saying, she has said people of color in all three of her videos so far, repeatedly.
Yeah. There was also that funny moment where she said black people and people of color, and I made the joke of like, oh well, I guess black isn't a color then.
Nothing wrong with that. And why do you still see nothing wrong with comparing the intersectionality of two marginalized groups to cake and freaking ice cream? You essentially think the struggles I face for existing is equivalent of food. And
he was making a point. He was trying to explain in simple terms how you can talk about one without talking about the other. He wasn't literally comparing it to food. Oh my god.
you still see nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm literally about to combust. Also, I rewatched the clips in my video. Here's some things that Just Robot apparently still stands by. Trigger warning for violence against trans people and post nightclub. Here's a tiny step y'all can skip to. Number 1. Discount Prime arguing there's no connection between anti-LGBT attitudes and racism, despite multiple studies proving otherwise. Number 2. Discount Prime arguing that the murder of Raylan Thomas wasn't a hate crime, despite the man who claimed being openly transphobic. and arguing that this isn't part of a larger, ongoing issue of trans women being disproportionately killed because cis women are hurt more. Number 3, Jar comparing a Latino woman trying to share facts about the LGBT movement and people of color to a majority white crowd and vocalizing that to scientific racism, arguing just because something is treated as fact doesn't make it any less bigoted. And number 4.
Well, I mean, it's true, isn't it? I mean, like, I can only speak to the Pulse nightclub thing because that's the only thing I researched for my video, so I don't know about the other 2 things that she brought up. I would have to question the sources she brought up. I would have to question those. I would pull those up if I could without my laptop crashing. But like, in regards to what the Hispanic lady was saying at the Pulse nightclub visual, like the whole point there was that she was attempting to bring up identity politics and like racial ideology at a vigil for victims of a mass shooting. You know, like that's inappropriate. No matter where you like, you just people are there to mourn the lives of lost loved ones. Like not to be
Well, don't
lectured to
forget
about
that
identity
initially
politics.
everyone thought it was because they were gay. And then she tried to make it about race, and it was actually about neither.
Mm-hmm. That too, but we'll get into that later because it plays a bigger part in the later part of this segment.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Discount Prime mocking a Latino woman's speech for trying to bring awareness about issues that affected her community. But growth and change, right?
Hi, so I just realized the context as to what Milo was talking about and why they're correct is missing. So I'm going to read this small snippet from this Vox article because I believe like it summarized everything perfectly. The article is Whitewashing the Orlando Shooting Victims Only Makes LGBTQ People of Color More Vulnerable to Violence by Michelle Garcia.
I mean, yes, you can bring up that a lot of the victims were Latin, but the Muslim didn't target them for that. He did it because they were gay.
And that's wrong, as I pointed out in my video. It wasn't because they were gay. It wasn't because they were Latino. It was because they were American. Like it was a political act. It had nothing to do with their race or their sexuality. But yeah, that's all I had to add.
Them for the color of their skin. And were they really whitewashed? All I heard was that they were gay. Not bringing up someone's race is not whitewashing. If you want to bring up that they're Latin, that's fine. But the guy, at the end of the day, killed them because they were gay.
I literally read and linked an entire article explaining why everything you just said is wrong.
Yeah, and the article had nothing to do with your argument and didn't really prove your point at all. It was a pointless article. Like it was just it's so stupid that she thinks that article proves anything. It was literally just written to advance a viewpoint that other people had. It didn't really provide all that much in the way of like facts or statistics. It was just an opinion piece. She used another person's opinion because she couldn't be bothered to formulate her own argument. That was the video essentially.
Despite having both verbal and virtual access to this article, you comprehended none of it.
90% of the 49 people killed were Latino or Latino descent, specifically 23 victims of Puerto Rican, according to New York Times. Yet when it came time for politicians to extend their thoughts and prayers to the victims, many of them, including Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Speaker Paul Ryan, glossed over the fact that the victims were part of these marginalized groups. It was mostly Latinos, as though LGBTQ people could not also be Latino.
Wait a minute. But if the title of the article was that they were being whitewashed, wouldn't the fact that they mentioned that they were Latino at all, like the fact that the congressman mentioned that at all, wouldn't that defeat the headline? Like they clearly weren't whitewashing them. They were clearly like acknowledging that some of the people who died were Latino. So what's the issue here? Are they being accused of whitewashing the crime or of straight washing it? Like what's the point? What's the argument here? Like they acknowledge that some of the people there were Latino that died. So how are they whitewashing it? And plus, like this is assuming intent. The congressman could have easily just not know the actual numbers of who died. You know, the demographics. They could have just been misinformed. They could have just not known because it wasn't like widely public yet or whatever. Like there can be other reasons besides they're homophobic or they're racist. Like there can be other reasons for why someone gets something wrong. Like I don't. Oh, it's a dumb article. It's a dumb article.
How did you come to that conclusion? As far as I'm aware, no one said that all the victims were white or that most of them were white. And where did anyone imply that those who are of Latino descent can't be gay? What's going on?
But the Times also reported that LGBTQ people are the most likely group to be attacked when compared individually with racial and religious groups. Half of all hate crimes are due to race, with all races combined.
I don't know how true that study is, but it sounds accurate. I mean, there's a lot more people of other races, especially in America, compared to, well, people who are a part of the LGBT. Obviously, if you have more of one group, there's going to be more hate crimes towards that one group just by, well, basic math. But then again, this is not an argument because the guy killed them because they were LGBT and not because of their race. I don't even know the race of the guy who shot up the gay bar because it's not important to me. Let's say it's 100% scientifically proven that people of Latin descent against more than LGBT people. Just because people of Latin descent have more hate crimes committed against them, it does not mean if a guy commits a hate crime against gay people and a lot of them happen to be Latin, that it's also a hate crime against people of Latin descent.
Bro, you argued and continue to argue that intersectionality doesn't matter and that it still doesn't matter. The purpose of the article that you refuse to comprehend...
Not in this instance, when it was a political act. The mass shooting was political. It wasn't... It had nothing to do...
No, hold on, Alex. Let's go with the argument that...
Yeah.
He's arguing intersectionality doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's go with the previous viewpoint that everyone had, that it was done because they were LGBT, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it was done because they were strictly LGBT, which was initially thought, them being Latino doesn't matter because they weren't attacked for being both Latino and LGBT. Initially, everyone thought they were attacked specifically just for being LGBT.
Yeah.
Then other people brought up their fucking race. Intersectionality would matter if the killer, right, the shooter, had done it for both reasons.
Yeah.
He didn't. And in fact, it turns out he didn't even do it because they were LGBT. But that was what was initially thought. So her arguing, oh my God, intersectionality doesn't apply here because he didn't do it because of both. So his point is still right now, just because...
He didn't do it for intersectionalist reasons.
Yeah, he didn't do it for intersectionalist reasons. So Jar's point was perfectly right. It hit it on the nose. Just because, there's like just because they're Latino and gay doesn't mean that inherently a hate crime done is for both of those reasons.
Yeah. It's so even if we take out the fact that it was political in nature, her argument still falls flat and doesn't work. That's amazing. Only no one asks people. Only she can make an argument so stupid that even if we grant her one of her points, her argument still fails.
Is to say, hey, the race or ethnicity of the victims do matter. Here's why they matter. I don't care if the shooter didn't target polls based on race. That's not the point. The point is that this had the greatest impact on the Latino LGBTQ community specifically, and they have every right to highlight that if they wish, especially when this tragedy gave birth to groups and organizations solely dedicated to helping them and the victims' families, because a majority of victims were Latino and needed specific needs. If the race and ethnicity of the victims don't matter, then why are you so opposed to having them discuss? Also,
well, because then that would be like disrespectful to the victims. Like, I'm sure that being like gay doesn't make up a huge part of your personality. Like, it's part of who you are, but that's not all that you are. Like, it's the same like towards that it would just be disrespectful to those people to just only focus on their race and their sexuality. Like, there was so much more to them than the fact that they happen to be Latino and happen to be gay. There's so much more to them than that. And to just specifically focus on those two things and act as though this impacts those communities harshly, even though the shooter wasn't targeting them because of their race or their like sexuality. It's dishonest and it's disrespectful. Like, if I had been a victim in that shooting and I had been like Latino and gay, I wouldn't have wanted that to be like the main headline. I would have been like, oh, I died in a mass shooting. Like, can you please remember me for what I did, for my life, for the friends and family?
You know what the irony is?
For the
You want to know some irony?
What?
Her argument is, oh my God, you don't want to talk about them being gay or Latino? What's wrong with you? Like, you're just trying to erase these people, but then at the same time, literally just identifying these people based on those when that wasn't even actually the reason.
Yeah. That is incredibly ironic. Oh my God. Great. Of course, the video had to pause here. Well, at least we're in the home stretch. We only got 30 minutes to sit through. Approximately 30 minutes. Let's see. Looks like the video came back up.
So understand that Latina people like the one you and your co-racists mock. We're also using this as an opportunity to bring awareness to the struggles LGBTQ people of color go through, period. They weren't necessarily saying these struggles contribute to Pulse. They're saying, like I previously stated, this is why the race or ethnicity matter. And hey, if you care about Pulse, this is how you can help our communities. And lastly, you are a veteran commentary channel. If you have suspicions about statistics, research it. Find and read the entire study. Better yet, read multiple studies. Educate yourself on topic. Like, why are y'all like this? My gosh.
Well, I mean, when he brought up the definition of racism, you just dismissed that and claimed that he didn't know what real racism was. So when he does do research, you dismiss him. When he doesn't do research, you ask why he doesn't do the research. So
yeah,
it
that's
seems
the
like
best part. Oh my god, that's so good, Alex. Because wait, you remember the next part? You remember when we first initially watched it like months back? The next part with Kaiser and what Kaiser brings up.
Yeah.
What you just said is perfect. Chat, I want you to remember what Alex just said. Because that point is going to be proven in just a moment. Yet again.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The overhaul.
That makes it all the more important to avoid whitewashing the victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting. LGBTQ still translate to many people as white, gay, and male.
If I don't mention the shooter's race, does that mean I'm also whitewashing the mass shooter? Just asking. I mean, if you want to make the argument that most people think of a white guy when they hear the word gay, then I can also make the argument that most people think of a white guy when they hear the word mass shooting. But white people do a lot of mass shootings.
It's a false equivalency. The article explained why the race is important and explained how ignoring it contributes to hurting an already vulnerable group. White people in the U.S. don't have to worry about that because they're the majority. They aren't a vulnerable group and won't face any systemic ramifications for their race. Meanwhile,
I guess all those BLM activists trying to argue that, you can't be racist to white people because racism is prejudice plus power. I guess all that shit goes out the window. We can just forget about that. Or all those Irish Americans who got denied jobs and shit because of their Irish heritage. We can just forget that.
Or let's not forget the fact that there's now systems put in place. Actually, I dealt with this in high school, my senior year, where I was offered aid because of my race to get into fucking college.
Mm-hmm. The stuff like affirmative action that doesn't exist. That doesn't matter. The fact that it's actually pretty racist towards white people and Asians, just quietly ignore that. Push that to the side. That doesn't exist. White people can never face oppression. They can never face racism. They can never face any challenges in life. Them being white, that's all they need. That's all they got. That's their privilege. That's it.
Oh
That's
yeah,
how
they got the
all-
godsend gift right there. That white skin.
Yep. That's all they need.
while highlighting a non-white shooter's identity in the same way as the victims will hurt vulnerable groups, mainstream media bias and ignorance. There's a vast difference between how...
As if there isn't mainstream media bias and ignorance towards white people. You disingenuous asshole. I hate you.
Mainstream media treats white shooters compared to non-white ones, but that's another topic for another video. Anyway, people want the victims' identities highlighted to solve the problem. People want the shooter's identity highlighted and remembered to feed into xenophobia and Islamophobia. Not the same. Why?
Okay, so nice way to assume the intent then of the people pointing that out. Like at the end of the day, it was a political act. Okay, like highlighting the race and the sexuality of the people who died serves no purpose because it doesn't get to the root of the problem. The shooter killed all those people because they were American, and he did it as retaliation for some conflict in the Middle East we were getting into. How does highlighting the victim's race and sexuality solve what we're doing in the Middle East, Noah? Answer me that question. Answer me how any of this has anything to do with the shooter's motivation. Like, what's the explanation, Noah? Huh, Mrs. Do your own research. Do the educate yourself. How does highlighting the victim's race and sexuality solve what's going on in the Middle East? How does any of this have anything to do with that? I bet she really can't answer that question because it would destroy her entire argument.
are you trying to make a counter argument to not erasing LGBTQ identities? Like, what's wrong with you?
So yeah, I hope with the added context you can understand why what was said in the clip was so disgusting and just flat out wrong.
Actually, you didn't make a single argument, you just read an article which literally debunked what I said. And isn't this a form of oppression Olympics? A guy specific to a gay bar, gay people, and you say, but what about POCs?
Just because you don't understand the point that's being made doesn't mean they don't exist. And yes, y'all heard that right. According to Jar, wanting to include intersectionality to bring awareness to people's LGBTQ people of color face is a form of oppression Olympics.
I mean, it is because it was. Anyway, let's read this wall of text. I'd argue that the existence of intersectionality is a direct opposite of oppression Olympics. Rather than saying one is worse than the other, we're saying all of these things are a part of my identity, and they all contribute to how I'm treated, creating a unique experience. Jai doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, like, it's the entire idea here is that intersectionality asserts that both race and sexuality are one and the same in terms of their issues. Like, racism and homophobia are exactly the same, and you can't talk about one without talking about the other. And then if anyone commits a hate crime against gay people, we must also talk about their Latino status. And anyone who doesn't talk about that is being racist. How is that not a form of oppression Olympics? How is that not doing exactly what you're criticizing Jar for doing? Like, it's I don't get it. I don't understand. I I don't know, man. I don't know.
This man's hopeless.
Oh my god, we got another wall of text. Oh no. Okay. I forgot to reiterate that the argument was never Pulse was targeted due to race or ethnicity. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that wasn't the argument? I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one, homie. That seems exactly like the argument you were making. But whatever. That was created by Jar and Prime. The argument was that intersectionality exists and that talking about race in LGBTQ spaces is valid if not necessary. Wait, if not necessary? But isn't the entire point of intersectionality is that those two aspects of you are conjoined at the hip? That you can't talk about one without talking about the other? What's this if not necessary bullshit? Doesn't that go against exactly what you were saying?
Oh, that's a little bit of an inconsistency there. Oh my, look at that.
Oh my god. Okay, I am a bisexual black woman. My sexuality and race both make up my identity. If I were to be targeted for one or the other, I would still want that highlighted. Like, why? If you were specifically attacked, like hypothetically, if someone attacked you for being gay, why would you want the fact that you're black to be highlighted? Because the person attacking you didn't really give a shit that you were black. They were attacking you for being gay. So why would you want both to be highlighted? That seems a little dumb to me. Because again, this my identity. great, great spelling there, Noah. I'm glad you took the time to proofread this. POC LGBTQ folks are always expected to pick one or the other. If we don't, quote, pick one, then our identities are stripped from us by the, quote, opposing sides. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't think anyone like expects you to pick one or the other. We're just saying that you don't have to talk about racism to talk about homophobia. Like, sure, you can talk about them both, but you don't have to. You can talk about one without talking about the other. That's not us forcing you to pick one aspect of your character. That's just us talking about discussions in general. That has nothing to do with you. Whatever. We are POC and LGBTQ. We are who we are because we are both. There's nothing wrong with wanting that remembered regardless of the situation. Well, except for the fact that the shooter wasn't, killing you because you were, because the shooter wasn't killing the people in the nightclub because they were Latino or because they were gay or because they were Latino and gay. He was killing them because they were Americans. I would think the fact that they were individuals who led their own lives and had their own loved ones and friends, I would think they would want that highlighted more than their surface level characteristics. But what do I know? I'm just an evil racist, according to Noah.
When it's a hate crime against the POC, I'll call it a hate crime against the POC. When it's a hate crime against a gay person, I'm going to call it a hate crime against a gay person.
Or you could, just be quiet. Like,
because that's the solution to everything. If you disagree with me, you should just stay silent. Because that's really what's going to help us solve the issues that we're dealing with in the world. Encouraging people to just shut up. That's a great mentality, Noah. We should elect you for president.
It's not about being right, and it's about shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear your point. That's all it's about.
Yeah.
That's all her video starts to devolve into is stop. You cannot have these points if you're going to talk about this. You have to have these points if you're going to talk about this. Because none of here's the thing throughout her video. Throughout the entire video, the main theme, she doesn't correct him once. She doesn't correct him about the shooting. She doesn't correct him on the statistics at all. She simply goes over, oh my God, he had this opinion. This is my opinion, and he should stop talking because he does not have my opinion. That's the way she treats it several times. She doesn't go into how his opinion is wrong at all. She just says this is his opinion and repeatedly demonizes and brings it up and says he needs to apologize for it. And then, is like, oh my God, if you're going to talk about this, you need to get it right. But then she's not even actually correcting him. So how can he get it right if you can't even actually correct him and you yourself end up being even more in the wrong? It's fascinating.
Yep. It's welcome to the world of no one asked, people.
Like, you clearly can't be trusted to talk about either of these topics. For me, being loud and wrong does more harm than silence. So just be quiet and leave us alone, please.
I did some more research, and it says that the perpetrator called 911 that it...
Oh, she's gonna play the part where Professor Dreadlocks brings up everything that I just brought up. Oh, I can't wait to see how she spins this.
It was an act of retaliation for the airstrike, the killing of, among others, ISIL militant Abu Wahib in the previous month. He told us to tell America to stop the bombing. This is straight from the Wikipedia article, even. It does mention that someone who claimed to know him believed it could have had some racial motivations against Latino men because he was supposedly afraid he had contracted an STD from a gay man of Latino descent. Though this is all speculation of the friend, and I don't think it's nearly as concrete as the words that came out of the perpetrator's mouth as he was committing the crime. Though it does warrant mention, and I do think that while oftentimes minorities aren't always represented in LGBTQT spaces, in this particular instance, I'm honestly not sure that negating to mention that was disregarding that whole fact in and of itself. But feel free to leave your opinions in the comments because I'm really not sure about this.
If you aren't sure, then why are you talking about the topic? I'm disregarding the other stuff because
this is what you brought up, Noah. They're responding to your video. You brought it up. What the fuck are you talking about? Ooh, that pisses me off right there.
Just gonna be repeating what Arya said about the intersectionality and why. Anyway, if you're gonna come in here, Wikipedia article in hand.
Oh, okay. So fucking educating yourself, searching up, doing research. Now, fuck that shit. You're gonna come in here, Wikipedia in hand, like fuck out of here, Noah. As if that's not what you were asking for this entire video.
What do you think you're doing? What the fuck do you think you're doing? Addressing what I brought up? What is wrong with you? What is it? What do you think you're? No, you can't do that. You can't address what I mentioned. No, you go fuck yourself. No. Fuck what you have to say. You're gonna address what I mentioned. Okay.
Fucking preposterous. Doing research. Who does that?
A concrete opinion about the argument you're trying to debunk, quote unquote. I mean, it won't change the fact that we're arguing about two different things because, again, I take issue with Jar and his co-racist attacking Milo Stewart for trying to discuss intersectionality, as well as him arguing that it doesn't matter when it does, regardless of the shooter's intent. But, bro, come on,
regardless of the shooter's intent. So essentially what she's saying here is I'm going to completely ignore what Professor Dreadlocks brought up and continue to push the idea that intersectionality matters in this specific instance, even though the shooter was motivated by politics.
Yeah, this entire instance. And oh my God, he disagreed with Milo. Milo's entire fucking point. Milo brought that shit up. They were responding. You took issue with that. Milo brought that shit up. and was trying to say that that's why intersectionality needed to be mentioned. He disagreed because that's not because initially everyone thought back at that time that it was because of LGBTQ, and someone else who Milo was in support of was trying to talk down to white people because there was other Latinos involved and she was a Latino.
Yeah.
But the problem is he didn't say intersectionality didn't matter as a whole. His point was, in this specific instance, it had no relevance because he didn't commit the crime because of that. And now what she's doing is, because neither of her fucking points work, none of her fucking points work because turns out the shooter didn't do it for either of her little identity politic hugging shit, she's going to ignore it. She's going to go, what do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing addressing what I said?
Yeah.
No. You're going to come in here Wikipedia, article in hand? Like, the fuck is wrong with you? She's changed up from do your research to fuck your research because she's in the wrong. And she can't ever take an L on any fucking point.
Oh, God damn it. We've been getting to the good part too. We'll just give this a minute. It's like this whole video is it's an exercise in frustration. If you can sit through this entire video and not like punch a hole in your wall, you have some extreme patience. Like, I salute you.
There was something you told me the first time we
this-
watched this together. It was a funny statement about human rights or something like that.
Oh yeah, early in the live stream. This is a human, like, this is a war crime. This would violate the Geneva Convention.
I'm surprised it hasn't because I don't know how people's like I looked in the comments of this video too, and I don't know how people were able to sit through this and like actually agree with it. Not because I can't fathom people disagreeing with me, but rather her points are like garbage. They're like garbage juice. You know, like you have the garbage bag itself and it leaks that juice out. You know what I mean? Like it's like that. That's just how bad they are. It's like it's not even the garbage itself. It's you think she's gonna make a you know what I would love? I would love to have Noah. I know she would never do it because let's be honest, these tactics of hers would never fucking fly on a real live debate. She would get dog walked, tore up, destroyed, obliterated, ripped to pieces. But I would love to see her and somebody, maybe me or you or in general someone get on live with Noah and talk about this. But she wouldn't do it. Let's be real. She wouldn't do it. It'd be great though. I'd love for that. That honestly, I think I'd pay to see something like that. Not because she makes good points, but I want to see live how she reacts and try to use that argument style live. Like, don't you think that would be interesting, Alex?
Anyone. Like, I feel like even if you brought in like Carmen Ryder, you know, like even she would be able to run circles around Noah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's the crazy part. Like, so many people have managed to bring up good points against this video, and Noah just completely ignores them, which is ironic because she talks about her being ignored.
That would be very interesting. It might be like the most maybe we ought to go the whole we will donate money to charity if you let this happen. If you let us debate you, we'll
You know
donate
what?
to whatever
I would
black
do that.
LGBTQ charity.
I would do that. I would if Noah could get on and guarantee an hour and 30 of discussion, just an hour and 30 of discussion, with anyone. I mean, I would love that with me, but with anyone, right? It would be phenomenal. Damn, it didn't save it either this time.
This to my channel.
That sucks. Well, at least we know where we stopped. Again, eventually I'll buy a better laptop or a computer so that this doesn't happen in the future. Come on, YouTube. You overdo everything. Just let the video play. Well, while we'll wait for it networking.
Bases in this I'm honestly not sure that negating to mention that was disregarding that whole fact in and of itself. But feel free to leave your opinions in the comments because I'm really not sure about this.
If you aren't sure, then why are you talking about the topic? I'm disregarding the other stuff because I'm just going to be repeating what I already said about the inclusion, intersectionality, and why. Anyway, if you're going to come in here, Wikipedia article in hand, at least have a concrete opinion about the argument you're trying to debunk, quote unquote. I mean, it won't change the fact that we're arguing about two different things because, again,
I mean,
take
his
issue
argument
with
was that
Jordan's co-racist
there's no,
attacking
this
Miles
wasn't
Stewart for trying to discuss
intersectionality related. That was his
intersectionality,
argument.
as well as him arguing that it doesn't matter when it does, regardless of the shooter's intent. But, bro, come on, like, if you don't jump, know how to fight, like, that's the easiest way I can explain this.
Milo Stewart, who I'm pretty sure was still a minor at the time, was just trying to use their privilege as a white person to bring more awareness to this issue.
The issue that a bunch of people who were killed because they were gay just so happened to be Latino. Whether Milo was a minor at the time or not, it's not an argument, and I don't give. Milo Stewart unironically thinks that all white people are racist, all men are misogynistic, and that all cis people are transphobic.
All white people are racist, all men are misogynistic, all cisgender people are transphobic, all members of a majority are biased against the members of the minority or oppressed group.
Milo Stewart gave a shout out to Ghazi Kozo, who's an anti-Semite, and my favorite black supremacist on the internet. Seriously, you guys gotta go check out Ghazi Kozo.
All white people are racist. Each and every one of them.
They unironically believe that we should shut down all prisons and all police stations and just have social workers handle everything.
Oh, but you see, Jar, part of the reason why I mentioned Milo's age is because you set that precedent in your Prism Luke video.
He has been called out by people like Just Stop, Spocter, and even Pyrocynical. His response to Just Stop was just god-awful, and Just Stop debunked him in the comments section. It's pretty pathetic that a 16-year-old made you this upset, Luke.
Or does that standard now apply to yourself?
It's almost like she's completely forgetting the context surrounding that point. You know, it's almost like these are two completely different situations that she's drawing a false equivalency towards. Because, you know, one creator lying about another or making up like falsehoods about their arguments, like Prismate Luke did to Just Stop. That's completely the same as as a teenager having stupid opinions about racism and homophobia and like misogyny and all that shit. These are two completely same situations. There's no false equivalency. They're just completely like side by side. They're the same. They're the exact same. What a fucking disingenuous argument.
And the other reason I mention it is because Jar and other anti-SJW YouTubers seem to have normalized going after literal children, which on a moral and logical level is very disturbing.
I would like proof, some evidence, like at least a screenshot, anything, Noah. What would happen to that whole energy you were going into? Like, oh, do your research, you know, look stuff up, go on the internet for 5 minutes. What was that? Where's that here? Where's your fucking evidence, lady? Oh no, don't tell me it froze again.
I don't think teenagers are immune to actual criticism, not to be confused with Jar's ignorant videos, because everyone messes up. But as adults, it's our jobs to be mindful that not only are you dealing with a child, but that the internet hates children and will go out of their way to bully them, especially when your large audience consists of anti-SJWs. Milo Stewart had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people against them for years, starting as a teenager. In their video, I Survived Anti-SJW YouTube, they opened up about how this affected them and how it still affects them. I'll leave a link in the description below, and I highly recommend y'all watch it. The fact that Jar doesn't care that he contributed even slightly to harassment that caused a child to want to end their life, that not only says everything about him as a content creator, but as a person.
Well, it's not like Jar directly sent harassment to Milo's way. That would be the only way that this argument would work, is if he actively encouraged people to go harass her, or whatever she identifies as, whatever. I don't really care at this point. So I don't see why we get to blame Jar for that shit, when it was most likely other people from other YouTubers' fandoms that caused that shit. So I don't get the argument there. And like this whole idea that the internet hates kids and will do everything it can to run kids off of the site. Well, again, evidence. I'd like some evidence of that, because I've seen plenty of communities here on YouTube that are just full of children, and they just make whatever kind of videos they want. Like the fucking what's that one fucking community with the anime, the chibi style shit? What's it called?
The gotcha community.
Yeah, gotcha. That's a whole community that most people like don't really touch on. Like there's a couple videos that talk about how cringe and how like dumb a lot of the content produced there is. But for the most part, they get left alone. Nobody really goes out of their way to go after those kids. So this idea that if you're a kid on the internet, you're gonna get run out of, or you're gonna get instantly bullied and harassed. Um, that's not entirely true. That doesn't really happen all that often, and it really, again, it depends. Like if you're someone like Milo who actively goes out of their way to say some of the dumbest, most brain dead shit imaginable, like you're gonna attract people who are like, hey, what you're saying is stupid and doesn't make any sense, and here's why. Like that's kind of how this works. Like if you don't want to be treated like an asshole, don't act like an asshole. Like I thought that was just kind of the social contract we all agreed to sign. I thought that was the part of of common courtesy. Like don't go around saying that all white people are racist, all men are misogynistic, all cisgendered people are transphobic. Basically accusing everyone of being some of the worst things you could possibly be in the first couple minutes of the fucking video. Like, if you don't want to be treated like an asshole, maybe don't be an asshole. Like maybe, just maybe, or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy for expecting people to have common sense here. I don't know.
Because it's about how you feel about Milo Stewart. Regardless of the wrongdoings, a somewhat decent person should be able to recognize that, hey, a bunch of adults going after a child in the name of anti-social justice is pretty messed up, and I should not participate in that. Moving forward, for those of you who don't know, when Milo Stewart was a teenager, they made a video about implicit bias. Implicit bias being when you have attitudes towards people or associate stereotypes with them unconsciously. Milo was trying to verbalize how all people of majority have implicit bias towards those of a minority, and that in order to properly address implicit bias, you can't be afraid to call it what it is, and what they called it was straight up racism and transphobia. I'll leave a link in the description below so y'all can watch it yourselves. I agree with the overall message about the existence of implicit bias, and how it's necessary for people to address it, but I don't think every white person is racist, and neither is...
Okay, then that defeats the implicit bias argument, because that's literally what they argue. Like, I don't know, Akumu, do you have any thoughts on the implicit bias before I go on my epic rant?
I have concepts such as implicit bias, or implicit bias, and there's another one that, basically where people just constantly assume that any interaction that's negative between an individual who's white and a minority is inherently due to racism, right? Stuff like that and implicit biases, concepts like that are made specifically so that individuals can reinforce their own beliefs, and so that they can continuously blame other parties for things. And I think the idea that people are inherently racist or are inherently biased against a group of people because they're not a part of that group of people is extremely, extremely stupid. And not only, it literally is, it's an assumption. It's a straight up assumption because, oh, you're not in the crowd, so you must not like the crowd. And that's ridiculous.
And it's like, so the epic rant here that I kind of considered making this its own video, but I decided against it because I already have a lot of stuff on my plate. But like from what I have heard and read about implicit bias, from what it seems, the basic argument is that people subconsciously have a bias against other groups of people just because that's how everyone has that bias, like whether they're white or black or anything. Like people have a bias against a different group because they're not part of the group. That's essentially how the argument works. So my first point against that is that if that is the case, then by definition racism could not exist, because if every single race, every single other group, like the LGBTQ, if every single person part of every single group has an internal bias against people who are not of their group, how can racism exist then? If every single person is racist, if every single person has an inherent bias against someone who's different from them, how can racism exist then? It wouldn't.
Especially their ideal of racism. What's even more ironic is their ideal of racism is okay, power plus prejudice equals racism. Well, if everyone is racist, how exactly, like, how does that work?
And even if they want to go with the power plus prejudice argument, again, I just go back to the.
What if I call Barack Obama a racial slur? He has more power than I do.
And to go back to the Baltimore shooting that I brought up, the police chief of Baltimore was black, the city council of Baltimore was black, the mayor of Baltimore was black. Where's the power? Who's oppressing who? Who's being racist? Where does this end? And so that would be my first contention with implicit bias, is that it essentially completely destroys the concept of racism if it is true. Because if everyone's racist, then nobody is by definition. And the second part, my second big issue with implicit bias is that it's nearly impossible to test on someone, because essentially what you're doing, like you said earlier, Akumu, you're assuming something. You're reading somebody's mind. You're saying you have this thought about this group of people because you're not part of them. How do you test something like that? Where's the studies that prove this? Where's the what's the word for it? It starts with an E. The whatever. How do you test something like that? How do you come to that conclusion? Like, what would you have to ask someone? What studies would you have to do? Like, would you have them go to would you have like a white person go to a black church and like measure their fucking mind signals or whatever? The CTR scans or whatever? How would you measure something like this? It's impossible to measure because different people react differently to different environments. We're all human. We don't have the same exact we don't have the exact same beliefs, the exact same sensitivities, the exact same thoughts and opinions. So how would you even test something like implicit bias? It doesn't make sense. It all rests on this idea that you can just judge something you can just make an assumption of someone because you just deem it so. Like, oh, you have this bias against someone who looks different than you because I say you have that bias, and I don't need to prove it because that's my claim, and you don't need to prove a claim. You don't have to falsify it. If I just say it happens, then it happens. And those are like my two big issues with implicit bias. It would destroy the concept of racism entirely if it's true, and it really is next to impossible to test without just jumping into somebody's mind. That was my big TED talk about implicit bias and why I don't buy into that nonsense. Let's keep going.
Milo, very interesting how y'all purposely left out the fact that they addressed this video and the endorsement of Ghazi back in 2017 and this year. Here's what Milo had to say about that video now. In full transparency, I'm going to have to cut the clip because it's really long, so I'll link the full video.
Some people will probably want me to talk about where I stand on my implicit bias video today. Basically, that video was a poor explanation of implicit biases. I absolutely still agree that implicit biases exist, and I think that allies and organizers need to become more aware of their implicit biases and how they show up in their work and in their relationships in a community. Every person is capable of harm, and that includes being complicit in or actively perpetrating systems of oppression. I think as white people, we need to realize that we have probably already done something in our lifetimes that has hurt people of color, or we will definitely do something racist in our lifetimes.
Okay, then would you apply that same logic to black people or Hispanic people or Asian people? Like, I'm pretty sure that all of those groups have a history of doing oppressive things to other groups. Or is it just white people? Because apparently they have all the power in society. Like, would she be willing to say that all black people are racist against white people? I would really love to hear her answer to that question.
Can't be anti-racist if we don't recognize our own capacity to perpetrate harm, even unintentionally, and make sure we know how to listen when we're called out. Even when we're not perpetrating harm, we're usually benefiting from or complicit in white supremacy unless we're actively challenging it. Acknowledging that myself makes it easier to accept when I have done harm and then work to repair the harm and prevent it in the future. Whether or not I should have called implicit biases, racism, transphobia, etc. is a question that I don't know the answer to. Kat Black made a Twitter thread talking about why she doesn't think that all white people are racist, which I'll link below. I think it is super important to consider a lot of different perspectives on this topic. The reaction that I got from this video makes it really clear why it is important for everyone to acknowledge their capacity for harm. I think it is really painfully clear that I was trying to have a deeper conversation about racism than most people responding could actually understand. Most of the people responding seem to have very elementary understandings of what racism is, like in the thought that racism is only hating a person of color because of their race, and not in the way that power imbalances perpetrate.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There's that power plus prejudice shit. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my god.
They're really trying to redefine and conflate systemic racism as racism itself.
Mm-hmm. I knew it. Eventually we were gonna reach this point.
Portray systemic racism within our own relationships. So many white folks took my video as a personal attack, which makes me wonder, if you're so confident that you're anti-racist, why does a 17-year-old white teenager saying that implicit biases exist make you feel so insecure that you have to proclaim that you're not a racist? Maybe your actions should speak.
I mean, wouldn't this really only apply to people who insulted you though, or tried to harass you? You know, what about all the white people who came up with legitimate counter arguments? You know, the people who tried to debunk what you were saying peacefully and without any like disrespect. You know, the people who were engaging with you in this argument. Like, what about those white people? Or would you lump them in as, oh, you're so insecure in your own in your own like anti-racism that you felt the need to go after me? And I'm like I'm surely
I just
not
thought
all
of a
of
funny
them.
scenario to use that excuse, that type of argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you accuse someone, right, of sexual assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they deny it. Okay? Yeah. And then your response is, you're that insecure that you had to come out and deny it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of just how many ridiculous instances that sort of thinking could be used in. It's funny.
It really is dumb. Like, surely not all of the responses that she got were hateful. Like, there had to be at least a couple people who were trying to respectfully disagree with her. God damn it, YouTube. Not again. Don't make me refresh the tab. Just let the video play. We got 30 minutes left. Come on.
Speak for themselves if you're actually anti-racist. But that's just my thought. Whether or not my video was a good explanation of implicit biases, it created racial stress in a mostly white audience that caused that audience to lose its ability to respond in constructive ways. The result was an angry hate mob targeting a teenager that often resulted in insults and transphobic comments being thrown my way. Because, you know, bullying a trans teenager is a great way to show that you're not transphobic.
And as we all know, you know, trans teenagers are the only kind of teenagers who ever get any amount of hate, you know? They're the only ones that ever get bullied online. You know, they're the only ones that ever have to face any kind of harassment. So, I like, again, like, surely not everyone who responded to her was being an asshole towards her. There had to be at least a couple of them who were trying to be respectful about it all. Like, and to tie this all to Jar, whose video wasn't even that harsh, if you really think about it. There were way harsher videos that were made against her. like just seems really petty to me. It's just dumb. Well, like, why would you tie all of this bad shit back to Jar when he didn't really do anything aside from respond to what he thought were dumb arguments? It's whatever.
Added some racist jokes, and you're really on your way to making a point. My video was an attempt to challenge white fragility, but clearly I lacked the language to be able to explain that. For a while, I thought about remaking my implicit bias video because I thought I could re-argue my points better. After my videos kept getting hate into 2017, I realized that a remake probably wouldn't perform any better because a lot of the people responding to my videos were actually just racist or were just really not trying to understand my argument. I sometimes get asked if I regret making the
Like, again, way to assume people's intentions. You know, a lot of people responding to me were just racist. Like, I would like to see proof of that. Like, at least a couple screenshots. It could not have been that difficult to dig up screenshots or
You know,
clips or
Alex,
whatever.
I'm not a Holmes here, a good detective, but I'm starting to notice a reoccurring theme with people accusing people of just flat out being racist and throwing big buzzword phobes and isms out without actually backing their arguments up. Oh man, this is it's weird.
It's a bit of a coincidence here. Like,
the implicit bias video. And so I want to talk about that because no, I don't regret making that video. There's things that I for sure wish I could have done better about that video. I for sure wish I had put more thought into how I can better convey my message. I wish I had thought about what impact it has for a white person to be talking about the subject. I definitely wish that I hadn't cited Ghazi Kodzo, and I apologize for that before because that was a mistake. But at the same time, I definitely feel like I am the person I am today because I dealt with the response that I got from that video. And I learned a lot about myself and about the internet and about how white people think about racism through the experience.
And again, like, it couldn't have just been white people. Like, she's assuming that every single response she got came from a white person. Like, I'm pretty sure there were at least a couple black people or Asian people or Hispanic people who disagreed with her. I'm one of those people. I disagree with her and I'm Hispanic. Would she be willing to call me racist? Like, where does it end? Where does the assumptions end?
Of posting my implicit bias video and getting this massive response. I really fully believe that it wasn't my responsibility to try and control the responses that people had to my video. Yes, I could have better anticipated how people would respond and try to prevent some of the angry responses. I think the people at fault were the adults attacking a teenager online in front of an audience of millions of people, and not the teenager who didn't know how to perfectly word a fairly abstract concept about racism.
Not only is this another example of Jar just bring
a fairly abstract concept. I love how she's implying that the entire idea behind implicit bias is abstract, which is exactly what I've been saying. How do you test implicit bias? How do you prove that it exists? If it does exist, it would completely destroy the concept of racism. So it's nice of Milo to agree with me and admit that the whole thing is farcical and doesn't make any goddamn sense. And that was funny. Oh, god damn it, not again.
It seems YouTube itself does not want to watch it. It just doesn't want to load the video. It's like, no, I've had enough.
Yeah, it's asking, it's begging me to stop, but I won't listen because we only have like 20 or so minutes. We can do this. I can power through this. But while we wait for the video to load, what are your thoughts on what happened at the Oscars a week or so ago?
Okay.
Did you even know what happened?
I can tell you that. I can actually. I have a full fucking thought process on that. I think the Oscar situation is ridiculous, and here's why. Right? Will Smith not only has made bald jokes in the past, right? So is it his wife where he draws the line? You can't make bald jokes about his wife. And if that's the case, why was he laughing initially? Jada gave him a side eye. She gave him a little side eye, right? And at that moment, he knew. like the good cuck that he is. By the way, Will Smith is a literal cuck for those that don't know. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. Will Smith's wife basically they have an open relationship. She sleeps with whoever she wants to. She thinks it makes her a better person, more confident, more energetic, more lively. In fact, many people here probably know about like the Will Smith meme, right? Where he's crying. That originates from where she had him come on live TV and talk about, how Tupac was her first choice and Will was second, and how sleeping with other men made her feel alive and that she needed that. I'm not joking either. You can go check that shit out. And repeatedly since then, she's like got on her TV show with like the red table to air out her fucking relationship struggles with Will. And the dude
to my channel
just allows it. Like, the vagina candle bitch, Gwyneth Paltrow, the fucking vagina candle bitch. She got on a talk show with the vagina candle bitch to talk about her relationship problems publicly on national TV to millions of people. And you know what? Do I think that I don't think, I'm glad that, Chris didn't press charges. Was he in the right? Absolutely. But he took it like a champ. He did. And here's the funny part. Will walks up there and he smacks him, right? And he does this weird side little girl slap. And then he does this swag walk away with a grin, throwing his hips to the side. Like, you just walked up there and slapped a guy over a joke. I think it's silly. I think it's ridiculous. And by the way, Will Smith is one of my favorite actors of all time. So it sucks that I have to be against him.
I think anyone would. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what being a cuck will do to you, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no. Being with the wrong woman can destroy you if you're not. And I feel bad because no, I don't really feel bad because I think I do and I don't because it's like he knows. Come on now.
Yeah.
It's like he has a problem with fucking, Chris Rock having Jada in his mouth, but apparently Jada can have August in her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I have to say. It was a lengthy tangent. I apologize. Let's get ourselves back to this, our torture. More at 7.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. I just loaded the video. Don't tell me I have to refresh the tab again. Why would you tell me the video's loaded if it's just gonna white out like this? All right, well, I'll read some comments from the chat while we wait for this to load. Oh, wait, never mind.
I feel like I am the first video, and I learned a lot about myself and about the internet and about how white people think about racism through the experience of posting my implicit bias video and getting this massive response. I really fully believe that it wasn't my responsibility to try and control the responses that people had to my video. Yes, I could have better anticipated how people would respond and try to prevent some of the angry responses. I think the people at fault were the adults attacking a teenager online in front of an audience of millions of people, and not the teenager who didn't know how to perfectly word.
There must have been some teenagers who responded to it.
Not only is this another example of Jar just bringing up unrelated situations as a deflection tactic, but it's also another example of him just holding creators to a different standard from himself. Time and time again, he and his stands are like, I already apologized, I already addressed that, people need to move on. Then by your logic and your logic alone, why are you bringing up something maladjusted both as a teenager and as an adult? And while we're here, let's talk about the police and prison abolishment video because, of course, Jar doesn't understand abolition. First of all, this isn't anything new. Black and brown folks have been fighting for this for decades. The reason they're advocating for abolishment is because these systems are too corrupt to be saved. The foundation of policing and imprisonment in the United States is racism, white supremacy, and money. That's just a fact, and we're constantly seeing the repercussions of it. So think of it as a foundation of a building, right? It doesn't matter what kind of renovations you do. If that foundation is screwed up beyond repair, the whole thing's got to go. Kind of like the commentary community. Anyway, abolitionists aren't saying let criminals run free and no one to stop them. Yay! They're saying, hey, this system isn't working. Let's get rid of it and replace it with alternatives that have been proven to work.
Okay, how have they been proven to work then? You got any studies on that?
Yeah,
Because unless
they
you
haven't
do,
been tested how they work.
so if you do, I would love to see it. But if you don't, then essentially what you are arguing is let's just let the criminals roam free. Because this I cannot believe she's legitimately advocating for this. Oh, this is so bad.
I already know the people who lack nuance are going to take this and say I'm endorsing everything Milo Stewart has ever done since birth. I just don't like how Jar made Milo out to be crazy for being an abolitionist because he's too ignorant to research the topic before speaking on it.
But these two grown men freaking attack him for it.
What was Autonomous Prime's age back then? Mind telling me? Oh, you don't know? Surprising. And for the last time, stop calling criticism attacking. I'm kind of getting sick of it.
Whoa! That's interesting, but I sure don't care.
How you gonna get on me about not verifying dude's age when you didn't verify his race before he dropped racial slurs in y'all's collab video? And years
That's
later,
not the same thing. Literally not the same thing.
His
And also,
race changes it. That's what matters, not the context of its usage,
Oh,
but his fucking race.
yeah. So if he had been black and said those racial slurs, that would have been fine by her. She wouldn't have cared, you know. So nice double standards there, and two, like I don't understand why it's like she avoids the main point of it being of her calling criticism harassment or attacking. That was the main point. What is this response of like, oh well, you're bringing up the fact that like I didn't know Optimus Prime's the race, but you didn't know like Milo's age or whatever. She's attacking what's not the main point is my main argument.
don't know his race. Regardless, yeah, I can own up and say I shouldn't have said and felt being sure dude was grown. I'll be more careful in the future. That said, bro, I'm getting sick of you jumping the marginalized group's business being loud or wrong, but here we are. There's a difference between valid criticism and joining an anti-SJW campaign, speaking on a subject you refuse to educate yourself on, and spreading dangerous misinformation. You, sir, did the latter.
Oh wow, spreading dangerous misinformation, like attributing a mass shooting to, the LGBT hate violence instead of it being a political attack. I would consider that misinformation. But again, what do I know? I'm just an evil racist.
So, I'll say it again, just a robot and the other racist robot person attacked Milo Stewart for trying to discuss the intersectionality of sexuality and race, and still sees nothing wrong with it.
I don't know where to begin with the BuzzFeed and Trump supporting videos.
I mean, the other choice was
And another dose of
Were you saying something?
By her own argument, if Milo Stewart was attacked by Jar, she's attacking Jar. So how is she any better? How does she get on this moral pedestal and say that Jar attacked Milo Stewart for making videos disagreeing, but she's doing the same, and yet casting the finger, the judgment at Jar. What she's claiming Jar did to Milo, she is doing to Jar. But of course, like the usual commentary community people, it's okay when they do it. Because they have the politically correct reasons, the justifiable reasons for the way they behave. But if you behave the same, with differing opinions, oh God, you animal, you sick fuck.
Yep. How dare you, essentially.
Vote for the person who you think is the least bad. I was a Bernie bro at first, but after Hillary stole the election from him, I wanted to get back and vote for Trump. But even then, I actually didn't vote for Trump. I just claimed I did for the meme. At the time, I lived in California, and why would I even bother voting for him? It's California. It's going to go to Hillary no matter what. It's not about the popular vote. It's about the electoral vote. Only thing I voted for at the time was the legalization of marijuana. Any support I had for Trump quickly disappeared after he banned trans people from the military. And I personally was a bigger fan of Trump during his Reform Party days. Ultimately, I was hoping that Trump would make the Republican Party more open to LGBT ideas, but obviously that really didn't happen. Still, he was a lot better than Bush. Fuck that guy. If Bernie got elected, it would be the greatest thing ever. He wouldn't get a single pussy pass.
Wait. It took Donald Trump banning trans people from the military for you to drop him. Literally, the entire election was people of color from all walks of life saying, hey, please don't like this man. He is dangerous. If you elect, these are the bad things that can happen.
Oh yes, because after 4 years of Trump, America no longer exists. It's a white supremacist nation, and black people have been put into slavery again. That's obviously what happened after Trump got elected. That's how dangerous he is, people. That he completely eradicated our country's laws and just became a dictator. That's what happened. Like this overinflated sense of how dangerous Donald Trump is has always been like the funniest part of his detractors. Like I don't think they realized that most of the shit Donald Trump wanted to get done, he wasn't able to get done because he didn't have Congress behind him. Like, do they not know how government works? Do they not know how our legal system works? And also, like, what about all of the black people and trans people who voted for Trump, or supported him, or endorsed him, or were conservatives? What about them? Like, I'm surely they don't think Trump was dangerous. Like, I'm sure some of them did, but most of them were probably like voting for Trump. What about them? Like, do their voices not count? Do their opinions not matter? Like, I don't know.
We are scared. Please don't do this. Our election, we were saying and showing how this man was openly, unapologetically racist and was emboldening other racists to be the same. People of color were literally scared for their rights and safety and expressed that on a daily basis. But it took Donald Trump banning trans people from the military for you to think, maybe this isn't someone to get behind.
Okay, so this is one of my favorite arguments that I remember from the first time that we watched this video, because essentially what N.O.A is complaining about is that Jar did not disown Trump for being transphobic, even though in Jar's eyes, Trump did not do anything transphobic until he banned trans people from the military. That was the straw for Jar. And so essentially N.O.A is saying, well, trans people were saying that Trump was transphobic and you didn't reject him, you didn't withdraw your support. And I'm like, how is he gonna dismiss someone? How is he gonna drop support for someone who's transphobic if they haven't actually done anything transphobic yet? Like the banning trans people from the military, that didn't happen yet. Like that was the straw for Jar. So why would he have any reason to withdraw support for Trump before that happened? Like, you can't just say, well, oh, these people were claiming that Trump was transphobic, so why didn't you withdraw your support for him when he didn't do something transphobic? Like, why did you only withdraw support from him when he actively did something that was transphobic? Like, what? Do you not logic, lady? Do you not think? Do you not have a brain? Do you not know how this works? People saying that this person is racist or transphobic doesn't actually make them racist or transphobic. We have to wait until they actually do something that's racist or transphobic to make that assumption or make that character judgment. So that I love that. That's such a great argument because it clearly shows that she wrote this in one go. She wrote this script in one take and was just fucking winging it. Because if she took a second to really think about what she was saying, she'd be like, oh my God, this is stupid. This is so stupid. Why would I say this? and like, again, we could also go over why, I don't think that Trump banning trans people from the military was a bad thing. But, I'd probably get canceled for having that take. So we can, we'll probably just have to move on.
Okay, we already established that racism isn't a deal breaker for you. So let's put this aside. LGBTQ folks were also expressing their fears. We were saying, hey, Trump is appointing or supporting openly homophobic people. We are scared. We were saying this the entire time, the entire election. But it took Donald Trump.
Okay, so again, did Trump repeal gay rights? Did he take that away? What did he do? Did he make it legal to make hate crimes against LGBT people? What did he do that was so dangerous and that was so destructive? Like, oh, he banned trans people from the military. Okay, that's one thing in 4 years. What? Like, are you gonna provide any examples, N.O.A? Are you gonna prove the point that you're trying to make here? Are you gonna falsify your argument? Like, what am I saying? We've been here for like an hour and 40 minutes. There's no way she's gonna bring any evidence now. I'm literally just repeating myself.
Banning trans people from the military for you to realize he wasn't an ally to LGBTQ folks.
Again, you can't withdraw your support from someone for being transphobic until they actually do something transphobic, because otherwise you're just making an assumption against that individual. Like, you have to wait for them to actually fuck up before you call them out on their fuck up. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. Someone make it make sense.
So I guess my bad for believing Jar when he said he voted for Trump. Like, he didn't exactly give me a reason to believe otherwise.
Were all my answers to the BuzzFeed questions perfect? No. Would I go back and change a few of them? I guess. But if they didn't want those questions to be answered, they wouldn't have asked them. How would you feel if I made a video called Questions a White Guy Has for Black People?
So acknowledge that your BuzzFeed videos were seen as offensive, and that they make up a portion of the reason why I think you're racist. You respond, you guess you would change some things? You guess? Maybe we don't make them period? And okay, let's get this to Jar. Let's say that they ask white people, so a white person should be able to answer. You respond to 27 questions black people have for black people, bro. Like no one was talking to you. Why are you here? You don't arrange for these conversations. Leave.
Oh, okay. So she just wants to. I fully believe she would support segregation then. Like, oh, wait, you're white. Oh, then you can't have an opinion on this topic. How is that not not racist? How is that not the most racist thing you could say? Like, oh, you're white, so you shouldn't be allowed to talk about this. Like, what? How did 184 people look at this video and go, this is a good job. I agree with this. She's making good points. She's making coherent arguments. What? Ooh, I'm at my breaking point here. I'm starting to lose it. All right. Are you still there? Did you drop out on me? Are you gone? Did you take the first opportunity to leave? I wouldn't blame you. You muted yourself. Yeah, I would have done that too. I would have just dipped.
Leave us alone. I'm not even gonna text how you collab with Trio Logic, even though it's very, very tempting because you want to get on Miles Stewart for shouting out bigoted people? Really, Jar? Are you sure you want to play that game?
When confronted with all this and then some.
Okay, so I guess you're just not gonna play any clips of Tree of Logic being like being a bigot, because again, backing up your argument with evidence, too much work. And I can't be bothered with that. That would actually require a thought process and evidence and like effort, and we can't waste any of those. No. We best to just accuse people of being bigots without actually proving it. Oh, great. The video paused again.
Your immediate reaction was to double down.
Yeah! Wait, what? No! I apologize for the stuff I thought was true, and for the stuff that wasn't true I debunked. Did I double down?
Use the I'm not racist, I have black friends that subscribe as excuse.
I actually said the opposite. I know plenty of hoteps who date white guys and white girls. The most racist white guy I know dated a black girl. I literally said the opposite. This is a blatant lie.
Okay, first things first. You can't debunk racism, dude. Like, you can't debunk something as not being offensive to other people. If someone's holding you accountable for your actions, and instead of just apologizing and reflecting, you try to debunk and deny, guess what? You're doubling down.
Again, you made the claim that Jar was a racist, okay? Regardless of how you feel about it, regardless of your feelings, we're talking about a claim here, a positive claim that someone is a racist. You made a video trying to prove that point and trying to provide evidence that this was the case, and you didn't. You failed that point. You did not provide any evidence that Jar was a racist. And so when Jar makes his response video and completely destroys your original video, you can't then say, oh, well, you can't debunk racism. That's not something you can debunk. People still have the right to feel the way they want about you. Like, nobody is saying that you can't think that Jar is a racist. What we're saying is that the video you made trying to prove, keyword prove, that Jar was a racist is wrong. It's false. It has poor evidence behind it. You did not prove your point. I don't care how you feel. You didn't prove your point. That's it. Oh, the things I could say, man. The things I could say. Let me read the comments and shit. Every time
you made trying to say what is or isn't offensive to me because you don't think you did anything wrong, you're doubling down. And yes, I truly appreciate your apology for using the N-word, where you claim it's only racist when it's directed at someone, and you admit that you will continue to use it, and then get mad at my black ass for not being okay with that. But it's such a genuine, heartfelt apology, you guys. Second,
Well, again,
bro,
it's because you're accusing him of being a racist over it. Like, you realize that being a racist is like one of the worst things you could be, right? And that people don't take kindly to being accused of racism. Like, so I don't understand this moral high ground you want to take here. Like, he has the right to, get mad at you for falsely accusing him of being something he's not. So it's like whatever. No, that's your prerogative, I guess.
your actions speak for themselves. When you first got called out for your offensive content, all you had to do was leave things out your my response video. This community doesn't care about anti-black racism and has a collective attention span of a piece of toast. Like, people will have forgotten after a week.
I guess that's why Shane Dawson I guess that's why Shane Dawson got canceled after all the racist shit that came out about him. I guess that's why there wasn't that big of an uproar against Shane Dawson. That totally didn't happen. That totally wasn't the case. The community doesn't care about anti-black racism. Do I have to bring up the examples? Again, might not be related to the commentary community, but do I have to bring up the examples of all the celebrities who got fired from their job for doing or saying racist shit? Like, I've gone over this over and over and over again. Like, don't play this game with me, Noah. Don't be like that. Don't make me do that, because we would be here all day, and I frankly do not want to be here all day.
But no, you decided to try to debunk racism, which, as I just stated, isn't a thing, and have various black creators in that video. So let's run this back. A response to being called out for your racist actions, instead of just taking full accountability, educating yourself, and just being a responsible adult about the whole thing, you decide to make a video to debunk racism.
Okay, who's debunking racism? Like, I'm pretty sure he's debunking your claims that he's a racist. Not the idea of racism, not the concept of racism. He's not trying to say, "Oh, racism doesn't exist. It doesn't affect anyone negatively. It's just a nebulous concept." That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying that your claims that I'm a racist are wrong. That's what he's arguing. Oh my god, what a disingenuous asshole!
And included black creators who don't think you're racist to help your argument. Bro, intentional or not, that's a form of I'm not racist. I have black friends / subscribers. Even in this video, to me, you're like, but what about the black people who don't think I'm racist? Do their voices not matter? And you show a bunch of comments. It doesn't matter if you don't verbally say the quote. Your actions are doing the talking for you. And to clarify, again, because I know how some of y'all are, I don't care about black folks giving their opinions about Jar and defending him. That's not my issue.
You clearly do if you're just gonna make videos claiming that Jar's a racist. Like, you clearly, like, again, you can't have it both ways. Okay, it's either a positive claim that you're attempting to make or just your feeling. It can't be one or the other. Okay, if you just want to say I feel like Jar's a racist and leave it at that, then that's whatever. I can't really dispute that. But if you're gonna make a video with evidence trying to prove that somebody's a racist, and I don't feel that you did a good job at proving that point, you don't then get to cry, "Oh, but it's just my opinion. It's just how I feel." You can't debunk feelings. You can't debunk racism. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's either one or the other. Be mature about this.
My issue is, if you argue that you've grown and changed, that you're sorry to the minorities you've hurt, and that you're fine people think you're a racist, which you actually said in this Prism Leak video, by the way, then why do you need to showcase creators defending you in your video? That goes against everything you claim to stand for. Talking about, I'm taking accountability, but here's a list of creators defending me, links in the description. One of these creators is a known racist, but just ignore that and the fact that I was a guest on him and his friend's channel. Like, bro,
wait a minute. Who is she referring to here? Like, one of my friends is a known racist? Who's the what? Who is she talking about? Like, I want to know who she's referring to. Is she talking about Carmen Ryder? Is she talking about Lofi? Is she talking about me? Is she talking about Sen? Who is she talking about? Like, I want to know who's the quote unquote flat out racist that Jar was defended by. Who is she referring to? Because that, that's something. That's something. I forgot she said that.
Come on, weak.
If a black person calls me racist.
Oh, and also, like, to address her point, you realize that some of the complaints that people have about the racially insensitive things that Jar has said in the past, they can be true, while it also being true that Jar can defend himself from other false claims of racism, right? Like, sure, some of the things people call him out for can be absolutely true, but on the other hand, some of the things that people call him out for can be absolutely false. Both of those things can be true. They're not mutually exclusive. So that's why Jar's able to take accountability while not just laying on his back and going like, yes, I'm a racist, I'm a white supremacist, just the original sin, I'm the horrible monster. Like, he doesn't have to do that because he knows that for all of the issues he's had, for all of the mistakes he's made, he's not a racist, and a lot of these claims being made against him are bullshit. That's why he doesn't that's why he doesn't take every claim of racism seriously, or he tries to debunk the ones that he thinks are built on bullshit. So that's my response to your main argument.
Racist, I'm not automatically racist. If a black person says I'm not racist, it doesn't automatically make me not racist.
And you said black friends/subscribers to dismiss our criticism of you.
People told me, hey, you're white, you don't get to decide what is and isn't racist. So then I pointed out that yes, my black roommate, Shady Do-Rags, Hi Fluffy 420, don't think I'm racist. And you guys are perfectly welcome to criticize me, but you're not welcome to lie about me. I like how you always call your lies criticisms and my criticisms attacks. It's pretty manipulative.
But you decided it anyway. You've been doing that this entire video. You literally pulled up the definition of blackface to a black person. You've been deciding what is or isn't anti-black racism this whole time. If you put black creators in your video because you acknowledge that you can't decide what is or isn't racist, then why in the Cementos did you make this video in the Prison Luke video? If you know you don't have to say in any racial topics, then how is it lies and manipulation when I say this clip is personally offensive to me? Y'all make your own decisions.
Well, because again, he's not saying that like, oh, I don't know at all what is or isn't racist, and I have to have black people speak for me. You know, he's responding to claims that he is himself a racist, and in order to do that, he would have to look at the stuff that he's done and go like, okay, this is why I don't believe what I did was racist. Like in regards to the racial slurs, he was quoting somebody saying racial slurs. That doesn't make him racist. If he were to call a black person a racial slur, that would be racist. You know, that would make him racist, but he wasn't doing that. So obviously, him saying that, okay, so this doesn't make him telling you like this doesn't make me a racist is completely valid. All right, the point that he's trying to make here is that he's asking the question of what about these black people who happen to disagree with you? What about them? Do their voices not count? Do they not matter? If we're gonna have a discussion about this, shouldn't we hear all perspectives? And like, why do I need to admit that I'm a racist if there are people who don't think I am? And if you haven't proven that I am, like, why should I have to apologize if you haven't proven that I'm guilty of this thing? That's essentially the argument he's trying to make.
Why are you arguing against something you yourself admit you don't have a say in? And if you're so adamant that black people saying you are or aren't racist doesn't mean you are or aren't racist, which tangent this is still a flawed mindset because you should be listening as to why people think you're racist and fix that behavior, then why does it bother you and your minions that a person think you're racist? Like, why?
Okay, because you're an idiot and your arguments have no evidence for them and they're poorly sourced and you take him out of context, you misconstrue him, you get basic facts wrong, that's not even going into the fucking Pulse shooting and how you disrespected the victims of that. Like, fuck out of here. Like, oh, why are you so offended that I called Jordan racist? Because you're a fucking moron, that's why. How about that, huh?
Why are we here? I've never seen such inconsistent behavior in my life, bro. Like, I could easily make a 20-minute video of Jar just contradicting himself. No commentary. Something else I want to add. Almost all the clips we went through either consisted of minorities talking about issues that actively affected them, or a message to discourage some form of bigotry. Jar decided he didn't like this, and that's the reason we're here today. In order for criticism to be criticism, there has to be some form of basic logic, and some form of factual knowledge/experience on topic that's being discussed. There's no logic behind you telling a black man how to feel about the N-word.
Again, when has he ever told black people how to feel about the N-word? All he literally argued for was that him quoting somebody saying a racial slur is not racist, and that if people call him racist for that, that's stupid. All right, like, you can still feel that he's a racist for quoting someone else saying the N-word, but again, your feelings are irrelevant. The point is, does it make him a racist or not? And I don't believe that it makes him a racist. I don't believe that it does if he's simply quoting somebody saying it. So again, what is the fucking point here? What is the problem? Like, it's really, it gets repetitive, man. This whole video just, it really is just an exercise in futility, because I feel like I'm talking to a fucking brick wall here. I'm just talking to someone who just in out in one ear, out the other. Essentially, that's what I feel like this is devolving into.
Logic behind you telling a queer person when they shouldn't discuss intersectionality in their own community. There's no logic behind you coming in our business.
Okay, is that not logical to say that because this mass shooting was inspired by a political reason and not having it had nothing to do with intersectionality. It had nothing to do with racism or homophobia. It was for a political reason. Is it not logical for you to then say that we shouldn't bring intersectionality into this? Is that not logical? Go fuck yourself.
Period. You built your channel for being loud, wrong, and bigoted. So I say you attack these creators. I stand by it, and I'll say it again. Just Robot attacked these creators. And still sees nothing wrong with it.
Okay, then again, by your logic, you're attacking just a robot, and you see nothing wrong with it. Like, you see how easy it is to play this game, Noah? I literally didn't even have to think about that. I just said it. You're attacking Jar. That's all I had to say.
I show that you haven't learned a thing.
Really, because I sat down and spoken with my roommate plenty of times, and he has told me stories of things he had to deal with because of the way he was born. And I told him about struggles I had to deal with because of my autism, and we both came to a greater understanding of each other.
Sir, what does that have to do with what's currently being discussed? You can't claim to have learned anything when this entire video is you standing by things I criticized you for.
Oh man, how dare Jar develop a friendship with a black person and try to like understand their viewpoints. You know, how dare he provide a little bit of context about his personal life to prove that he's not an asshole. How dare he? How dare he?
Like, y'all are screaming about accountability, holding other people accountable, and allyship, being allies to POC, but refuse to check this man. Like,
It's so blatant that no one has been able to use the definition against me. And if I'm so racist, fuck would I apologize?
You to apologize to.
Even then, most of your examples are from years ago, so at best it would prove that I used to be racist.
Not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
But it is how it works. That is exactly how this works.
Admit I used to be homophobic. I don't discriminate or have any bigoted intentions towards anyone of any race. Plenty of videos have already been made on me. I have apologized. I was held accountable. What more could you want? I'll tell you what they want. They want me gone, permanently. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm staying.
They ain't getting rid of me. I'm not getting rid of me. I'm staying here.
Guys, I'm sorry for the racist actions I constantly make excuses for, but also this black woman for not accepting my non-apologies. I don't have to apologize to people I offended. The lack of self-awareness.
Yeah, like that's how is that wrong? How is that like that's what you just said. That is the most logical thing that you have said in an hour and 46 minutes. I fully agree with that. Like, what? Like, and we all know that Jar hasn't actually done anything racist. Like, come on, let's be real here. Like, so what is the problem there of saying, okay, I've done some racially insensitive things in the past and I'm sorry about that, but there's this one black woman who is accusing me of being a racist and not backing up her points with evidence and not providing proper sources and doing a whole bunch of other shit like misconstruing my arguments, taking me out of context, disrespecting the victims of a mass shooting. You know, let's ignore all of that. She's just falsely accusing me of being a racist, and I don't like that. So she can go fuck herself. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with having that response? The world doesn't revolve around you, Noah. Oh, I hate this. I hate this.
Awareness this man has is astounding. At this point, I'm just repeating what's already been said. Jar has a narrow-minded understanding of racist and will argue how he doesn't fit it even though he does. Every apology is filled with buts, excuses, and denial of any wrongdoing, and his current actions negate any argument that he's grown. Same old, same old. Something I find interesting and, if I'm being honest, pathetic, is his mindset that the reason I criticize him is because I want him gone. Like, let's rewind to how all this started. So Jar will support the narrative that he was falsely labeled a racist, will argue with people of color about racial slurs, will admit that he will continue to use the N-word after apologizing for it, and repeat the same mistakes over and over. But because I criticize him for all that, because I do what literally every other commentary channel does, that means I want him off the platform. Like, I keep trying to find...
I mean, like, what else is there? Like, he's apologized for saying racial slurs. He's apologized for the mistakes he's made in the past. He has addressed literally all of the things that you've brought up in your previous videos. What more do you want? Because if the apology isn't good enough for you, if that's not enough for you to say that he's not racist, the next logical step there must be that you want him off the platform. Like, what else do you want? You've clearly shown that his apology doesn't mean shit to you, and that it's not gonna mean shit to you for a long time. Like, that's clearly what you've shown us. So what more do you really want? Like, come on, Noah, you can't be this stupid. You cannot be this dishonest.
Another word to describe this mindset, but I just keep coming back to pathetic. I'm sorry. Like, you've been doing this for how many years? Bro, no one's obligated to accept your apology, especially when it's about anti-black racism, and especially when your actions, aka this video, exposes how you truly feel.
He's never said that people are obligated to forgive him. He literally, a couple of clips ago, just said that people have the right to think that he's racist. That's literally what he said. Those are his words. That's what you played in your video. So stop misconstruing him, stop taking him out of context, and just stop being an asshole. Is that too much to ask? Am I a crazy person for wanting her to not be an asshole? Does that make me crazy? I don't know. Maybe I am.
Someone who regrets their racist actions and actually listens to what people are saying don't make videos like this. Had y'all just reflected and stopped trying to argue with people he supposedly apologetic towards for the actions he supposedly apologetic for, none of this would be happening. Heck, had he left things at his My Response video, I'd still be lenient towards him. Lastly, he says people make videos about me. I've been held accountable. There's more videos defending you than there are critical of you, my guy. Literally, no one else was calling you out in racism. That's why I made my videos.
No, I guess that whole Toby drama, that whole thing that happened with Kai and Omnia, with the Hopeless Peaches situation, you know, the fact that Kai went after Jar for months about shit that happened, like, again, months ago. I guess all that shit never happened. We can just pretend it didn't happen. That's to the side, sweep it to the side, sweep it out of your memory. It's gone. It's not here. It's not important. Jar's a racist. That's all you need to know.
The only person who was somewhat in depth about it, you asked them to remove their videos. So please show me all the videos holding you accountable for your racism.
Turkey Tom has done a few questionable things and has been called out by channels way bigger than himself, and he's still on YouTube. Keemstar is still around, iDub is still around, Pyrocynical is still around. Because saying the N-word doesn't get you permanently canceled. The only two things that can cancel you are pee around kids and yourself.
Okay, one, we already established that you did more than just say the N-word. I don't know why you use that as an example. And even then, black folks have every right to hold that against people. Two, bringing up unrelated...
Again, what about the black folks who don't hold that against people, though? Like, again, you're speaking as though black people are a monolith, but they're really not. So I don't know what the point there is. And, like, again, what else did Jar do aside from using the racial slurs? Like, oh, he played the Oppression Olympics, as though everyone hasn't played the Oppression Olympics at some point in their lives. Oh, my God. I'm getting a headache just talking about this video.
Problematic YouTubers doesn't help your situation or argument. If anything, it helps mine. The YouTube commentary community doesn't care about racism, especially anti-black racism. I can't speak on Pyro because I don't know them, nor do I care to, but all these other people have the history of doing bigoted, offensive things with little to no consequences. And when you try to hold them accountable...
I mean, again, like, just look at what happened between Turkey Tom and D'Angelo Wallace. Like, even though I was ostensibly on Turkey Tom's side when it came to the N-word controversy, you cannot deny that when D'Angelo Wallace brought that shit up, when he took Turkey Tom to task for the racist shit that he was saying behind closed doors, or at least the racist jokes he was saying behind closed doors, that Turkey Tom didn't lose a lot of respect, right, and a lot of, maybe not subscribers, but at least it tarnished his reputation, that whole controversy. You cannot act like that didn't happen. Like, it's still one of the things that people bring up about him all these years later. So how can you say that the community doesn't give a shit about anti-black racism? You're clearly just either not paying attention or you're being dishonest. That's the only possibilities here.
You know, the thing these channels are known for doing, people like the Robot Man will quit that canceling. To combat the toxic cancel culture, the fan bases and occasionally the creators themselves will silence or troll the minorities who are rightfully offended.
Again, proof, evidence, any like, could you prove to me that this is the case? You know, just a screenshot, a clip, fucking anything, Noah. I want proof that the people who criticize Jar are being censored. Like, if anything, again, look at the videos that you've made. Look at all the subscribers you got. You got like thousands of views. These videos got a mostly positive reception. You got thousands of subscribers, as I just mentioned. Like, where's the censorship, Noah? Where's the censorship happening? What's going on here? Where are the disagreements? Like, for the love of God, like, Jar still has his original Toby Drama video up, and he hasn't deleted any of the comments fucking criticizing him for what he said. So where's the fucking censorship, Noah? Where is it? Because I don't fucking believe you.
I've seen it time and time again. So thanks, Jar, for establishing and contributing to a pattern behavior that supports why I do what I do.
I'm done talking about this video. I could have gone through more stuff like her bringing up Omnia's apology video, which I kind of find hilarious considering Omnia took down that video several weeks ago. And I heard that Omnia is no longer sorry to Hopeless Peaches and she's gonna make another video on her. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm really done with the Hopeless Peaches situation. I was bashing on Creepshow art long before it was cool. A lot of people didn't like me at the time, and I put myself at massive risk when I made my video defending her. And it hurt me that Creepshow art did not make any efforts to make amends with Peaches despite everything I did. I can't believe you made this entire video just because I left a comment. Not even because of the comment, just the first couple of words of the comment.
When did I bring up Omnia's apology video? The only time they were even brought up was when I was recapping y'all's Toby video, and that was the callous of all.
So in other words, you brought up the fucking videos then. You brought up the apology video. You read out a fucking comment from the fucking apology, or at least showed it on the screen. I spent a good portion of my fucking commentary responding to that whole section of your video. What do you mean you didn't bring it up, you dishonest hack? Oh my god.
All this so is relevant. Do y'all know what he's talking about here? And what the heck does Omnia's beef with Peaches gotta do with me and my criticisms of your actions, Jar?
Because you brought it up in your video. You brought it up in your video. That's literally one of the first things you brought up. That you criticize Jar for going after Kai because he didn't know what a damn apology was or whatever. Like, that was one of your points. You brought that up in your video, and now you're chastising him for bringing up the Hopeless Peaches situation. Like, oh, I didn't bring that up in my video. Go fuck yourself. What a fucking lie. That's a flat out lie. That is a lie. She is lying to you people. Again, 184 people liked this video. They all saw this video and thought she did a good job. She is lying to you. She's lying to you. Oh my god.
Like, yet again, he's deflecting by bringing up unrelated situations. Stay on topic. And I already explained twice how it wasn't just a comment, so I'm not going to repeat myself again.
Emily Artful used to be an anti-feminist, just like me, and she hearted my comment. So I don't see how you guys came to the conclusion that I was trying to distract from her story and make it all about me. I helped out Hopeless Peaches, and so did Emily Artful, but I didn't even know about her existence until she made her Creepshow art video. So if she doesn't like me, that's up to her.
Emily's opinion of you was never a talking point in my video. Other people...
Then why did you bring up the fact that he was dragging attention away from the... Why did you bring up the fact that Jar was dragging attention away from what happened between Emily and Creepshow art then? This wouldn't be a point if her opinion of Jar was never a talking point here. This whole point, one of your biggest points in your original video was, oh, by saying that you're a victim of Creepshow art or that Creepshow art victimized you, you're taking attention away from fucking what Creepshow art did to Emily Artful. So if Emily's opinion of Jar doesn't matter, then why is that a talking point that Jar was taking attention away from her? Like, clearly it must matter if you fucking apologize to Emily in your video for talking about what happened with you and Jar in the comments instead of talking about Emily's video. Clearly her opinion does matter if you bother to apologize to her. Like, again, it's so dishonest. It's just so fucking dishonest.
People were saying you made things about yourself. I say you victimize yourself in our comment section, and that's it. If you're making a response video to me specifically, can you please make it apparent that you're not conflating my criticisms with other people's?
Again, either she forgot what she put in her original video or she's lying, because I don't know what the fuck, like, what other point, like, what other, like, possibility could there be other than the fact that she's lying?
Especially when you're not even going to finish my video to your audience. Also, unlike you, Jar, Emily actually understands what it means to take accountability and grow. Maybe take some notes.
In this video, you defended...
Sure thing. And again, we're not going to get into how you cut Jar out of context when you were recapping the entire Toby drama. We're not going to bring up any of that shit. Because, that would be holding you accountable and expecting you to stay consistent. And we all know she can't do that.
People like T-Moss Boss, who called the entire Thomas the Tank Engine adult fan base.
If you're 13 or 20, 19, 22, or any other age, you're 40-something years old, and you're still watching that Thomas the Train video, I would not be surprised if you were in prison, okay, for child.
And already talked plenty about what he did to Joshua.
R.I.P. to his mom. Like, no disrespect to her, but it's like your son's out here living foul. Like, I just want that to be addressed right now. Your son's out here living very, very wrong. So hopefully one day it's like people realize that exploiting a dead woman, it's like it's kind of wrong. Bro, like why are you exploiting your mom for views? Do I still feel like all apologetic for it and stuff? No, I don't.
Now, this is a section where John reminds everyone that he lacks the concept of nuance. You know, the thing any sensible commentary channel requires. You criticizing your actions does not equate to being pro-T-Moss boss.
You defended people.
But it does, because as I brought up time and time again, you called Jar's criticisms of these reaction channels attacks. And a lot of those criticisms had to do with how the reaction channels were behaving. Like, again, Hood Reacts calling black people who supported iDubbbz Uncle Toms and raccoons without the rack part. You know? The criticisms he was making towards these guys had to do with a lot of it had to do with their behavior. So by calling those criticisms attacks in general, by throwing that label at him, you are defending them. Like, stop tiptoeing around it, Noah. Stop trying to weasel out of what you said.
People like Prison Mate Luke, who's a well-known liar and called Peaches a baiter.
If you need a break, you need one. I'm not saying you don't have mental health problems, but you would constantly come back to post more things and beg for sympathy. And when you were getting genuine criticism for all the garbage you've done, you decided I'd bait your audience.
Me giving my 2 cents about your bad response to Prismate Luke does not mean I'm pro Luke and agree with him calling Peaches a baiter. What is y'all's obsession with throwing this at people?
Because, like, as we all know, this whole like saga of the past 3 videos of her, like, pulling up clips of Luke and going off of Luke's own talking points about how Jar's a racist, you know, her going by that and acting as though that's a fucking Bible of Jar's character, you know, that has nothing to do with this. Like, oh, why would you claim that I'm supporting Luke while I'm actively using all of Luke's talking points? Like, what? You can't be serious. Like, this point right here specifically convinces me that maybe Call Me Nil was right. Maybe he was onto something, you know? Maybe Noah is a troll, and we all just fell for it. Like, if that is the case, again, gotta give it to you, Noah. You gotta give it to you. You truly outdid yourself with this one, Chief.
It's getting weird, and let's really think about what Jar is saying here. Me giving my 2 cents about his bad response to Luke as a black person who's actually affected by topics being discussed means I'm defending Prismate Luke in every wrong thing he's ever done. Like, this mindset of, if you're against me, then you're with them is childish, bro. It's grade school, you're grown. Another thing that gets me is that this man in his stands would be like, Prismate Luke...
Noah, you know what else is childish and, like, stupid? The whole idea that because you are a different race, you shouldn't be able to comment on certain situations and certain things. You know, that's pretty childish. I would call that incredibly childish. One might even say racist, you know? Like, come on. Like, don't be like that, Noah. Don't be a hypocrite.
X, Y, and Z, it will make sure everyone remembers it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's unrelated to the topic at hand or the criticisms. They will squeeze it in there and scream it from the rooftops. But when you just heard about collabs with blatant bigots on at least 3 separate occasions, when he promotes Sen's video, when the man's been racist and never hit it, and later went on Sen and his friends' podcast panel thing, cricket.
Oh, so she was referring to Sen. Oh my god, that's interesting. Okay. If you're gonna call Sen a racist, oh my god. Alright, Noah, I know what you're about. Now, you are a flat out, like, dishonest hack. I do not like you. Oh, now all of this makes sense. Okay, so in reference to the whole, oh, he worked with 3 bigots. Like, again, I would like fucking evidence. What about, like, fucking the Trio Logic, Autonomous Prime, the whoever the third person apparently was? I think you might be referring to Carmen Ryder. I don't know, but any of those 3 people, like, those, yeah, like, I would love to hear your fucking, like, how they're bigots. How are they bigots? Like, just answer that for me, Noah. Like, I would love to just some proof, a clip, a screenshot, a tweet, anything. I would accept anything at this point. So Yeah, and also like Sen being a racist, I disagree with you entirely. And Jar going on Sen's fucking podcast, even if he was a racist, does not inherently make Jar a racist. So, there goes that point. Oh, let's finish this video out, boys. Let's finish this one out.
Yes. Y'all are full of it. Like that's the nice way I can say it. Y'all are full of it.
T-Moss Boss, Creepsharward, Prismate Luke have all called me racist, and they've all proven to be worse people than me. If I'm such an evil, terrible racist, then why does it seem like everybody who calls me it end up revealing themselves to be even worse than I am? I'm not racist. I have been racially insensitive before, and I am going to work on that. And I have worked on it.
Hey, I have a secret. Come closer. Multiple people can be in the wrong at the same time, and their wrongdoings don't vindicate you of your own, nor do they negate my numerous problems with you. Once again, you are grown. Stop with the childish mindset. I also like how he says,
And again, just because you feel that somebody is a racist doesn't actually make them a racist. That's also pretty childish, so stop with that childish mindset.
I'm not racist, I've been racially insensitive, and I've worked on it. When, one, being racially insensitive still isn't good. Two, there's a thin line between the two, and after multiple and repeated instances of being racially insensitive, specifically in regards to anti-blackness, I have the right to call you racist. And three,
Again, like, why? Especially when you haven't really brought up that many instances of Jar being racially insensitive. So many of the arguments you made against him are either you taking him out of context, you misconstruing his points, or you just flat out lying about him. Like, you have lied about Jar so many times on so many points. It's actually impressive. It is actually impressive how much you lie about this man. So there cannot have been that many evidence, like that many examples of Jar being racially insensitive if you can't even like make a good argument with the shit that you do have. Like it's so dumb.
entire video proves that no, you have not worked on it and you do not care to. How are you going to claim to have worked on your racial insensitivity while simultaneously denying you did offensive things?
He never denied it though. He never said that he didn't do offensive things. Just that he has learned from the fucking things that he's done in the past and the apologies that he's made. Like again, are you just gonna ignore the fact that his apologies even exist? That video he made at the start of, I think it was last year, right after the Toby drama died down. Are you just gonna pretend that apology video doesn't exist? Because that video completely destroys your entire argument. And again, you would have to prove that he's done something racially insensitive nowadays, which I don't think you have. So there goes that argument.
And this is a hot take I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback for, but for me, myself personally, with the exception of Creepshow Art, you've done more harm to this platform than the people you mentioned. Like, do you understand how influential anti-SJW content is and how easily it leads people down the pipeline?
Again, one nice way of conflating him with the anti-SJW side of YouTube. Even though I don't think Jar is strictly an anti-SJW, he is a political commentator, but a lot of his content is also cartoon reviews, anime videos, fucking internet drama videos, general internet drama. So to conflate him with being part of the anti-SJW YouTube is kind of dishonest. And two, like this whole like fucking idea, right? That there's this pipeline that exists in the right that will lead people to be radicalized and do all this heinous shit. I could say the exact same thing about the left and their pipeline, which also exists. So if you really want to play that game, I could throw the exact same shit back at you.
To mention literally every single one of those videos, you're uninformed and spread misinformation. Like, bro,
unlike you, who attributed a mass shooting that was caused by political reasons on intersectionality. That's not misinformation. That's not lying at all.
Content was, and to a certain extent still is, so dangerous, and you don't care. So they may not be.
How is it dangerous? How is it dangerous? Who's died because of a Just a Robot video? Who's gotten their house fucking foreclosed on? Who's gotten murdered? Who's gotten beaten? Who's gotten attacked? Who's gotten robbed because of a Just a Robot video? Like, the second you take a step back and actually consider the shit she's saying, you kind of realize how much of a fucking lunatic this woman is. Like, oh, Just the Robots videos are so dangerous. Dangerous how? Like, what are they actually doing in the real world to warrant them being called dangerous? Like, what do they do exactly? Like, does watching Jar's video like stab you in the heart like a bunch of times? Like, what happens? What happens, Noah?
good people, but for different reasons, neither are you.
You claim that I revived the Toby drama, which I still don't understand what people mean by that, but you're trying to revive the drama with me and Prismate Luke. You're literally talking about videos that are now unlisted. Yes, I am still bashing Prismate Luke, but I'm talking about specifically the drama directly between me and him, not all the recent things I've said about him.
I also want to add that when Creepshow art was first exposed for being a demon, people were looking at everyone she ever criticized and were questioning whether or not it was warranted. A lot of people shared Jar's mindset that if Creepshow art is a bad person, then it automatically negates any criticism or arguments against the creator she talked about. Because again, this community doesn't understand nuance.
Well, again, you also got to take into account that a lot of the shit she said against Hopeless Peaches and Jar were false, just flat out. That she did say a lot of wrong things about them, and she did advance a lot of false claims. So there's also that to consider. Like, again, you're acting as though the shit that came out about Creepshow art, about her being a stalker and an asshole, you're acting as though that was just a binary. Like, that's the only thing that happened with her. There were no other improprieties on her part. She never did anything else wrong. It was just the stalking to Emily Arple that she did. When that's not the case. Like, again, there's so many videos that have been done delving into all of the shit that Creepshow art has done that, again, it just makes this entire point moot.
People like Jar and his stands were using this situation to their advantage, and I want there to at least be some documented opposition this time around. Otherwise, history would just repeat itself.
How would history have repeated itself? Again, just look at the Toby drama, look at the Hopeless Peaches drama. Jar literally had to fight an uphill battle to prove that he wasn't a racist and to prove that Hopeless Peaches wasn't the monster that people were making her out to be. Like, people were literally... Kai himself proved this. That he and Omnia and Thuman and a bunch of other YouTubers were in fucking group chats to specifically go after Peaches and try to ruin her career. He was literally fighting an uphill battle against the entire internet. And now you're going to act like there's never been any opposition against Jar. Anytime he's ever had an opinion, he was entirely vindicated by his audience. They just blindly followed him. Like, again, go fuck yourself. That's not what happened. That has never been what happened in regards to these specific situations. And you're just wrong. You're just flat out wrong. That's all I have to say.
I mean, I already explained this in my videos, but we already established Jar doesn't do his research, so I guess I'll help him with his job. Again, the reason I and apparently other people say y'all revived Toby drama is because y'all did just that. No one was talking about it anymore, and everyone involved was moving on until y'all came along late and, by your own admission, misinformed.
Well, again, it wasn't really late because in one of his videos following up on his initial Toby drama video, Jar had mentioned that the last video made on the situation was 3 weeks ago. So I wouldn't really consider that dead drama. I wouldn't consider that it had been moved on from if the last video made on it was from 3 weeks ago. Did I say Did I accidentally say 3 months ago? I meant 3 weeks ago. So yeah, there's that.
You refresh your Jar, just watch this video on it. He did a decent job. Anyway, the difference between the Toby drama and this is that racism isn't drama, nor does it have expiration date.
Yeah, but it is though. And it does, depending on how the person grows from his experience. Like, again, did you not watch American History X? Like, even neo-Nazis can stop being neo-Nazis. Like, you must not think that Daryl Davis is doing all that great work, pulling all of those people out of the KKK. You must not think that he's doing a great job, because obviously once you're racist once, you're racist forever, according to No One Asked. Like, that's, wow, again, fucking great. You proved great philosopher. Great minds think alike. Congratulations, No One Asked. You've successfully changed my entire worldview. Now I know that Jar is a racist. Fucking phenomenal. Again, right up there with Aristotle and Plato.
Emily Arfo's comment section, you were supporting narrative that you were falsely labeled a racist, that you debunked everything, and all in all, you learned nothing. Seeing all this, I was like, no ma'am, and gave my opinion regarding the Luke video, because it was relevant to that conversation. And this video proved that I made the right decision because, my gosh, you're way worse than I originally thought. What you seem to forget, Jar, is that it was never just drama between you and Luke. A vast majority of the video was y'all discussing people of color and anti-black racism, aka topics that actually involve and affect me as someone in this space. That's not the same as y'all talking about Toby just cause. So to recap, because you and yourself...
Again, and like, considering that she has actively said multiple times throughout this video that white people shouldn't talk about these sort of issues, again, who's the real racist here? Like, it's not Jar, I'll tell you that much.
Saying that you being a racist has been debunked, citing your Prismate Luke video as proof, Then I got the Prism Leak video and said, as a black person, here's why I personally think that's not true. As a result of y'all...
No, you didn't say here's why I personally think it's not true. You said this is why it isn't true. You made a positive claim, Noah. Stop hiding from that. Okay? You can feel however you want, but at the end of the day, you made a positive claim. Either concede the point or just revert to, okay, well, I still feel this way. Just say that at the beginning. We could have avoided all of this if the video was just, I personally think Jar is racist. The end. I wouldn't be able to debunk that because that's how you feel. But at least we wouldn't have gone through this. At least we wouldn't have gone through like 2 hours of you just repeating the same stupid nonsense and misconstruing so many of Jar's arguments. I am so fucking done with this. I hope she doesn't make another video about Jar. I really do, because I do not want to hear of this person ever again.
At least citing a source, I reviewed the source. Shocking concept, I know.
And I think you're when you said you made this video because of my comment. I think you made this video because you had a chance to link it to the Creepshow art drama so it would get a lot more views. If Prismate Luke's video on me didn't really turn me into a bandwagon, then what makes you think you can? A whole bunch of smaller YouTubers are now making videos on you, and rightfully so.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. This really pisses me off. So apologies if I sound more aggressive or chaotic than usual.
Oh no.
You honestly think that if I was in this for views, I'd be talking about just a freaking robot of all people?
Yes. He has 100,000 plus, nearly 200,000 subscribers. It makes sense. You stupid idiot.
In a situation where the largest art commentary channel on YouTube is being exposed, instead of taking that and milking it for all it's worth like a lot of y'all did, it'd be more beneficial for me to talk about just the freaking robot over Creepshow art herself.
Again, because it ties into the drama. The comment that you sourced as the inspiration for your first video on Jar came from the Creepshow art drama. Again, I would love to not just assume your intentions here, but considering that you've spent the past 2 hours doing the exact same thing to Jar and all of the people who defended him, yeah, sorry, I'm going to do that right now because all gloves are off. If you're going to do that to them, I have free reign to do it to you. I believe you wanted to profit off of the Creepshow art drama. And Jar leaving a comment on Emily's video that you disagreed with and got into an argument with him on was the perfect fodder for you to make these 3 videos on him. That's what I genuinely believe. From how legitimately stupid this video was, there could not be any other explanation. So, yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. No, great. Come on, we're almost done with the video, YouTube. We just have 6 more minutes.
Really? Like the ego of this man. I have no social media presence and I haven't even applied for monetization despite being eligible since July. If I was in this for attention, don't you think those would be the first things I'd be on top of? Also, talking about projection, I'm not you, Jar. I don't hop on a story.
And again, I just got to point out that she's eligible for monetization and she's only been on the platform for a year? Not even a year, maybe half a year. And she's already got way more subscribers than me. She has a fucking community tab, which I've never had, and she can apply for monetization. All because she made 3 videos lying about someone and accusing them of being a racist. Meanwhile, I'm here trying to provide legitimate discussion, trying to actually do my best job to provide a reasoned opinion on several different topics. I'm trying my best to be a good person, god damn it. I'm trying my best to be a good content creator. And I have not gotten anywhere as far as N.O.A has in half a year. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like YouTube wants to reward people who actively fuck over others. And it just makes me upset, I feel like I feel like it's pressuring me to be an asshole. YouTube saying, oh, look at what N.O.A did. She made 3 videos criticizing Jar and accusing him of being a racist and lying about him. And she got way farther than you did at this game. Why don't you just do that, Alex? Why don't you just do that? And I'm just not willing to go along with that because I don't like lying about people. I don't like being an asshole. And it just, it's depressing, man. Sometimes I get a little defeatist about this shit. I won't lie. I try to keep my head up, but sometimes it gets really hard to do that.
Or because it's trending and it will get me a check. talk about what I talk about because it affects me. I'm passionate about it, and I need an outlet because no one in my real life knows what the heck I'm talking about. I know I said this earlier, but I can't express how insulting it is for this white man to imply I don't really care about anti-black racism.
I would really say that you don't, considering that you laughed at the black commenter who left an opinion that you disagreed with. So I would say that. And also the fact that you don't think that white people should be allowed to speak on certain racial issues, which in itself is racist. And the fact that you buy into implicit bias, which completely destroys the concept of racism, in my opinion, obviously. But I would say you don't really give a shit about these issues if this is what you're talking about. Like, if you were making videos about systemic racism or fucking police brutality or the drug war or anything that's actually impacting black people, like redlining or fucking like what else? Like, I don't know, any issue that's actually impacting black people in the real world, I might give you this one. But because you spent 3 videos, 3 hours complaining about just a robot saying things you don't like, yeah, I'm willing to say you don't actually give a shit about racial issues. Fight me.
Fun fact, this is also from anti-blackness. Good job, Jar. Like, this isn't fun, bro. Subjecting myself to your ignorance is emotionally draining.
Same here.
That's another reason
Same
why
here.
it took so long to upload this video. This is triggering and exhausting. Lastly, notice how me giving my personal opinion about Jar and encouraging people to form their own opinions has turned to me trying to create a bandwagon against him. Like, yes, I have the power to turn an entire community against a veteran commentator with a combined audience of over 200K.
I mean, I'm not pausing on that
I
screen.
impact
Fuck
y'all.
that.
But now
Okay. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking about with that screenshot. I don't want to see that ever again. Okay, but back to the point. Didn't Lofi bring up an example of you sicking your fan base on other people? Like, wasn't there a screenshot from Harley TBS's server of your fans stirring shit with other people in his server? Wasn't that a thing that Lofi brought up that was documented? So yeah, you might not have the power to end his career or anything or send that big a bandwagon, but your fans are just as crazy as you're accusing Jar's fans of being. So I don't like this whole idea of, I don't have the influence to start a really big bandwagon on him. Like, shut the fuck up. You know what you're doing. Don't be dishonest about it. Just own up to it. Like, it's like you again, if the apology that Jar gave wasn't enough for you to just leave him alone, like, obviously the only logical conclusion is that you just want him off the platform. Like, it's so transparent. It really is.
Seriousness, this once again comes off as projection. This is his mindset when he makes videos against other people, so he assumes everyone else is the same. And peep how, when I make videos about Jar, because I was personally offended by the actions he claims he's apologetic for, they're lies, bandwagon hate, and proof I want him off YouTube. But when creators make videos about me, it's well deserved because you think I'm full of BS. This is the same man that claims he doesn't mind when people make videos about him, that he doesn't mind when people hold him accountable, and that he cares about black voices. But I'm full of it, okay? And I just
because you are.
Realize, wouldn't him promoting videos about me technically count as trying to start a bandwagon? Like, hey guys, this small channel thinks I'm a racist because I did racist things.
Okay, don't complain about that when you also complain about Jar skipping a huge section of your video and going like, you're cutting me out of context. Like, he linked to your video so people could go get the full context. Don't then say, oh, well, you were still sicking your fan base on me by trying to link to my video. Like, oh, that's so fucking infuriating. You are such a fucking slimy weasel. Like, you can't have it both ways. Either he shouldn't link to your video because, then he's like inspiring a bandwagon about on me. But if he dares skip a section of my video because, he had already covered the stuff that you brought up in other videos, then he's being dishonest. He's being manipulative. He's cutting me out of context. Fuck right off with that. Fuck you. I don't fuck. Oh my God.
Here's their name and thumbnail. And watch these videos my subscribers made about her defending me. Like, obviously I'm biased, so y'all let me know.
I do hope to live to see the day when discrimination is over. But one of the steps to achieving that goal is to not dilute the term racism. Or to tell people that they're not allowed to use their blackness if they're defending someone they like. Am I annoyed by the situation? Yes, but it's not going to ruin me. Anyways, if you guys want to see a really good video actually about real racism, check out the last video I did with my best buddy, Professor Dreadlock!
I do hope to see the day where discrimination is over. Well, you know how that's going to be achieved? by listening to minorities when they say something's offensive to them and not thinking that you, a white man, understand racism better than them.
Again, because as I said in my original commentary on No One Asked, whenever black people have an opinion on anything, they're 100% right no matter what. They can never be wrong. They can never be misinformed. They could never be mistaken. They're just 100% right. And anyone who says otherwise is a bigot or a racist. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this video.
You want to stop racism? Look in the mirror and start there. And I did not say don't use your blackness to defend people you like. I said don't use your blackness to discredit other black folks. The fact that you think they're the same just shows you don't have the range for this conversation.
Which is why you laughed at the black commentator, of course.
There's a vast difference between, as a black person, I personally don't think Jar is racist. Here's why. Versus, as a black person, Jar can't be racist. And here's why the people who think otherwise are dumb. AKA what a lot of your black subs like to do and have been doing for months.
So, in other words, you're discrediting their opinion because they disagree with you, essentially. But that's fine. You know, we've already established that you're a hypocrite. So that really doesn't like bother me all that much. And like, again, nobody's saying you can't feel that Jar's a racist. Like, that's obviously up to you. If you feel that way, I can't really say that you're wrong because I can't really debunk feelings. But if you're going to make a video claiming that somebody is a racist and trying to prove that claim with facts and evidence, you know, trying to prove the claim and you don't prove it, then you bet your ass I'm going to respond to you and prove that you are lying about someone. Because quite frankly, that's what you're doing. And I don't like that. I don't like it when people lie about others. Like, sorry, fucking sue me.
Bro, I am so tired of this man trying to tell me what racism is. Like, I'm sorry, but if you have to pull out the definition of racism, you don't know what it is, and you have no business talking about race issues. Like, you're basically admitting to not understand the complexities and nuances of racism and how it's evolved over time. And I don't expect Jar to fully grasp the concept of racism. He's a white dude in America.
So by definition, I'm not racist. Okay. One of the many definitions for racism was being prejudiced. If I'm not prejudiced, then I guess I'm not a bad person. And if I won't get it because I'm white, then why are we having this conversation at all?
That last avatar picture was nice. I think I'll use it as my thumbnail. And this is actually a perfect example of Jar cutting context to misrepresent an argument. You know, one of the things y'all exiled prison look for supposedly doing. Anyway, here's a refresher of what I said in that clip.
Bro, I am so tired of this man trying to tell me what racism is. Like, I'm sorry, but if you have to pull out the definition of racism, you don't know what it is, and you have no business talking about race issues. Like, you're basically admitting to not understanding the complexities and nuances of racism and how it's evolved over time.
Again, this argument would really only work if you were talking about racial insensitivity and not flat out racism. Because if pulling out the definition of racism proves that you don't know what racism works, then like, again, what's the point of having definitions? The entire point of definitions is to say, this is what something is, and if there's another thing that doesn't fall within that definition, then it's not that thing. That's literally the point of definitions. So I don't know how Jar pulling up the definition of racism after debunking all of the other shitty points that you made against him and proving that they were taken out of context or misconstrued. I don't get how that proves that he doesn't know what racism is. But whatever, I've already said that. We've already gone over that.
And I don't expect Jar to fully grasp the concept of racism. He's a white dude in America. Like, when you're not part of a group of people, you're going to be more ignorant to the struggles. This doesn't just go for race. This goes for anything, really. For example, me, a neurotypical person, is naturally going to be less knowledgeable about neurodivergency than Jar, who's on the spectrum. I can do my best to educate myself and actually listen to neurodivergent people, but I'm always going to be less knowledgeable than someone who actually has to live these experiences. And that's okay, but like, when you don't fully grasp the concept of something, it's okay to be quiet. Like it's okay to just...
So again, in other words, like if you are white, just don't talk about this topic then. Like, it's like, again, I would get what she was saying if she could actually prove that Jar doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and is just talking out of his ass and not providing any evidence, so doesn't have any clue as to what is or isn't racist. But again, she hasn't proved that at all. All of her arguments have been taking Jar out of context, misconstruing him, yada, yada, yada. I've said this time and time and time again. She has not proved any of the points that she's making. So at this point, the only inference I can make here, the only implication I can come to is that she doesn't want white people to talk about these certain topics because they're white. That's the only explanation I can arrive at. Because otherwise, she must just be a fucking idiot. And with the amount of times that she's woefully lied about certain details, I refuse to believe that she's an idiot. She has to be a dishonest racist. That's the only explanation that makes sense at this point, quite frankly.
Just, mind your business and eat your food.
Well said, past me. Good job. In conclusion, this video just showed me that Just Robot is the same racist, uninformed, anti-SJW always was. The only difference being that he changed his content. He's made it abundantly
No,
clear
he's
that
changed his content. Oh, I guess he's not an anti-SJW then. Like, you just labeled him. But what are words? You know, what's a script for him, am I right?
he's willfully ignorant and intends to stay that way. And there's no resolution to the situation. The commentary community will continue to give him pass after pass whilst coming for anyone who criticizes him.
Again, completely completely disproven by the fact that in my original video on Jar, I criticized him for some of the shit that he said. I didn't stand by every argument that he ever fucking made. I just stood by him when he was being falsely accused of being a racist. So again, there goes Noah's argument.
Jar will continue to be irresponsible with his platform by being too lazy to do basic research, spreading misinformation, purposely misrepresenting valid arguments.
Keep talking about yourself, Noah. It's really weird how you're getting self-critical all of a sudden. But
speaking over minorities, and just his overall refusal to be held accountable for any of it. So I no longer have any hope, no respect for this man, and I think talking to a brick wall will provide more promising results. But hey, all this is just my personal...
Fucking back at you, Noah. Like, that's literally what I said about you a couple of minutes ago.
Opinion that no one asked for.
It's done. Yes, Mr. Frodo. It's over now.
And we are finally done. This video was a literal nightmare, and I never want to make something this big ever again. If you made this far into this behemoth of a video, thank you so much. You're a real one, and I appreciate it. And I'm really sorry for the content delays. Like, I know how frustrating that is, and I'm going to do better in the future. Just like I said in my last one,
Just
after
like you
video
said
number
that you were
3,
going to make that Genshin Impact video at the beginning of your original video on Jar, and then never ended up making it. And you didn't even make the part 2 to Jar's Prison Mate Luke response. You just made this video. Okay, sure. I believe you, Noah. I believe you.
I don't want to talk about this man anymore. He exhausts me mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Like, I can only take so much. So let me reiterate. I do not want to talk about the racist robot man anymore. I've said my piece. I got my grievances out. I want to be done.
All right,
The
thank
stands
God.
probably make videos.
Me too, Noah. If you could just not make a video about Jar ever again, if you could just keep his name out your mouth, oh, that would be I would be so thankful. I would genuinely be so thankful. I would never bother you again if you could just stop talking about just the robots, please. Please, I'm tired. I don't want to have this stupid discussion again. Just please.
Responses to this too, and I said what I said. Have fun amongst yourselves. Thanks for the shout outs. If the robot man tries me again, the most I'll do is make a community post. I ain't gonna play video tag with racists on YouTube. Lastly, y'all please keep it as respectful as possible in the comment section. Discussions and disagreements are fine, just try to keep them productive.
Oh, sure.
Again, thank you so much for watching.
I'd have to ask Akumu about this as soon as he gets back, if he ever gets back and didn't just ghost me. But I'm pretty sure he has some experience of her deleting comments that were critical of her. But again, I don't know for sure that happened, so I'm not going to make that claim. But, you know, given everything else we've seen from her, I would not put it past her if she deleted critical comments.
And I'll see y'all when I see y'all. So, yeah. Bye.
Bye, bitch.
We did it. It's done. It's over. Get the fuck out of here, Game Grumps. It's over. We have done it. We have defeated the notorious No One Asked video. We've we've done it. Oh, that was a journey, y'all. That was such a fucking journey. I'm pooped. I've barely eaten anything. I barely drank anything. I went through this dry, man, without any preparation whatsoever. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so thankful. It's over. Let me text Akumu. Let me see if he's actually still here. Oh my God. It's done. It's done. We finished it. We did it. And I legitimately don't even know what to say at this point. It's like, what exactly could I talk about with Noah's video? Because it's such utter garbage that I think I've already said everything that could be said. Like, I made all the points. I would honestly just be repeating myself if I would go through all of the shit that's wrong with her video. But I guess before I wrap things up, I like to get a few things, like at least a few disclaimers out of the way. Like, obviously, don't send any hate towards this person. Don't go harass her. Don't go do any of that. Don't try to dox her. Don't try to fuck with her. Don't do any of that shit. Like, obviously, I don't condone that. I don't want people messing with her. Just that's not cool, and I don't endorse that whatsoever. So that's the first thing. And second off, like, again, I try to see the best in people. I really don't want to assume that people are just evil monsters that are out to fuck one another. But when it comes to No One Asked, man, it's really, really hard to give her that benefit of the doubt. I genuinely do believe that she's a racist of some sort, whether indirectly or directly. Like, she has some kind of prejudice against white people. There's no way she doesn't, with the kind of shit that, like, she that she has the shit that she's brought up against Jar, the shit that she's tried to use against him, the fucking misinformation that she tried to pass to make an argument. Oh my god. I I genuinely do think she has some kind of prejudice that she needs to work on. And I would not trust her as a credible source of information ever. So with that said, I'll read the slew of comments that I got throughout the last couple of the last half hour, or at least as far as I can actually read. Let's see. I'll try to get to the last point that I remember reading the comments, and hopefully Akumu will pop in before I hop out. Let's see. Let's see here. I think I read these before. Mild shocker back at 11:50 p.m. Wow, you are still going? Yeah, I'm back. Hi again. Yep, we still went. Not only did we keep going, we actually finished. And we did it way sooner than I expected. I was expecting the stream to go on till like 6 a.m. Not even lying. That's how long I expected this to go. And so yeah, we're done. We're finished. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's see. Tommy's House's vlogs. My second comment was talking about what the trainer said about Michelle. All right. Well, since this was from 2 hours ago, I'm not going to ask you to explain what you're referring to. I'll just accept it. Like, okay, that's what you meant. That's fine. That's fair. Oh, my bad. I misinterpreted what she said. Mild shocker. We can hear you. Okay. I don't need to read this stuff. Let's see. This is the conversation y'all had with the Toby drama shit. Let me get down to this Tommy's House of Vlogs. I love Milo's chipmunk voice. LOL. Yeah, her chipmunk voice when she's sped up is pretty funny. It makes what she says a lot easier on the ears. Let's see. Mouth shocker. I hate that white guilt is a thing. Me too, buddy. Me too. I don't think white people should feel guilty about anything so long as they haven't actually done anything to anyone, like of a racist intent or whatever. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Yeah, it's like guilting some random female of color just because WAP exists. Talking about with that last comment. That's okay. About shocker. I don't get this. Black problems and LGBT problems are different. While they can correlate underneath, they are different. Yep. Let's see. Kumu, to mention later, she talks about police and hate crimes being done for both. I don't think we ever got into that. There might have been a super great point that I could have made against N.O.A that he brought up there that I just completely skipped over because I was too in the zone, man. But anyways, Mouth Shocker, both want tolerance, but the outcome of their goals are different. Yeah, same. Let's see. Identity politics and sexuality seems to be interested in many things, even when it doesn't need to be. Yeah, also agree. Let's see. I was gonna comment some Tommy's House of Vlogs. I was gonna comment something stupid until Akumu said what he just did. This is when you're still talking about the shooter. Well, I don't know what that's about, but sure thing. All right. Mouth shocker. People let their sexualities define who they are, so it's no surprise people do that. Well, I mean, I guess not the people who died in the shootings. I don't think that they made it that big a deal about themselves, I'm pretty sure they still saw themselves as people first. Them being gay or Latino I would hope that they didn't see that as the only things that are important about them. Anyway, let's see. Affirmative action seems so belittling, not gonna lie. Like, you as a black person have no way of succeeding on your own. Yeah, that's exactly what they think, man. When they pass this shit like affirmative action, they must think that, oh, black people can't succeed unless we give them a free ride, unless we help them out. That's obviously what they must think. That's the only other. That's the only other like expectation they have with that kind of shit. Let's see. Noah's two favorite cards. This is Tommy's House of Vlogs. Noah's two favorite cards: silencing people and calling them racist. Yep, those are her. That's her playbook. That's what she uses. Malchalker. If you don't agree with me, then shut up. You can't have your own viewpoints. Honestly, most people are like this. People like echo chambers because they make us feel right. Yeah, but hopefully I don't like do that myself. Like I like to think that I'm not some sort of echo chamber and that I do try to listen to other people's opinions and perspectives. Because that's what we're about here at Alex the Critic. Hearing other people out, even if they're complete and total morons. Alright. Noah doesn't know what they want. She really doesn't. Tommy's House of Vlogs, if that wasn't obvious from her first video. That Malchalker. Yeah, Noah looks like she can't handle herself in a debate. Again, ooh, that would be fun. I would 100% challenge her to a debate if I could. If I could, like, she would never do it, but I would 100% be down. Let's see, Tommy's House of Vlogs. That'd be harder to watch than the Kai v John Swan debate. Yeah, but at least it'd be entertaining, you know. If it's gonna be a shit show, I'd rather it be an entertaining shit show, you know. Malchalker, Gotcha Life. Okay, this is back when I was referring to the Gotcha Life thing. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Why do you think YouTube got into the whole copper situation? Yeah, this is back when I was talking about why kids on the internet don't generally get fucked with, and that's a good point. The whole copper thing, the fact that there were kids being exploited on YouTube is what led to the copper situation, where YouTube is now forcing you to decide beforehand whether or not your videos are meant for kids. That's how much YouTube protects kids on this platform. So yeah. Dragon Dude, to quote Alex the Critic, Noah stop calling criticism harassment. It makes you weak as fuck. Yep. Well quoted, my friend. Well quoted. Malchalker, there's a lot of gross stuff in Gacha Life content like incest and pedophilia, but I'm pretty sure some of those were not made by kids. Yeah, probably. Like I'm willing to bet there's a percentage made by fully grown adults. I'm not gonna lie. But generally speaking, you know, in general, I think it would be fair to assume that most of the Gacha Life content is made by children, because I really couldn't imagine getting into that sort of shit. If you're any older than a child, but whatever. Like that's true. That's a fair point. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Implicit bias is often part of human nature, regardless of if you're a minority or part of a majority. Again, that part of why I disagree with that is because at that point it would just mean that racism itself doesn't exist. Because if everyone is racist, if everyone harbors some sort of bias against someone who's not part of their group, how can racism exist then? If everybody is racist, then nobody can be. Like that's it. Like that's my reason why implicit bias would just be like dumb. That's why I don't buy into that nonsense. Malchalker, that is true, but sometimes that also has to do with nature as well as nurture, or nurture as well as much as nature. And yeah, that's another fair point. It depends on how you get raised as well. Like the environment you're raised in also matters a ton. And again, it would be impossible to test whether or not people have implicit bias. Anyways, let's see. This is more about the Will Smith Chris Rock shit. They should get a divorce. Tommy's House of Vlogs. That idea's darn genius. Too bad Will Smith isn't that. Malchalker. Everyone hates Chris theme song played in my head after the slap. I mean, it's hard to leave an abusive relationship. Yeah, and I don't know if everyone hates Chris. Was Chris Rock in that show? I think it's just a name that everyone makes the meme out of. But that is a funny joke. that did get a laugh out of me. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. You right. My grandfather was a deputy. His sheriff was terrible. But even he says that not all cops are corrupt, and that's the takeaway. Not all cops are bad. You know, there's spoiled apples that, rotten apples that spoiled a bunch, as they say. Just because some bad cops out there exist doesn't mean that the entire system is corrupt and we need to completely get rid of it, like Noah and Milo are advocating for. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Now, let's see. Malchalker. For real, not all cops are bad, but it also proves some people shouldn't have power because they will abuse it. True, yeah, 100%. Like, again, some cops are bad, but some aren't. You know, it's all about judging people as individuals and not as a group. Let's see. Mal Trucker, voting for a leader doesn't mean you agree with everything they believe or everything they view. And I believe trans, black, or whoever voted for him for whatever whatever reason. Like, yeah. That is also true. Like, I'm sure that I'm sure there were people who voted for Hillary who didn't believe everything that Hillary had to say or everything Hillary believed in. Let's see. Tommy's House of Vlogs. Exactly. Those cops should be punished, but not all of them are bad because some are. Cops are not apples in a barrel. I also agree with your second comment. Exactly. It's like yelling at someone for failing a test they haven't taken yet. That third comment I read out was in response to what I said about N.O.A when she said that Jar hadn't disowned Trump for being transphobic. And I brought up the point that Trump hadn't done anything transphobic yet to be disowned for it. So that, yeah, that's a fun point. That's cool. Tommy's House of Vlogs, debunk racism. Tommy's House of Vlogs, debunk racism. How is he trying to do that? He's defending himself against accusations of him being racist. Those are like two completely different things. Yeah. I think I made the same point in this live stream. Let's see. Not to her, apparently. That's Mal Chalker. Tommy's House of Blogs. True should have guessed, though. Akumu sure didn't want to be here all day. No, he did not. He dipped. He's gone. He's... I don't think he's coming back, and we're almost done with the comments, so it's over. Mal Chalker. I can't blame him, LMAO. Me neither, honestly. If I would have taken the first chance I could to dip if it was within my power. Tommy's House of Vlogs. LOL. Yeah. Mal Chalker, your head must hurt. Oh, it does. But my throat is going to hurt way worse in the morning. I can tell you that much. Tommy's House of Vlogs. That's because she's in 1 year, out the other person. 100%. Alex, you know at this point that she's not going to show any proof. And if she does, it's going to be shit. Yeah, but, you got to hold out hope, man. You got to hold out hope that maybe, just maybe, she might do that. But, I guess we're still waiting on that, Mal Trucker, N.O.A doesn't want to show proof. Tommy's House of Vlogs, yeah. Mal Trucker, she wants you to take her word for it. Tommy's House of Vlogs, yeah, but I'm not gonna dabs. All right, let's see. Hey Alex, did you know that Emily responded to Creepshow's shitty comeback video? Oh, I didn't actually. I'm really interested to see that now. I gotta know what she's talking about now. I would love to see what she has to say. I bet she tore her ass apart for what she said. All right. Mal Trucker, Alex, I don't know how you can stand any minute of this any longer. And Akumu is just gone. And I'm tired because it's 2 a.m. So good night, guy. Good night, Trucker. Thanks so much for being here. It's been a while since I've seen you. Like, you have not been here for ages. But that's okay. You probably had some things going on in your life. Not gonna hold that against you. I'm just glad you were here, buddy. I super appreciate that. So I wish you well, man. I hope you have a good tomorrow. Or today, since it's technically already tomorrow. All right, Tommy's House of Vlogs. I hate to say this, Alex, but you sound like a broken record at this point. I know this is because Noah's a big butt head, but I'm just saying, like, yeah. Even I recognize that at a few points that I was just saying the same shit over and over again. Like, it really wasn't. That's because she keeps saying the same shit over and over again, though. Like, at some point, you gotta draw the line somewhere, If she's just gonna repeat the same shit over and over again, then what else can I say, really? Let's see. He even did a 2-part video called The Fall of the Anti-SJW Community. Yeah, like another reason why I don't think it'd be fair to consider Jar a part of that community. He may have risen up to the anti-SJW ranks, but he really wasn't part of that community. They uploaded the video late, as Jar has apologized for it because it was taking so long to make. Seriously, it's not that big of a deal. Yep, that's another fair point. It's like sometimes videos take long to make, as N.O.A herself pointed out in her own video. So yeah, she can go fuck herself. She's a hypocrite, and I think we already know that. Let's see. I know Alex deserves more subscribers. I think we all know that. But I'm not here to beg people to subscribe. It's honestly, at this point, it's up to them if they want to or not. If they do, that's great. If they don't, like, it just means I have to work harder. That's at the end of the day, that's all that means. It just hurts seeing someone like N.O.A get so popular, despite how shitty her content is. And finally, the last 3 comments. Thank God, it's over. Celebrate good times. Come on. Oh, we're done. It's over. We're finished. I read all the comments. I kept up. I responded to the whole video. Oh my god. Is there anything I could even say at this point? I think I've already said it. So, yeah, I guess that's a good point, Tommy. Before I sign out, the things I'll inform you guys on what I've got in the works. So, I did say that in my announcement for this stream that I had a fully edited cartoon review coming out this week, and that was not a lie. It is done almost. All I have to do is save it as a file and do a couple more maintenance things, and that cartoon review should be up either today, I guess, since it's already Saturday, or tomorrow. If it I will work my ass off to get it uploaded on Sunday. Like whatever I have to do to get it up on Sunday, I will do it. So look forward to that. Unfortunately, it is another super long video. I tried to make it as short as possible, trust me, but unfortunately, you know how I am. I drag things out when they just for the fun of it. So I'm sorry about that, but look forward to that. That's coming out either tomorrow or today or Sunday. Like either or. It's for sure coming out this weekend. I will work my ass off to make it come out this weekend. Anyways, as for what else I'm working on, I'm also working on a new episode of Your Theme Song Sucks. Like the script for that is in the works. Again, not gonna spoil what it's about. I want people to like experience it blind. I want them to get a fresh perspective on it. So look out for that. And finally, once those two videos are done, I will be working on my response to John Swan, which has legitimately been in the works for a good 2 or 3 months. But that's gonna be a doozy. That's gonna be a huge project because the video of his I'm covering is almost an hour long. So you know what that means. Like my video is gonna be way longer than that, and I got a lot of shit to fucking sort through. So those are the things that I have on my plate. Those are what I'm going to be working on, and we'll look forward to that. And as for Akumu, my guest who backed out like 2 hours ago, the fucking asshole, he left me to dry. He left me in the dust. Yeah, but right, I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna be petty. Go subscribe to Akumu. He's a cool dude. He makes good content, at least in my opinion. If you want more, if you want someone who also covers niche topics within the commentary community, or just the political commentary community, whatsoever, like just that kind of stuff, and someone who kind of has a lot of my own opinions on that shit, you can't do any better than subscribing to him because I think he does a pretty good job. He makes some pretty good content. So, feel free to go subscribe to him. I 100% endorse him. He's A-okay in my book. I'll leave a link to his channel in the description once this goes up. And yep, that's about it. I want to sincerely thank everyone for tuning into the stream. I did not think it was going to be as much fun as it was. Honestly, even though it was painful, even though there was a lot of fucking stupidity I had to deal with, reading the chat, getting to hang out with Akumu for a little while, that was fun. And thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. I'm so glad that I can fucking end this now. I never have to talk about No One Asked again. I can finally rest. I'm like Thanos at the end of Infinity War. I can finally rest. So thank you all for watching. Keep up. Thank you all for watching. Make sure to keep an eye out for the new videos that I'm putting out. And, have a good one. Good night, guys.